Hello there, how are we doing tonight, everybody? I mean, I'm just still getting set up here. Getting my tablet ready and everything. How is everybody doing tonight? Welcome on in. We need to see some more competition when it comes to that Chrono Trigger. You know what our boy said last night? He said Chrono Trigger is a need to play a game. Need to play. Which means you guys gotta get some Chrono Trigger going in here. I can't control it. My hands are off the keyboard. Quite literally, I'm playing with my hair right now. But hello everybody, how you doing? I have some stuff to catch up on YouTube, so I'm sorry if anybody is waiting on the YouTube. I gotta split up a few videos, and by a few videos I mean like 5 things, like straight up. I gotta split up right now. So I got a little bit of stuff to work through. Let's put it that way. I think I'm also missing I think I'm missing a part to National Park Girls on YouTube. Let's see, did I have, is this the 4th stream of National Park Girls? Let me check this. There's one guitar. Yosemite can sass me too, yeah, okay. That didn't get uploaded correctly, so I mean I need to fix that and shit. I'm all backwards. I'm all fucked up right now. Is there anything else that I didn't get onto YouTube? There's how bad is my quinoa voice? There's... yeah, I think I missed something else too. Okay, I got a lot to do tonight. I got a lot to figure out at some point here. But yeah, I'll get that stuff up on YouTube. We're kind of behind. We're always like a week behind on fucking YouTube, man. SMHing my head. But I'll get that all sorted out by either tonight or like tomorrow, and those the past week of streams will be going up like within the next week. And then this stream will be going up right with it too. So I hope everyone's doing well today. While I just look at that, just wanted to make sure it's something, let you guys know in case you are looking for the VODs. Because the VODs on Twitch delete rather quickly. Gotta make sure that I keep on uploading. Welcome in, Ralph. See who that fucking bottom finger is. Oh, I'm itchy. Let's see, so I've been playing some Guild Wars 2, of course, and by some I mean lots because I have no other choice. Taking a sip of coffee. Oh my god, I've been in World v World, and I've just been like, why, like, every time that I need to go in to take a castle, it's either that we have the castle already and nobody can take it from us, or we can't take it at all. And then, like, I need to defend keeps and shit, but, like, nobody defends at all. It's terrible. I just want to get the weekly done, man. Just want to get the weekly done for fucking World v World in Guild Wars 2. It's awful. But, I was just thinking to myself before stream, I, like, popped on and, like, looked at my schedule for next week. I was thinking, like, maybe I will devote Sunday night, because Sunday nights I have to stream rather late. So I was thinking I might just devote Sunday nights to, like, anything that's, like, not on the program, basically, like, things that are a bit out there, or, stuff that I'm not intending to, like, you know, I'm intending to play through them, but I won't be, devoting too many days a week to them. So I think for, like, this Sunday, for example, we'll do, Warcraft 3. Oh, there'll also be a day for, like, chilling out in MMOs, I think. It's late night anyway, and it's like, all you gotta do when you're playing MMOs is just talk about anything other than the game. So, like, I think Sunday I'm gonna, like, devote that to Late Night Vina. And it'll be, like, MMOs or other games like Warcraft 3 that are not on the program, basically. Whatever I feel like. or whatever I'm like craving that week, essentially. And if we want to commit more days to Warcraft 3, we can. It is a very long playthrough, so that would be a long time for you guys to see the end of that, but we'll see. I hope you guys enjoyed saving Timmy last night. Again, if you go and like kill all the woman's kids, the kids show up in that graveyard by Strombrad, and it's terrifying. Like, they have some like fucked up Easter eggs, but it's okay. We're all about that. There's also some really funny Easter eggs, and I think I know how to get to some of them. Most missions I can probably like. I probably know where to get to the Easter eggs. Not every mission has one that's important. Some of them are just use Farsight to look into one place, and there'll be something hidden out there. But there's some Easter eggs out there that have an effect on gameplay. And they're good, yeah, the early 2000s humor, yeah. There's some Easter eggs that affect your gameplay, like the giant panda or whatever in the Orc campaign. So, I'll try to find those if I remember where they are. It's been a long time. But yeah, we'll be playing that on Sunday, I think. And I think we might try to go for at least most endings in Without a Voice. Even though it's only like a 90-minute playthrough, like, I think that we can go through it multiple times when we get to Without a Voice, and just see like a broad example of what they have to offer. I want to say Without a Voice is free on Steam. Maybe I'm wrong there. But a couple of those Studio Elon games are free on Steam. A couple of the shorter ones that I picked up. I still have to get Twofold at some point, but yeah, I'm not in a rush there. And I know that we're going to be playing Disco Elysium at some point. That's going to be a long one, I bet. Or maybe not like terribly long. Maybe the word count is more just because you can play the game in many different ways. But yeah, Disco Elysium's on the menu. It's gonna be a lengthy boy right there. Gonna be a big long boy. But it'll be fine. I think it'll be good. I've heard a lot of good things about it, and virtually no bad things, so there you go. I've seen a little bit of gameplay, but I didn't really pay attention because I knew I was going to play it. But it's kind of what I expected, to some degree. If not, like, a little less action-packed. That's fine with me. I'm fine to just sit here and read, or get read to all day, you know? Life is Strange Day. I don't have a day for it. I just said that I will let you guys know ahead of time that this is gonna be a stream day. Like, that there's not gonna be a VOD for it. I don't have a day set up. I'm just gonna let you know ahead of time, like, I don't know, maybe a week before I play it, and say, like, look, there's gonna be no VODs for this because they're all gonna get taken down by Twitch. And if they're not taken down, they're gonna be muted to all hell. So, on this day, if you want to see Life is Strange, you'll have to show it up. But you'll have to show up for a stream. Welcome in, Pi. How you doing? Yeah, I don't have a day set up. It's not a holiday. I'll just tell you, like, I'm gonna be playing it this week. Get to stream, or just be ready to, like, not have context for the next time I stream it, kind of thing. But it's okay. I think Life is Strange tends to be a little bit easy to jump into midway. Not holidays. Nah. I want a good Eggs Benedict, though. It tends to be a kind of game that's pretty easy to get into because the emotional core of it's at the forefront. The the thematic ideas and the action is there, all is pretty consistent. So you can kind of hop in. You don't really know what's going on, but you can feel engaged pretty easily. So I think it'll be okay. But know that Twitch is going to either delete the VOD and yell at me, or they're going to mute the entire VOD. And that's not good either. So, it'll be in the schedule. I'll mention it on stream, like I always mention my schedule. And like I said, I was putting together my schedule for next week a little bit today. I'll settle on it closer to Sunday. That's because I usually want to wait until Sunday to get that. But again, I think Sundays are a good day to like have MMO grinds and other sort of things that are kind of wacky off the program and not super compatible with my current lineup of games. They'll just be like our our late night day. Our fun little wacky, like, do anything that you want in a day. And if I want to play more, like, of something that I'm already playing, I'd play more, but yeah. And I do expect to have a couple of streams of Final Fantasy IX next week. I don't know how much grinding I'll do off-stream. I think the majority of grinding and I'll do off-stream in Final Fantasy IX is going to be closer to the end of the game, when we are gearing up to fight Ozma. From what I know, Ozma's one of the more accessible, like, super bosses. I mean, I'd say the most accessible super boss is either Omega Weapon from 5, which doesn't take a whole lot, or it would be Emerald Weapon from 7, because you can cheese the Emerald Weapon pretty easily. But as far as super bosses go, it is a more accessible one from what I've heard. I was saying with Ultima Weapon in 8, but I don't really consider Ultima Weapon a super boss when you consider, like, the Omega Weapon in 8, which we didn't fight. But, it is on the table. I also didn't fight the Ultima Weapon, but I honestly think I could have done at least the Ultima Weapon. But by the point that we were at in 8, I think that would have been more than appropriate. I mean, we kind of clapped Ultimecia's cheeks a little bit, so we could probably do with a crazy super boss or something. I think I can still reach it, though. I could reload my save right before I went back to Ultimecia's castle for the last time. I could reload my save and go hit up the Ultima Weapon if we really wanted to. Or Omega, but Omega you can't really do without Holy Wars. I don't have any Holy Wars. So, open my eye. Yeah. Holy Wars you get from Gilgamesh's card. I cannot get that any longer, so I don't have a source of Holy Wars anymore. So, you can't do Omega Weapon without it, really. It's a fucked up fight. Sipping my coffee while it's still hot here. Yeah. So those are some of the plans for the next week. Tomorrow, of course, I won't be streaming. Friday, I won't be streaming. Unless I want to go live very briefly at like 8 o'clock tomorrow, which I could do, but I don't really like to stream on the days that I raid, because the raids are kind of like a chance for me to socially recover. You know what I mean? But I don't need to really be that social in raid. I kind of just quiet down, do my thing, and I think the other raiders in the group must be wondering, like, how is this person a streamer? Like, they're not gregarious in the slightest. But no, it's just that, like, when I'm raiding or something like that, I don't really like to talk. I don't really talk that much when I'm, like, grinding and stuff. Unless I'm, like, really bored. Or craving attention. But yeah. I'm sure they're wondering, like, how does this person get by? And I don't know either. When I was done talking with my mom tonight, I, like, I like walked away and I was like, oh yeah, but I'm about to go work at my Thai sweatshop. I'll see you tomorrow. That's what I call it. But it's a lot better than a sweatshop. I get to hang out and play games that are enjoyable. About the same amount of crying though. Same amount of blood, sweat, and tears. The sweat comes from the air conditioner being, turned low. A lot of sweat during streams. Where's Lana? I bet he'll eat this shit up. Anyway, we just started chapter 4, episode 4. So what happened last time essentially is that we had a very large tonal shift with a significantly different presentation. We have the whole conundrum of Yosemite brings everybody out on a picnic. Thai sweatshop? Got money to spend? Well, come right here. Give me about 3 hours and I'll be, like, sweating up a storm for you. Yosemite has the conundrum of, like, trying to make Zion remember who she was because Zion has degraded to some degree. She has shrunken down. Well, I mean, you guys saw old Zion. But Zion's forgotten almost everything. Even Yosemite's lost certain certain memories. And in her desperation, she takes everybody out on this picnic, and it's awkward and horrible, and everybody's mad at one another. That hot as a sweatshop, yeah. Venus sweat? Yeah, do you want me to bottle it up for you? I think maybe every tier 3 sub can get a little bit of Venus sweat. How about that? It was awkward and everything, but by the end of it, Eve and Yosemite came to an understanding. And everybody kind of accepted the fact that, like, well, things are going to be different now. And there isn't anything we can do about it. If we want to value Zion for who she is, we can't call her destroyed, essentially. We can't say that she is a shadow of what she was and still be able to value her. We have to value who she is now, still. Even if that thing is not what we wanted out of her. And then at the end, Yosemite finally remembers what Zion used to look like, and that the story that she told her. And everybody in the entire chat was floored, even me. Also, I just noticed Pup there. Wait, hold on. I just noticed Pup right here. I never even saw that. How is he being held up like that? How did she do this? What kind of finger strength does she have? Oh, right.
Ranger Adams? I thought that the teepee were supposed to be like tents. So why is this one made of wood, huh, Ranger Adams?
Alright, we got right here, and this is where I stopped, and Holden was like, that's one spelling of the word. The porky little kid raises his hand and tries to jump, spouting off another series of gotcha questions for the infinitieth time today. Pretty sure they're all designed to either make me look bad or make him look better. The little kid plays gotcha game? That's not right. Either way, I've developed a personal grudge against this 9-year-old man. I have a grudge against his parents. Essentially given him a gambling addiction at 9 years old.
Well, you see, Ruben, you little bundle of stardust, you. This is a bark house. And if you listened to the other times I told you, I'm sure you would have known that.
She's trying to hold it together. How's is volume a little bit low? I had to, like, crank up the volume for Warcraft 3. The music's a little bit low. I'll crank it up here to, like, 80%. There we go. My titan cheeks wobble. My tightened cheeks wobble as I struggle to keep faking a smile. Don't think it's convincing though. The thumbtack-looking teacher is sipping at this as travel mug more often with growing urgency.
Yeah, but Ranger Adams, it looks like a teepee. I'm just saying.
It's not a teepee.
Teacher leans away from his mug to interrupt, but I don't give him the chance.
A teepee is made from animal skin. Does this look like animal skin to you? No, it doesn't. It's made of bark, which you can see because you have eyes. Hence the name. You ask such great questions, Ruben. Now someone else give me another one.
She's killing it today. Barely managed to hold that one together, but all things considered, not too bad. I'm at least not screaming at children yet. I scan the faces of about 20 or so antsy fourth graders. Parent chaperones scold the most distracted of them with stiff hand motions. Some kids look up at me expecting, waiting. Others have their fingers up their nose. None of them are raising their hands. Except for Ruben.
Anyone! Anyone at all.
Only birds respond. Ranger Adams, they chirp. Tell us what the old villages that were razed to the ground before this replica was built. Please, Ranger Adams. Tweet, tweet. Ruben is jumping off the ground now. His shirt rolls up as he thrusts his hand into the air and his belly spills over his cargo shorts. Ugh. I can't. The way that was described for some reason. I count to 4 like my Jesse meditated counselor told me to do. Then release a deep, deep sigh.
Go ahead, Ruben.
Where's the chief? Teacher said he would show us the sweat lodge.
The sweat lodge? No, that's my room. Wait, sorry, no, this is the sweat shop, sorry. Sweat lodge is down that way over there, I'm sorry.
Councilman Trampton got caught up with tribal affairs.
Are we still doing the sweat lodge?
Jesus Christ. No, but I can put you in the sweatshop too if you want.
Doesn't look like it.
Oh.
Tours aren't really my jurisdiction, but sometimes when the stars decide they want to unline and throw everything out of orbit, they get handed over to me. I like doing them more than I used to, but usually they're hikes or nature trails. But when it comes to the history and culture of the tribes around here, I just feel dirty, out of my depth. It's like killing someone in their home, then buying it up only to turn the place into a haunted maze. That's a statement. Usually someone from American Indian Council of Mariposa County would be out here, but today, these kids get me. With my red hair, freckles, and middle-class upbringing.
Do Indians still live here?
Ruben speaks up again, this time without raising his hands. He points at the ramshackle buildings and cabins compiled of local flora and bark. They're sturdy but need to be rebuilt from time to time. Need to be honest, it's really not all that bad of a question. Just don't like the mouth hole it's coming out of.
This village is just a replica.
Don't like your mouth hole.
Or Awanichi people have lived in the park since the 60s. Even then, most were forced out by the Mariposa Battalion during the gold rush.
A couple parents cough into their fists. The teacher tugs at his collar.
Ranger Adams?
A fragile girl with pigtails steps up from behind Ruben. Her voice is quiet and meek. If her hair were a few shades lighter, she'd look a lot like Zion.
What is it, sweetie?
What do you mean by forced out?
Uh-oh. The teacher is pleading at me with his eyes. Meanwhile, the parents are stabbing me with theirs. Now all the kids, even the ones with low attention spans, are looking to me. Their innocent states, underscoring the thick silence. I sniff back the spring allergies.
You kids know what a genocide is?
That's the best line I've ever seen.
Okay!
The teacher panic laughs and rushes to my side. He punctuates the tour with a clap of his hands.
How about we all go check out the museum?
Good intro. Well done, Zion. I appreciate it. Genocide, yeah, that's what I did in Undertale that one time.
can't be eating people's trash.
Gripping the scuff of his neck, I drag Pup onto the cabin porch, his paws scratching and sliding on the wooden planks. He's growing so fast, I don't even believe it until I try to carry him for myself. There's an old saying that if you pick a calf up every day from the time it's born to the time it's an adult, you'll be able to hoist it up when it's fully grown. Clearly, I missed a few days of Pup. Yeah, every once in a while, Ralph. Every once in a while. Particularly the fucking centaurs the other night in Guild Wars 2. You just, like, down hundreds of them before even leaving the camp. He rolls his head to my arm and nips at my wrist.
Ow! Why, you little...
The sharp pain dulls as I check my wrist. No major damage, just a scrape etched down my arm. Pup gallops across the field, then spins in circles like he has a chance of finding the end of infinity.
I am not having this lack of cooperation.
He sniffs at a dead bird, so decomposed that its remaining mass is flattened into the ground. Then he rolls around in it. It's not like he ever listened to me to begin with, but lately it's felt like he's untamable. He's a fucking coyote. He won't dare nip at Zion, but me, Yosemite, and even Yellowstone have gotten snapped at by him recently. He's a sweet boy, but it's almost becoming an issue. Yeah, even the sweet boys snap at you sometimes. Just ask Nicole. I'll just have to spend more time training him, I guess. Maybe the weekends. Since I've started going on regular hikes with Yellowstone and Zion, they've begun feeling a little more open. Can't explain it. It's like a psychological light switch. Yeah, that's called familiarity and trust. But I guess I'm not unhappy to have it flipped on. The sudden crack of shattering glass yelps from inside the cabin. My furrowed brow blocks out my vision. In less than a second, I'm inside.
Somebody better have a replacement.
What do you mean? Okay. Don't say lies, okay? Telling lies, Papa? Wait. Wait, no, that's fucking backwards. Wait, no, shit. At least 100 shards of ceramic and glass are scattered at the base of her feet. The tray she was carrying is upside down, several feet away from her, water sliding behind it. We go through teapots like some families go through sourdough. It's because she puts it on her fucking head. Yellowstone doesn't react, not even as much as a head turn. She stares up at the corner, eyes stretched wide, mouth open. Leaning forward in her chair, Zion's jaw is slouched on the table. She's looking at me, but she's staring right through me. Maybe through the wall behind me.
Can someone say something?
Wait, do you remember what our boy said last night after the raid? He said Chrono Trigger is a need to play game. We gotta give Chrono Trigger some love, everybody. Octopath is getting too powerful. Or at least give it some competition. A bolt of energy sizzles from the tip of my head to deep into my calves, dead bolting me to the floor. My entire body is held down by the weight. Not because I can't move, but because I know I shouldn't. That's a good boy, donating to contributing to Chrono Trigger. Yosemite is sitting in Lotus over on my bed. Don't know when I gave her permission to do that. There she is. Her back is turned to me. She faces the window. On a nightstand, a lit candle sways in the breeze that spirals through the cabin. The sweet scent of burning pine is brushed over to me. You can't just call you that. I just did. Sitting in Lotus. I for a second that didn't compute, but it computed a second, like computed by the second sentence. The candle flickers out.
Girls!
Tension in my body lifts and I'm finally allowed to exhale. There's a moment of clarity, empty stillness, where all the questions I have right now feel like they have obvious answers. But as I inhale, the fog comes rolling back in, and I'm as confused as ever.
Yellowstone. I saw it too. What in the Sam Hill was that?
What the Sam Hill?
I don't know.
Did you see the girl? Yeah, she was kinda hot.
Yellowstone. Yellowstone learned about her sexuality.
Not what I meant, but I get what you mean.
Cyan scrunches up her tiny face. Yellowstone looks at her, and she looks at Yellowstone. They both twist their heads and look at me. I've had a lot of eyes on me today, but the primal part of my lizard brain is scared enough for me to take a few steps back. The primal part of my lizard brain. Where's Pi?
Miss Eve, did you see that vision too? Like, in your noggin?
Vision? No, nothing like that.
The smoke from the incense is thick. It feels tangible, like I could hop on it and ride it into the ether.
But as soon as I walked in here, I could feel something.
Feel something? Like what?
Tension, fear. I don't know. It just felt oppressive, I guess.
What kind of seance are they doing right now in the middle of the day? Everybody knows you wait until nightfall for seances. Come on.
Spooky.
Yeah, and it'd be spookier if the fucking sun wasn't shining overhead. Cyan gasps and jumps out of her seat, hovering there for a moment before floating back down.
Yosemite! What about you?
Yosemite doesn't speak. Yosemite doesn't turn around. Yosemite doesn't do anything. She just sits there, back turned, legs still crossed, flinching, braving whatever little world she's in all by herself.
Yo, Slow-simity.
Slow.
Catching some Z's over there or what?
Slow-simity.
Cyan's eyes widen as her mouth stretches into a giant O.
Oh, I get it! That's very clever, Yellowstone.
She claps her hands together to congratulate her friend, but Yellowstone is too busy chewing on her nails to bask in it. Whatever they saw must have shaken her. Hard to blame her, though. Whatever it was, I felt had me shook, too. It wasn't just a passing feeling, like a lightheadedness or vertigo. It was something real enough that I could bury itself deep under my skin.
You know, I don't think I've ever seen you shut up for this long. What's the deal?
Marching over to my little nook of the cabin, I step between Yosemite and the wall. I stare down at her. For the first time since getting to know each other, I feel like the tall one.
Eve?
Oh. Our poor little anthropomorphic elf. Trembling, Yosemite stares up at me, spots of tears dabbling at each corner of her eyes. 6 feet of ego and superiority contorted into a vulnerable ball. Before I can process what she's feeling or how that makes me feel, she pounces off the bed and wraps her long tree branch arms around me. Oh god, that reminds me of the profile from Goldshire that I told you guys about. Also, before I read that sentence, I just saw the pounce first. That was like what my eyes went to first. Don't at me.
Whoa! Okay. Forgot you were a hugger, but sure.
The weight almost drags us both down to the bed, but my calves are strong enough to keep us anchored to the floor. She tightly clings to my uniform, stretching the fabric as she does, bare minimum to keep herself held up. There's not any sobbing, but the tears are there and I can feel them bleeding through my shirt. The quiet part of me says to push her away and tell her to suck it up, but the louder part of me cuts through all the nastiness and tells me Yosemite is worthy of pity. Her hand awkwardly hovering over the back of her head. My hand awkwardly hovering over the back of her head goes limp. I stroke her hair until I reach her back and I ride out in the embrace.
What's wrong with Yosemite?
Does she know what that was? Because I don't know Jack Diddley.
Jack
Tell me
Diddley.
what the Jack is Yosemite. Tell me about the Diddley.
That was one of the 10 of 10 lines. One of the most 10 of 10 lines I've ever heard from her. I don't know Jack Diddley. Tell me what the Jack is, Yosemite. Tell me about the Diddley. Oh my fucking god. Wow, perfect. The two of them rush over, not giving a single second of extra thought to the idea of crowding a crying girl.
Oh, no you don't.
Dragging Yosemite's mask with me, I step over the curtain, slide it closed, cutting off Zion and Yellowstone stampede.
Peel back this veil, Missy. I need answers.
Yes! This is extremely unfair, Miss Eve.
Yellowstone, seemingly unaware that she has the power to peel back the veil, presses herself against the curtain, the outline of her body coming at us through the fabric like bad 3D effects.
Tough. The adults need to talk.
Careful to dodge Yosemite, I kick Yellowstone back using the center of my foot. She stumbles back, and although I can't see it, I hear a crash landing.
We are much older than you, I'll have you know.
Whatever you say, Squirt. Come back to me once you
Squirt.
sprout up a few more inches.
Jesus. But also, it's the same voice actor that gets called a Squirt in Highway Blossoms.
Please, you two.
Yosemite manages to choke back her tears long enough to plead with him between sniffles.
Just a few minutes, okay?
The other side of the curtain goes quiet. Enough time for Yosemite to take another dance with hysterics as she tries, and fails, to compose herself. Zion floats to the top of the curtain rail to peer down at us. Jesus Christ. She blows me a ripe, juicy raspberry, then drops back down with a defiant humph. With those two out of the way, I tug Yosemite back towards the bed and have to shove her onto it to get her to stop clinging to me. Okay, we could have worded this a little bit differently. Maybe.
Alright, let's take a few seconds to breathe.
Yosemite nods her head up and down, covering her mouth with her hand, like that'll actually keep me from seeing the tears. Or shame. Whichever makes her the most embarrassed, and I'm positive that one or the other, or both does. Oh, there we go. We got a picture. We got an image. Man, she has a really nice looking top on. Oh, hold on. We're squirming upwards. Adarosa's given us the best eyeliner of all time. Damn. I just climb onto the bed and do a crisscross applesauce thing, which in these khakis and this uniform is no easy task. The comforter is soft and warm, retaining Yosemite's body heat. We both sink onto the bed, the frame struggling beneath our collective weight.
Tell me what happened.
She nods and takes a steadying breath.
Well, it's hard to put into words. Nearly unexplainable.
Again. Was it Adarosa? Was Adarosa, right? Is the person who draws for Studio Ella? Okay, coffee done. Let's crack open a water bottle.
Just pretend you're smart and have to dumb everything down for me. Should be easy for you.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll
It's only
see.
easy because you're so mediocre.
Oh my god. With a half smile, she thumbs away the last few tears. I take off my hat and plant it on her head, twisting it on hard and tight so it smothers her smug face.
Spill it.
It was like I experienced things.
Welcome to consciousness.
She tilts back the hat. Her eyes pop out from beneath it like a groundhog ready for spring.
I'm serious. Not just sights, but sounds and smells too. I could recount how I was feeling when I laughed at a joke. Complicated instances where things felt bitter and sweet, but still full. Even extremely specific energy. The richness of a moment where you really pay attention to it. Imprints,
So what, like a vision? That's gotten tossed out there already.
I suppose. Although I feel like that implies more disconnect from it. They felt more like...
Chuckling, she rolls her eyes. There's a crack in her voice and I realize she's doing it to keep herself from crying again.
well, I suppose they felt more like memories, Eve.
Memories?
Thank you for always repeating everything I say. It's very reaffirming.
What's that say? When we're playing Final Fantasy, that's take a drink. In my defense, if my defense mechanism is the black comfort of nihilism, and hers is the icy delight of sarcasm, but I think I have an idea of what's defending her from, and what it's defending her from, and that knowledge makes it harder to blame her. Wait, so Eve is Acheron.
Are they yours? Pretty sure all three of you saw the same thing. I could feel it as soon as I walked in.
Positive. Every living thing in this park flows through me. I feel it. My perception of being is specific to me. Unique. Did you just say you felt it?
It was just a hunch or something. You were all spaced out. Frankly, I'm jealous of your ability to disassociate.
Why am I getting so defensive? I felt what I felt. In a way, I experienced it as strongly as how Yosemite said it experienced her little she experienced her little episode. It would be so much easier to confront if I could just pass it off as a fever or food
You
poisoning.
must be spending too much time around us.
Reach into the choir.
We both snort, letting the silence take over as we smile at each other. Since our entire friendship is a game of chicken, we hold out to see who breaks first. Yeah, you can say that again. It's Yosemite. Her eyes dodge mine and droop down at the bedsheets. I do the same.
So, are you gonna tell me what you saw?
No avoiding it, huh?
For most people, you absolutely can avoid things. It's easy. But for her, I don't think it is. She always goes for the most difficult option. It's just her ego and inability to admit when she's being an idiot that make it harder than it has to be. Me, going for most difficult option because of my ego and inability to admit that I'm an idiot.
It wasn't just one moment that I experienced. There were multiple moments, and it felt like I was being sucked through all of them. Through time. Languages I could understand at the time, but that seemed completely dead to me now. People I knew and was happy to see, even though I can't pin down who they are.
You can kind of see the rocks there. You see that? Like little shiny little rock pieces. Her forehead creases with wrinkles, and the flow of information slows to a contemplative trickle.
One of them was a girl.
A grill?
I knew it! I knew we saw the same gal!
Yellowstone's voice booms out like a disruptive firework.
Eavesdropping is supposed to be quiet. You need to be considerate when we're being rude.
That's true.
All this stuff is giving me the willies. If I don't get them deets, I'm gonna flip.
I fucking love Marina's voice actor.
Keep up the screeching and I will actually give you something to be afraid of.
And I won't stop her.
There's immediate silence. Then Zion whispers.
Don't listen to her. We can take her on if we have to.
I don't think so. She has a shotgun, even if she forgets to load it. Instead of storming through the curtain, I roll my eyes. Your time will come, girls. Your time will come.
Continue.
It's the same as before, really. I couldn't tell you who she was, but I knew her. She was carrying this woven basket. It looked heavy, so I wanted to help. And when she turned around, it was like comfort, relief, and happiness and belonging. Sounding crazy enough for you yet?
Nothing does at this point.
If any barrier she had erected between us was still standing, I'm pretty sure it just got knocked down. She pulls her feet out from the pretzel they're in and balls her knees close to her chest.
The strangest thing about it was that there was one thing that connected all the scenarios.
Besides yourself?
No, because the through line was that it all took place here in the park. I was present in more ways than one.
As much as I want to be here for Yosemite right now, this is starting to make my head hurt.
And you're sure about that?
As sure as I am about everything else so far.
Groaning, she buries her face in her knees, the rest of her head buried under my head.
If only I could visit! I feel like everything would start to make sense.
Then go visit. It's not like you can't go wherever you want in this park.
It doesn't work like that, you...
She nearly stumbles into a casual insult but catches herself.
Precious, precious thing.
Yeah, that was perfectly forced sounding. Not even a good save.
I can only go to places that I know of. Obviously, that's most places here, but occasionally there are areas even I'm not familiar with.
I fake a gasp.
Are you saying the great and wise Yosemite doesn't know everything?
It's a fact that actively irritates me, so don't rub it in. But yes, I'm afraid I don't even know where to start.
We'll comb the desert for you. I know how. I've watched Spaceballs.
Which means even after seeing all this, I'm still no better off than I usually am.
The thralls of despair are as long as they are sharp, and its talons are clutched around Yosemite. It was hard to see when we first met, but it's clear to me now. There's so much she wants to know, but so much keeping her from it. Mostly knowledge, or lack thereof of it. No wonder she reads so much.
There's nothing about it in any of those books of yours?
Her head slinks back and forth.
I've read everything I own multiple times. If there were anything helpful, I'd remember.
She's kind of pathetic. I was waiting for the final bit of that line, but she didn't deliver it. Not even kind of, she just is. A far cry from the fearsome spirit that challenged me when I first stationed here, though I think that version of her never really existed to begin with. I compare her to a tree a lot, but I think it works. At first, she seemed tall and mighty, her presence shading the cabin at all time. But with a few slow and powerful swings of an axe, she's been chopped down to my size. But when you're way down where I'm at, there's nothing about you that feels powerful. No matter how much wisdom or strength you claim to have, that's how things are when you're this low. And that's why I'm going to help her.
I guess I have no choice then.
Oh my god, the hat. They kept the hat on. Very well done. I slide off the bed and stretch.
No choice but to do what?
But to take you to the research library.
It's not a big deal to me, so I let the info slip out casually. But to her? Well, let's just say this will be my second good deed for the year.
Research library?
I glance over my shoulder.
Who's repeating whom now?
Oh yeah, take a drink. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me, Eve. Take a drink. She crawls across the bed and grabs my suit.
Are you saying such a place exists? You aren't lying just to make me cry, are you?
You have some serious trust issues, man.
Are you?
Oh. Her eyes start to water again, proving my previous theory about the chopped tree. Though at this point, she's looking more like a garden plant.
It's real and it's a perk of the job. Open to researchers and staff. Guess which one I am?
Suddenly her eyes are dry. Suddenly she's on her feet. And suddenly she's shaking me back and forth.
Why didn't you tell me about this before?
She looks like one of those like magnetic stirrers that you have in like labs. I anchor myself to the ground to minimize the damage from the oncoming whiplash.
Because you keep stealing my credit card to buy used books online. Why would I reward that behavior?
If I knew this existed, I wouldn't have had to indulge in your capitalist system to begin with.
You're welcome.
The shaking stops. Her expression goes blank, hopefully from contemplating the selfishness that boils in her all the times. She course corrects and puts on a grin, then swings her arms around me and pulls me in for a hug.
Thank you.
Oh, look at fucking Eve right now. Her hug squeezes the air out of me, and I'm already realizing that I'm so tired.
When are we going?
Let go of me. We can leave as soon as I change out of my uniform. There's a van down by the station we can use.
Eve, best Sunday arc? Yeah. A van down by the river?
Oh, I haven't tried my hand at driving before.
Oh no.
You're not driving.
Before Yosemite can object, Yellowstone zips open the curtain.
Hold your horses! You girls aren't just gonna speed off and leave us in the dark, are ya?
We're just as clueless as you are. If we figure anything out, we'll be sure to let you know.
Can we put the hat on Yellowstone?
But... I have questions!
Isn't life funny that way?
Try not to lose sleep over it.
Oh my god. Yosemite hums happily to herself as I start for the bathroom. Before I close the door, I hear Zion comfort her friend.
Don't worry, Yellowstone. We can just play Uno instead of thinking.
Exactly. Where's my Uno reverse card emote? Why hasn't anybody used it lately? It's right here. Vina B reverse. You guys gotta start using this thing.
So, in 1901, Besant and Leadbeater published Thought Forms, a collection of their compiled work that was
Thought
written from a
Forms.
theosophical perspective discussing the visualization of the emotions and thoughts people experience every day.
Theosophical. So it's really just theological. A bug splats into a windshield, one of many that are now caked to the car. I pull down the lever and click. Oh, boss, by the way, I think this is like the van we drove in on, like the opening scene of the game. My windshield wipers mostly just spread the mess back and forth, the only serving to make things more slippery.
This is important because it's part of a wave of expansion in Western esotericism that occurred going into the 20th century, alongside groups such as the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn.
God, I love fucking nerds. Also, Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn sounds like it's, sounds like it's in the Elder Scrolls, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, followers of Hermetic Mora. I've been driving so much today. The library is right next to the replica village I was giving the tour at earlier. If all this had happened before I went in for work, I would have just brought with Yosemite with me to save on gas.
But the real big takeaway from it, at least in my opinion, is that in the book, Besant and Leadbeater lay out 3 principles for this philosophy: quality of thought, nature of thought, and definiteness of thought.
Just look at her face, man. Look at her. The tiny little blue rocks. Oh, hey there, Kimmy. How you doing? Welcome on in. Feel like that Uno reverse card's a response to something. Yes, give me that little peek. Next, we're gonna do the bottom fingers. Hey there, Kimmy. I hope you're doing well. At least it's not too big of a loss. The drive is always therapeutic. Any drive where forests border me on both sides of the road are. Even if this is one of the busiest areas of the park. Oh, you changed it up with the cat carrier.
But they're the backbone of Dr. Angela Merrick's theory that I've been trying to elaborate on. That being mind creates matter.
Mind creates matter. Solipsism. Hope those kids are on a bus headed home by this point. Running into them would be sure to bulldoze what's left of my pride after how that tour went. Huh. Wonder if Yellowstone will save some leftovers for us. To be honest, I'm not sure we're going to be back. We could be out well into the night if we find a lead.
Are you even listening to me?
My attention turns from the beauty of Yosemite Park to the poutiness of Yosemite the girl. Okay, but the poutiness is
Not gonna
the beauty
lie,
as well.
I tuned out everything after Crowley. It's all voodoo to me.
Shit, I missed that. I accidentally hit something. I didn't hit this, did I? Please tell me I didn't hit this button. Okay, I didn't hit that button.
The Lima, actually.
The
But
Lima.
because you're helping me out, I'll let your disrespect slide just this once.
It's not disrespect. I just wasn't listening.
Hold on, I'm gonna refresh my tablet real quick because as soon as Kimmy posted the cat carrier, it like locked up and it was like, nope, I'm loading now. There we go. Yosemite stabs me through their eyes, shanking me with hundreds of tiny, passive-aggressive daggers. Then she sighs and gives up, because I win, always and forever.
The Lima,
Whoops.
It's not
The Lima.
it's not disrespect.
Okay,
I just
yeah, that's what I
wasn't
thought.
listening.
So,
I had like a
before I get
a
my
mental-
hopes up,
I had like a little mental, I don't know, lapse there where I was like, I forgot what the two of them were talking about.
Oh my god, you have hopes? Next you're gonna tell me you have dreams too.
before I throw you out of this vehicle, What do you think the chances are of us actually finding something of value at this library?
It depends on what you're looking for. This isn't exactly a public library, you know. It has
Mhm.
records, essays, articles, and a bunch of other things I'm sure only you will find interesting.
Despite the last second jab at her, Yosemite's knees bounced with restrained excitement as I lifted off the library's collection. Once again, God, I love fucking nerds. Look at her face. Rosa. I don't know what I need to do, Rosa, but you need money from me somehow.
It sounds like a treasure trove. I won't be sure of what we're looking for until we get there, but now I'm positive we'll find it.
Oh my god. She notices her bouncing knee and slams her fist down on the shin. It stops. She glances at me, looks out the window, turns to look at me again, and finally commits to the window.
Whatever it is.
What a freak. I hope she's a little freaky. It's a little fun to watch, though. It makes me wonder exactly what is going on in her head.
You sure do have a fetish for learning, huh?
I hope that's not her only one.
Fetish? Is there not a single bone, or organ, or tendon in your body that isn't crude? It is a fascination. Understand, you barbarian?
Hey, she took it the same way I did.
Sure.
You barbarian. Eve would play a barbarian. I do. I understand that she's embarrassed because I hit the nail right on top of its fragile little head. She huffs and puffs like a fussy grandma.
But, yes, if you're actually wondering, I find acquiring new information to be a joy. And the more I can indulge in it, the better.
I hide my teasing beneath the cup.
Fetish.
The fetish.
I despise you! Sometimes.
You're not exactly a barrel of dandelions either.
She stretches my hat over her head until she looks like she's wearing a mask. It's hard to tell for sure over the rushing wind from outside, but I'm almost convinced I can hear the first few syllables of a muffled laugh.
I have my reasons, you know.
Squirreling out of the depths of my hat, Yosemite plops her chin down on her fist and gazes at the window. For being a pretentious snob is the first response that zaps through my mind. But I decide to hold off because as much as I love getting under her skin, I'd much rather get under her clothes. Wait, no, sorry, I read the wrong line. It's pretty cheap to devalue the things people care about. I know that, or at least I do now.
Your research, right?
Yes, but not only that.
Sorry, I went off script a little bit there by accident. It's my improv days coming back to haunt me, you know? The seat squeaks as she shifts around. She settles in one position, her posture a little stiffer, and then decides that it's too uncomfortable and slouches. The process repeats itself.
Retaining information is difficult, especially in the long haul. I first noticed it with Zion. Then me, eventually. Memories seemed fuzzier. Details that used to be clear just began slipping away.
It's been about a week since the big blow-up between Yosemite and Zion. All Zion wanted was to spend time together at a picnic, but Yosemite let the worst of herself get a hold of her and warped the nice gesture into a test, to see if she could trigger some memories in Zion. The North Guardian Angel was gorgeous, but that's one picnic I don't want to relive.
I noticed it in Yellowstone, too. Sometimes when she's cooking or cleaning or even just playing with Zion, she'll pause. Get this faraway look in her eyes, like she's missing something. I think it happens to all of us at one point or another. It might just come with the territory, with existing. But it feels like a curse.
You sure it's not just existing that's the curse?
God, ain't that the truth there, Jesus.
It's all perspective, I suppose. Sometimes it sure does feel that way. But for me, soaking up as much information as I possibly can, about anything, even things that might seem silly or esoteric, is how I cope with it. To make sure I never truly delude myself into thinking the essence of existing is suffering. Because there needs to be more to it than the things that scare me.
I know an Asian who might disagree with you. Her words are desperate, but she says them with enough conviction to me that I know that she repeated this mantra to herself until she ended up believing it. Or at least until she got attached to it.
Color me jealous.
Are you setting up a sarcastic punchline, or is this a segue into genuine admiration for me?
The fact that you think jealousy equates to admiration says more about you than
My
me.
God. At this point, they're just fighting over it like rabid dogs, like barking and like nipping at each other. Just fuck already.
But yeah, I mean it. You have an actual philosophy to live by. A structure of belief that drives you to action. That means you're tenacious, or tenaciously oblivious.
Actually, no. Just insert the line where Barbosa yells out to Will and Elizabeth, "Just kiss already." Sorry, I told you guys ago or something, like the best marriage to ever occur in cinema. Like, I don't know why it's so good. And that movie is like 16 years old now. That fucking movie is like, and it's got so much better like scripting and CGI and everything than anything right that you can see today. Like, the script is so tight in Pirates of the Caribbean. So good. So good, man. Also, the choreography of that whole scene, it's like a 15-minute section that is like, it flows really well into itself. And like, just the choreography of that is like astounding, what they did there. And it's very hard to top.
Not everyone is so lucky.
We smack a bump in the road, dangling from the emission, the keys jingle. I moaned about it to Jesse when I got reassigned, but I wish someone cared enough to do something about the potholes. I wish that person were me.
God, I'm getting secondhand depression just listening to you.
You already had it.
Motivations, beliefs, whatever it is that keeps you diving headfirst into insanity. That isn't something you're either born with or without. Attributing it to luck undermines not only your ability to seek truth, but also the one current that flows through every living and natural thing.
Whatever it isn't something you're either born with or without. Motivate. I'm trying to understand her here. It's what she's saying, I think, is that like the core thing that drives you to act is not something that you're born with or without. But what she's missing here is that it's not just social aspects and societal aspects that drive somebody to like, or that undermines somebody's abilities. That's why the like modern like psychology is based off of the biopsychosocial theory, which is a combination, like an intersection of all three of those things. There is some amount of like, you are just biologically predisposed to suffer, but does that necessarily mean you can't live without suffering? Well, it doesn't mean that you will never be at a point where you're not depressed and suffering that much. It just means that you're predisposed to it, like I said. So, I don't know. She's a little bit too far on the like, on the side of like, no, humanity can control their own, like, their own personal fate kind of thing, you know, like we can control how we feel, which is not true. at least like 33% of it in that one word that I threw out there, like, is biological. It's just she's too far down this like idealist rabbit hole. And you can see it with the pseudoscience that she reads. Because she wants to believe in the pseudoscience. But that's a level of idealism that is detached from reality. I keep one eye on the road and one eye on Yosemite, waiting for her to follow up. She doesn't. Instead, we hit another pothole.
Ask what it is. This conversation warrants anticipation.
You're unreal.
Ask me!
She whines. I roll my eyes and validate the spoiled child. I channel my inner Yellowstone. I love it when she whines.
Hot Skippy, Yosemite! I don't got a clue about the thunk inside your thing. Hit me with them deets!
Oh my god. Very well done. Now she gives me a transcendent stare.
It's will. The intention to commit to an action that changes the surrounding environment. Intention. You have to have it when you get a cup of coffee. The Earth absorbs heat unevenly. Thus, it has intention to diffuse the gas via wind. But to act on intention takes will, which means anything with the potential to act, at the very least, shares will.
Could be a slippery slope, because there's a lot of things that don't have a nervous system. But okay, go on.
If something exists, but it actively denies its capacity to change its reality, it's either oblivious to the power of its will, or
She grins at me with a smug pity.
it's scared of it.
She sure is devoted to making sure her points are theatrical revelations. Gotcha therapy. I know, right? That's about as theatrical of a revelation as I could think of.
Dang, Yosemite. Your 8th grade pseudo-philosophy stabilized the serotonin in my body for the first time in years. I could feel my bootstraps lifting me into the sky as we speak.
Exactly.
Quit strawmanning me with an adage I didn't even say. I just want you to act on your potential in a positive way. Because right now you're only using it to constipate yourself. With fear, probably anger too.
Wording there, Yosemite wording.
Wait, shut up. Did you just imply that you have an emotional investment in my long-term happiness?
Quick, get Barbosa in here. Yosemite raised her finger to speak, then drops it. Her mouth mindlessly hangs open, frozen in stasis. Her hands fall to her lap, the safest place in the world. She fiddles with her thumbs instead of looking at me.
I do. Yeah.
Oh.
Barbosa, I've been calling for you for 15 minutes. Say the line.
Thanks, I guess.
While the voice on the inside of my head is busy screaming, I try to admire some of the trees on the side of the road. So textured, so green, so easy to distract myself as I avoid the reality of Yosemite continuing today's tradition of being vulnerable. It's hard to swallow. I'd swallow Yosemite. Because if Yosemite, with all her egotism and faux put-upons, what? Can make conscious effort to be truthful about her emotions, and I don't really have any excuse. And that sucks. Hold on. Now I need to check. I need to check this. Faux put-upons. Hold on. I don't see any. I don't see anything about this being a saying. Unless she is speaking French right now. Hold on. Hold on, let me translate. Pawns. I don't want it to go to Arabic, thank you very much. I'm trying to do an English translation, please. From French, not from Arabic. What do you want from me? Okay. It doesn't translate. I don't know what they're trying to say. I know what they're trying to say, but I also don't. Make the conscious effort to be truthful about emotions, so I don't have any excuse. That sucks. Which is why I need to offer her a way out now.
It's just funny you say that, since there are some implications that crop up from that.
Continue.
Like what?
She doesn't say it with any ironic doubt or guilt and pity. It's plain and curious and genuine, and comprises some of my defenses, quite frankly. I grip the steering wheel until the rubber squeaks under my hand.
Well, you know, like how if you believe the potential for will exists in every natural thing, then you're saying people are part of nature, inherently. That's pretty optimistic for you, don't you think?
Eve.
She leans in and adjusts the rearview mirror, shifting it to face me. When she's done, she folds her hands for punctuation. Then I look at the mirror. When I look at the mirror, I don't get the privilege of looking out the back window. I get to look at myself.
I said what I said.
Switch.
A blue 5.
Oh god, we're going to Zion's point of view.
Let me see. Ah! There! 5. And I know you don't have any reds left. You may have to draw. Yellowstone. Stop daydreaming. It's your turn. This is very serious.
Oopsie daisy. Me and my dilly-dallying. Let's see. Red 5, huh? Well, any other day this would
Or is
put
it
me in a
yellow?
real
I think it's
pickle.
Yellowstone.
But I'm thinking this wild card right here is gonna land me in Uno!
Again? You always save the fancy cards for last. It's extremely unfair. One more round.
Yeah.
Yellowstone. If you don't want to play, I
Damn.
really wish you would come out and say it.
What? No, that's not what's... Golly. I'm sorry, Zion. I just got
Golly.
brainworms swarming around in the old noggin, I guess.
Brain worms swimming around the old noggin, I guess. That's it. If I keep having to refresh my tablet today, I'm gonna break somebody's knees.
Brainworms? Don't tell me you actually ate one of our mud pies again.
Nah, not this time.
Not this
That
time.
memory, dream, vision, whatchamacallit we all had. I can't stop thinking about it. And I'm the best at not thinking about things.
I just need... Tablet, please.
Well, it was a very intense experience. It only makes sense for it to linger with you.
The bee's knees.
But it's more than that. It was like I was seeing things through some other fella's eyes. Like it wasn't me.
I had a similar feeling. It was such a relief once it was over.
You're telling me. Except
Feces
it
nuts.
still kind of feels like I'm there. And then I got to thinking, what if what I saw in the whatchamacallit was the real me, and the me that's here right now is just a phony? What if I don't actually exist? What if you, Yosemite, Eve, and this entire park don't exist?
She's been reading too much Catcher in the Rye. Catcher in the
That's
Rye.
real screwed up, Yellowstone.
No! Oh, it's really bumming me out. Everything seemed so solid before. Now it all seems flimsy. Like a thin tater chip you can see through.
Then tater chip.
Don't be bummed out, Yellowstone. Here, let me draw us another hand and we can talk about it until you feel better.
Really? You do that for me?
Of course. I love you. And besides, existence is extremely strange, especially if it's not something you consider very often.
I still like that Marina and Tess are so close friends in this game, too.
Is it? Until Evo came along, I always felt like any Jack and Jill you'd see on the hiking trail. Well, minus the condom.
Yellow condo.
But the way she talks about us makes me feel like some kind of goober that shouldn't be real. Like we're something out of a dream.
Something out of a dream.
It's interesting that you mentioned dreams. People have theorized that life is one big dream since people could theorize.
Oh, that's not gonna make her any happier, is it?
Oh, like that one banger we always jam to. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a... Oh.
What is it?
She's having an existential crisis right now. You're not helping.
Do you know that fancy word? That one that happens to you when your ticker starts beating real quick and you get so spooked you start sweating and it just keeps going until your brain sort of farts?
Anxiety?
Zion, I think I have anxiety.
This is going great so far. We started out with the kids, do you know what genocide is? And now we're like, Zion, I think I have anxiety. We're switching. Back to EU. I hop out of the car and slam the door shut. Yosemite steps out and eases it shut. I don't hear it latch. The parking lot, gray and faded from the elements, bleeds into the replica village. We don't have to go and... Oh yeah, yawning. We don't have to go and seek out the library because it's right there, edging into the village's territory like an unwelcomed invader. I probably would have used a different simile for edging, but go on. The stone archway and Kish Arts and Crafts wood paneling don't do much to hide the facade.
Did you lock it?
Yes, Yosemite.
You didn't forget to turn the headlights off, did you?
They're automatic, Yosemite.
Did the engine sound weird to you? Because
You can stop now, Yosemite.
Little things tend to add up, you know.
Yeah, like you're complaining.
Yosemite pouts in huffy silence, mouthing my words and scrunching her face into an impression of me, an overgrown child on an ego trip. Something I've noticed though about the structure of all these episodes so far is like the first episode was kind of about all of them. The second episode was about Yellowstone. The third episode was about Zion. Now the fourth episode is about Yosemite. So the final one will probably be like all together maybe. Or maybe it'll be about Eve in the final one.
So how long do I have to wear this hat for anyway?
She tilts the brim of the hat like a wannabe cowboy.
Until those daggers on the sides of your head fall off.
My ears are beautiful!
And also distracting. We'll have a lot of explaining to do if someone sees them.
Also distracting. Are you Ralph? Is this Ralph that wrote that?
I think everyone else should explain to me why their ears are so round and stub.
I tug the hat over her eyes and start for the library. She pops back up from underneath the hat.
Disrespectful.
You know all about that.
I wait for Yosemite at the door for 5 seconds longer than I'd like. When I turn around to scold her, she's frozen in the middle of the pathway, gazing at the replica village. She doesn't flinch, breathe, or move, as if she's in another trance. Okay, I guess she can have 10 more seconds. I whistle to her and pull her back to reality. She shuffles over to me, only looking back once before meeting me at the door. Instead of letting me, an employee of the park and federal government, do it, she drags the damn thing open herself and barges in.
Museum!
The best date of all time. Yosemite's mouth drops in awe as her voice echoes across the giant showroom. Dozens of Native American artifacts, from pottery to woven baskets, are displayed in cases of glass. A handful of people quietly enjoying the exhibit turn to us. My embarrassment is camouflaged by Yosemite's childlike joy.
I'm just going to sneak in real quick and read some of the plaques.
Oh, no you aren't.
I snag her by the hood of her jacket and pull her down the hallway behind me.
But...
We'd be here all day. You can come back another time.
One day.
She goes limp, accepting her fate for the time being. I'm sure she'll keep this in her back pocket and guilt me into bringing her back eventually. The hallway is lined with mundane wooden doors, most of which are just offices and break rooms for the staff. One of them is for storage, too, if I'm remembering right. At the end of the hall, the last door is held open by a rubber door stopper. A faded plaque hangs on the wall next to it. Yosemite National Park Research Library.
Oh. Is this it?
That's right.
I was expecting something more elegant.
Ha!
Kneeing the door open, I squeeze through and let it smack Yosemite while it closes.
Ow! Thin ice.
Already melted.
I start to dig into my pocket for my lanyard and identification when a familiar sing-songy voice calls out to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie, but we aren't open to the public. Eve?
Sitting at the front desk, Jessie pokes her head out from behind a stack of paperwork, her hat balanced neatly on top of it.
Jessie, what are you doing here? Cheryl's always here on weekdays.
Well, Cheryl and some of the museum staff got laid off in the last round of budget cuts, so the upper brass has been exploiting, relying on volunteers more. So I thought, what the hey, I'm a registered volunteer, may as well take a vacation day to look after the old place and get some work done.
Her mouth is saying one thing, but the twitch in her eye is saying something entirely different.
So you're not getting paid for this?
We like Jessie around here.
What can I do for you, Eve?
We love Jessie. It's a shame the whole, Midgar thing, but we love Jessie. She sounds like she's about to cry. If somebody looks on in stoic horror,
Lives sound like nightmares.
Jessie perks up, staring right through me and at the shiny new person she can tone her social skills with.
Oh, and who is this? I never see you with someone else, Eve.
Oh my god. I know what Jessie's gonna think. If only she knew this person was who I've been spending most of my precious time with. Oh, I'm sure she thinks that. Oh, I'm sure she's about to say that.
Friend from college. She's looking for some reference material before her study gets reviewed.
A friend, huh? Do you let all your friends wear your hats? Or only the cute ones?
She leans against the desk and wiggles around like a cat about to pounce on its toy. Damn. Jessie can pounce on me anytime. Very amusing, Jessie. Her immediately going for the hat is a little too close for comfort, though. If she digs up the truth about Yosemite now, it'll basically confirm to me that she has a sixth sense.
Whatever you're trying to imply, you should stop.
Boo. You never talk about yourself. What choice do I have but to guess?
Do not.
Do I see like a little bit of a red tone on Yosemite? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I can... if that's there or if I'm imagining it.
You could at least tell me her name.
I'm halfway through taking my first breath when Yosemite dives in front of me and snatches Jessie's hand so she can vigorously shake it.
It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lilith. If you want, you can put a doctor in front of that on account of my PhD, which I'm very proud of.
Oh my... Good attempt to be human. I like how her name is in quotation marks. Oh my god, the ego on this one. She has a backstory ready and everything. So it's a role she's deluded herself into believing since she was born to play. Jessie plays into Yosemite's narcissism and shakes her hand. Whether she actually believes the obvious lie or she's going along with it to entertain herself, I'm not sure.
Oh, impressive. You keep some interesting company, Eve.
Yeah, she's the salt of the earth.
Well, Lilith, it's nice to meet you too. I'm Eve's supervisor.
Yes, Jessie. I've heard so much about you. Thank you for looking after my tiny friend here. I know she can be a handful most of the time, but I think having positive influences like you has made her life significantly less miserable, despite her best efforts.
She's really going for it, putting every ounce of her being into the performance. Unfortunately for you, Yosemite, you're the only ones who can use words.
Oh, Lilith. You've changed so much since your days of passing out drunk on the lawns of frat houses, you massive piece of human garbage.
Somebody talk to me like this, please. Oh wait, I already talked to myself like this. The room gets quieter than most libraries ever had the privilege of being. Having miscalculated the length of time I would put up with the crap public, Yosemite's face goes pale.
Damn. I'm not sure how you two haven't killed each other yet.
It's a struggle.
Jessie leans back in the rolling chair, decompressing with a sigh. Her eyes are half shut, ready to embrace the sweet gift of a catnap the moment we're out of sight.
So, do you need me to pull out anything specific, or would you rather sift through the whole library?
Again, Yosemite grabs the conversation by the neck before I can even respond.
We'll dig through the whole library. It could mean we're here for a while, though.
That's fine. Just make sure to sign in. I don't know who looks at the sheet, but I'm sure it's important to someone somewhere.
She pushes forward a clipboard with a pen chained to it. I snag it before Yosemite can and log the time. For the name, I just put Eve Adams and Company. Yosemite takes after I'm done anyway, and then writes down the name of her new persona in the column below. She sticks her nose in the air, but we both know victory is mine.
Just around this corner, then?
You make it sound simple, but yeah. Let me know if you need anything, girls. Good luck!
The cheerful tone ringing in Jessie's voice gives me every reason to be concerned. Too ominous, too knowing. She shoos us away with a wave and slides the next form of the leaning tower of bureaucracy. I wonder what Jessie's gonna do. The instant we turn the corner, it's horrifyingly apparent why she wished us good luck.
Christ, it's worse than I remember.
I assumed this would be a daunting task, but this is unwieldy.
The library is stacked to the ceiling with cardboard boxes, overstuffed folders spilled from the shelves. It's like if Yosemite took her research and sprinkled it across the cabin. How could anyone ever let it get like this? You know what? I just had a brilliant idea. I just had a 5,000 IQ idea, and it has nothing to do with this game in the slightest. What if I did a stream where I read out the Final Fantasy XIV Tales of series? It's free. You can get it on their website. I can like stream the website, essentially, the internet browser, and I can read it for you guys. Because I know one. I've read one about the Keeper of the Entwined Serpents. And that one's a really nice one to know. It also helps characterize Kanye a little bit more. Venus Cozy. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking to myself, if I'm reading, maybe I could read something that Kanye, yeah. We call Kane-sana Kanye. You don't know who's Vina audiobook? Do you want an audiobook by me? Hold on. What do I got for books here that I can read to you guys? I think I just broke my model. Well, let's see. I have the Lord of the Rings series here. I think I just broke my model's neck. I have the Lord of the Rings series right up here, but I could also pull in other things if you guys wanted. But yeah, no, I specifically want to read the Tales of series. I think that would be very nice. There's a lot of content there too. There's content in every expansion that you can read on that thing. And it gives a little bit of context to 14, but it doesn't really, like... It isn't required reading. It's not like World of Warcraft where you miss massive chunks of the story if you don't read the books. I was telling someone earlier, I think I was telling you guys earlier maybe, or maybe I was in Raid Chat. I'm pretty sure it was with you guys, and I was saying, like, if you don't read the books, you don't know about, for example, Sylvanas throws herself off of Icecrown Citadel and is impaled on a Serenite spike. And she wants to die, but the Valkyr don't let her die. You miss that part, for example, if you don't read the books. You miss a lot of Nathanos if you don't read the books, and his relationship with Sylvanas. Specifically, like, his romantic relationship to her. And then, like, There's a part where Malfurion nearly kills Sylvanas and Nithanos. That's very interesting. And apparently, there, I talked about this the other day with a friend of mine. Apparently, Khadgar fought alongside Gruul against Deathwing at some point. And that doesn't show up in the game at all. We just think Gruul is some fucking chump in the middle of nowhere. But actually, the pair of them together are kind of badasses. And they fought together against the craziest fucking dragon of all time. Like, there's so much that you miss if you don't read the books in WoW. But in 14, you don't really need to read them so much. Like, they'll give you context on, like, Xenos, or they'll give you some context on Estinian, for example. But they don't, you're not forced to read them to understand. Sometimes they'll reference it in-game a little bit, but usually anything that you need to know to understand the game will be told to you in-game, so you don't need to read the Tales of, but even then, they're free. So I think some stream I'm gonna read the Tales of in from Final Fantasy XIV, and you guys can read along if you'd like. Vina audiobook night, exactly, Kimmy. Fucking I can't believe the Khadgar and Gruul paired together thing that wasn't at all talked about in the game. There's no hint to that in the game, but that's like the most badass pair up. And without it, that boss in his fucking like 2-boss raid means nothing. He's just a random fucking dude in the middle of nowhere. All right, that's my complaint. That's enough complaining about World of Warcraft for one day, okay? I need to limit my complaining about certain things. Yeah, Vina audiobooks. All right, back to this though. Library is stacked. Oh, it's getting. By the way, the sweatshop thing. Yeah, it's starting to get hot in here. It's starting to get hot in here. I need to like get the titties out. I need to start drinking some more water. The library is stacked to the ceiling with cardboard boxes. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Overstuffed folders spill from the shelves. It's like, somebody took her research and sprinkled it across the cabin. How could anyone ever let it get like this? Of course that's what summons you. I take 3 hesitant steps into the eye of the storm. My shoulder brushes against a pile of boxes. The top box teeters over and crashes into the floor. Binders and folders and paper scattering across the floor. I sigh and say a prayer for the mercy of death.
Where do we even start?
Well, Eve.
Yosemite bends over and starts gathering up the mess I made. Not that it's any more recognizable than the bigger mess we're already standing in.
I suppose you'll just have to start on the left, and I'll just have to start on the right.
And your ass handed to you by a dragon? Look, I don't need to know about what a dragon's doing with your ass. It's just like, I just see you getting summoned like the moment I mentioned titties. I can't fucking talk today, man. I'm losing it. I've probably got like another 4.5 hours left of this game, and I can't talk. I've lost my ability to talk.
And then we'll meet in the center?
Oh, Eve, don't be so difficult. For my sake, you can drag yourself further to the right.
Look at us flirting over here. Oh, we're going to Yosemite. You want to say something, but you won't. It's okay. I just like being a pain in your ass. Multiple hours have passed since we've entered the library. Whenever I looked at the clock, I'm surprised by how late it's gotten. There are no windows in this room, so it's impossible to gauge the time. When we entered, the golden sheen of afternoon was still beating down, but if we left now, I'm sure we'd be greeted by the blue tint of twilight. Not that I want to leave. Despite being at first intimidated by the lack of cohesion here, I've grown to enjoy being in this space. Not because it's especially beautiful or comfortable, after all. It's just an unambitious sterile building surrounded by far more interesting wilderness. I enjoy it because I'm surrounded by heaps and mountains of information. With so much knowledge of places and people at my disposal, this space has become a watchtower of sorts for me. Only several minutes ago I finished flipping through the decades-old study of mule deer within the park. When I closed my eyes and watched my breath, the emotions I was feeling would bloom into images, and I would see a mule deer. It would be cautiously glancing around just within view of astonishing height of Brittleville Fall. When I was sure it was safe, it would graze, and peace would wash over it. A bliss of a clean consciousness, uncorrupted by ego. Then I would feel it too, as if I were that deer. It was obvious to me. That deer was existing somewhere in this park. Even now it still does. It was as clear to understand as having an arm, and as easy to believe as you being capable of moving it. That's why this place is a watchtower. It's the same reason why I feel so at home at the cabin, I suppose. Information is documented evidence of existence, and when circled by it, I can experience it all.
How you doing over there?
Eve calls out to me. We've both picked our own cramped tables to station ourselves at. Her one with stack of pamphlets and books, and me with another.
Stimulated. Nothing has triggered anything quite like that vision yet. But I'm learning tidbits about myself. The park that I didn't know.
Well, I appreciate that she's getting stimulated.
Also, a lot of this is validating info I already knew, which is invaluable to me, I assure you.
The poor thing needs validation too. I understand that too. I need stimulation, I need validation. She scoffs and rolls her eyes, which I love. It's the whole reason I put. Oh my god. Hold on, I had to take a second look at that because the tsundere is falling apart here. She scoffs and rolls her eyes, which I love. It's the whole reason I play up my snobbery. Her reactions, they fuel me, but also they reveal so many important things about her. Her fire and her willingness to fight, even if she denies it. This is why I get reactions out of people too. Well, maybe not exactly this reason. The ranger is my friend. I admit that. Happily. 70 and even bigger tsundere. Hey, I've been calling for Barbosa for 45 minutes, man. He's late. He ain't showing up. I think it's a no call, no show, so I don't know when they're gonna do the scene. Her offering to help and to take me here so I can learn about the things that plague me most is proof of our friendship. It doesn't matter to me if she feels the same, opposite, or any other way. Whatever is apparent is usually fact.
What are you up to over there? Staying protective, I hope?
Depends on your definition. It's probably nothing that would help you, if that's what you're wondering.
Try me.
Oh, she'll try you, alright. I reach my hand out and wait for her to pass off the folder. She groans and with all her willpower and strength rises out of the folding chair. She is my friend, yes, but she has a natural tendency towards laziness. Don't at me.
I was just starting to get comfortable, too.
Your noble sacrifice is noted.
Instead of handing me the folder, she swats away everything on the table that I was reading and flops it down in front of me.
So, what am I looking at here?
Words. They're a series of structured letters arranged in such a way to communicate information.
I take the folder and try smacking her face with it. She grabs my wrist and pins it back down to the table. Jesus. I'm starting to sweat here. Not because of the room.
Next time.
Uh-huh. It's a collection of personal journals from folks who were in the Mariposa Battalion.
Brushing up on your Gold Rush history, are we?
Not really. I was giving a tour of the Awanichi village to some 4th graders earlier today, so it's been on my mind. Was gonna get into the real nitty-gritty of it all when their teacher got in the way. Don't think the parents were too happy with me.
Can't have little ears hearing inconvenient truths.
Yeah, I think that's why The Inconvenient Truth is rated PG-13.
It was convenient for them in the long run. Convenient for Governor McDougal to give the go-ahead. Convenient for James Savage to lead.
James Savage.
Convenient to manifest destiny and benefit from it.
I always thought, when I was hearing about Manifest Destiny and James Savage, I always thought, like, that's a porn star name right there.
Probably not so convenient for the Awanichi.
Probably not.
There's a stiff silence that follows, and for good reason. These are difficult things to contemplate. Time really isn't that big of a barrier between the past and the present. This is the song that I... Wait, no, is this not the song that I compared to Heart of the Woods? But it is similar. Old scars may as well be fresh wounds when gone untreated, and much like how I feel the presence of that mule deer, I can feel those scars. They wrap around me, all of me. As integral to this environment, space as the mountains and trees. Unescapable. My memories may fade, but sorrow's imprint will always remain. To carry the burden of lingering horror and melancholy is my duty as Yosemite, I fear.
It's hard to find motivation to work here for a lot of reasons. But knowing what people are capable of and why this place is even a park to begin with.
There's some comparison to be made to a parable with that last little bit there.
That might be the hardest.
Eve doesn't face me while saying these things. Her chin is down, as her eyes. Easier to internalize the results of history rather than to confront her face to face.
Your action is more valuable than your guilt. Do your part by doing something. You've already had this epiphany. Now apply it elsewhere.
My words come out pointed and harsh, as intended. She's too much like me, getting so caught up in her web of her thoughts that nothing productive comes of it. That's why her and I need one another, so one another can cut through it.
As for the evils people do,
Aww. I flash her a smile. It's a forced one, and I'm not sure I'm particularly good at it, but levity is sometimes important for emphasizing points.
they're capable of much greater goods.
Eve smirks. My smile no longer feels forced. And then her smirk twists into a smug distortion. She's such a wretched little thing. Damn, don't you want your dom to call you a wretched little thing?
Interesting to hear you, of all people, say that. The night we met, you couldn't stop talking about how people suck the big one.
It's not a rolling chair, but I force myself to turn it anyway. To let her see my reaction would be to admit that any of her turnarounds and comebacks actually would have an effect on me. We can't have that. There are appearances to keep up. Appearances.
Perhaps this will surprise you, but even I am capable of having my mind changed.
Look at all those bottom fingers in chat.
Hey,
She doesn't say anything else, and I don't think she will until I acknowledge that she has something more to say. To end the game of chicken, I glance over my shoulder. Only casually, though.
it happens to the best of us.
To the best of us? I spin back around, a hair away from asking her to follow up on that. She only nods. I chuckle. Such a lie, but I don't mind the two of us deluding ourselves further.
We're hardly the best.
Of course we are. Of the worst.
Science that follows isn't stiff this time. It's comfortable and lovely. Like mornings we share together, I do enjoy good stimulating debate, but moments where nothing needs to be said are precious. Oh my god. She's too adoring for her own good, but she has to push it back with like her biting words, you know?
Speaking with your eyes, girls.
However, all precious things must come to an end, and this ending is brought to us none other than Eve's supervisor herself, Jessie, I believe. They're finishing each other? Yeah.
Just ignore her, Lilith. She'll eventually go away.
Jessie clutches her chest in agony.
Please. That would really hurt. All I want to do is tease and love on you. Is that so bad?
I'd say it's a good way to knock her down to size, but maybe she's short enough as it is.
Is that your screwed up way of defending me?
No, it was an insult.
See? Me and you could have this exact same dynamic if you only let it happen, Eve.
Are you jealous, Jessie?
Trust me, what me and you have is better than this.
That one stops Jessie's tampering in one swift blow, reducing her to a stuttering, borderline blubbering state.
Oh, Thank you. Gosh, maybe I am making an impact.
She doesn't realize it's just a way for Eve to get in a dig at me, but the compliment seems to have made her happy enough, what with her restrained wiggling. Regardless, I do believe that Eve loves this woman quite a bit. I go as far as to say the appreciation may run so deep she would actually admit to it if pressed.
Anyway, girls, just wanted to let you know that this place is technically going to close soon. But since Eve is staff, I don't see a problem with you staying. As long as you remember to lock up afterwards.
Now it makes sense as to why Eve is so fond of her. Jessie is wonderful.
Don't just stand there, Eve. Thank the kind lady.
Thanks, kind lady.
You're welcome, rotten girl.
They both lean in for a side hug. As they do, Jessie decides it's time to take a peek over my shoulder.
So, what was it that you two were looking into again?
Someone has nosy tendencies.
Hey, cut it out. Only I can give her crap for that.
But it's so obviously true.
No wonder Eve is so careful when it comes to us. It's not far-fetched to imagine a scenario where Jessie gets a tad too curious for her own good and founds out about me. Or Yellowstone, or Zion. Founds out?
Sorry, she's right. It's a bad habit of mine.
They need to edit this episode. There's a little bit too much of, a little bit too many little errors there. They need to... Or maybe it's on purpose. To make sure I'm paying attention.
I just thought maybe I could help you find what you're looking for. Whatever that happens to be.
You know, some advice that I received when I started streaming was have a misspelling in your title so that people come in and they say you've got something wrong in your title. Because when somebody comes in and chats, they're more likely to stay with you than somebody who comes in and doesn't say anything at all. I did not take that advice, but it is funny advice, and I want to see if it works someday. Yeah, exactly. I want to try it someday. I want to try doing that just to see if it works, but I don't do that. All I do, the only clickbaity thing that I'm ever like I'm ever actually doing, I say that with finger quotes, is saying like #1 Freya simp or something. And the only way that that could be clickbaity is if somebody actually believes, #1, that I'm the biggest simp in the world, or if they come in and say, you're not actually #1. You know what I mean? I just don't like... I either want to have titles that are informative, or I want titles that are memey. That's it. That's all I want. I don't need clickbait. It's okay. Moment of silence. Eve's eyes widen their way over into my direction. I reply in turn, shooting her a dirty look. She does the same, and it's filthier. Fine, as much as I would love to stay here for all of eternity and perhaps then some help would come in handy. No guarantee she'll have any idea what I'm talking about, though. To be frank, it's difficult to talk about, not without thinking about that vision, the intensity of its absolute reality. After all, the only reason I was able to explain any of it to the Ranger was because it was her. But if she insists on letting Jessie in on some of the happenings, I suppose I can bite the metaphorical bullet just this once. It should be easy enough to dance around any information she doesn't absolutely need to know. I sigh and give in. Jessie looks wounded by my lack of enthusiasm, but my hesitation has nothing to do with her. I'm just a private person, creature, thing, whatever I am.
Over the course of my research, I briefly stumbled upon some pictures. They were of a cave somewhere in this park. I believe they're valuable to some of the information I'm presenting in my article. Unfortunately, neither me nor Eve have been able to identify the caves.
Do you have the pictures with you? You could try to match them with the photos you come across here.
Already poking holes in my flimsy story. How does she do this so naturally? Is she just an inquisitive soul? Goodness.
Like I said, I only saw them for a brief moment. You could say they flashed by. And I have no way of referring back to them.
How?
Ever.
Eve is shooting me annoyed looks. And if we could communicate via telepathy, I'm sure she'd be giving me an earful about how crappy my lying skills are. As if she could do better.
There are lots of caves in this park. Some of the systems go on for miles. It makes sense that you're having such a hard time narrowing it down.
Jessie leaves proximity. At first I think she's ending the conversation without exchanging any of the pointless pleasantries, which more people should do really, but then stops at a bookshelf.
But if you can't find any info on it, there's probably a pretty dang good reason.
She slides out a beige folder cover coated in dust. With a sharp blow of her breath, all of it goes flying like particles of time drifting into the ground.
So, unless I'm finally going batty, what you're looking for is probably closer than you think.
Opening the folder, she takes out a thick piece of paper and begins the process of unfolding it. When she's done, it's bigger and taller than all three of our heads put together.
Is that a map of the park?
That's right, and an old one too.
I must witness.
I must witness. I make grabby motions at it. Jessie ignores my plea and spreads it out on the table.
So excitable. But be careful, I'm not sure how many of these we have archived.
Handling old things is my specialty.
Grabby hands.
Maybe you should try specializing in patience next.
And maybe you should try not being an empty, miserable shell.
Well, maybe you should.
Ladies! Really?
She brings out the worst in me.
You do that yourself.
I take back what I said. Maybe I don't want what you two have.
The map?
Right. Every so often, management will decide to stop promoting certain areas of the park. Usually because of safety or environmental concerns. This will typically involve removing trail markers and taking it off the maps we hand out.
Do you think that might be the case for the place we're looking for?
There's a good chance.
I lean out of my chair and hover over the table. The map is faded in places, with torn and dog-eared corners, but it's still legible. Nearly all the locations are places I recognize, as I should. All except for one. I point at it.
Indian Caves. What is this?
Good eye, Lilith. That's what I was about to show you.
What? How come I've never heard of it?
This park has been here longer than the 5 years you worked at it, honey.
Honey. Can confirm. I am proof of it.
This place used to be marked like any other area of the park. It was popular too, being so close to Lake Mirror and all. The caves were easy to explore and walk through, so it was great for kids.
But...
I hate giving your cynical side more ammo, but it's
I have an
probably
idea.
what you're thinking. People kept leaving their trash and camping gear there.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I was thinking what Eve was thinking. What Eve was thinking was probably that somebody died there. But I was going a step further and thinking somebody died there and that person is now Yosemite.
it was too much of a hassle for anyone to bother cleaning it up, right?
Right.
Jessie's tone is bleak. It's as if she regretted bringing this part up at the moment it left her mouth. She must be more invested in changing Eve's perspective than I could have guessed. Not that I disagree with the goal, but no meaningful change will happen if you deny her the truth.
It breaks off from a trail and is pretty out of the way. You know how difficult resource management is here, so you can't really blame them.
Oh, I can. And I will.
Eve leans over the table and observes the map with me.
Lake Mirror isn't too far from here. What do you think?
That we should pay it a visit.
Now?
You don't have anywhere better to be.
I'm only letting you have that one because it's true.
Excuse me, you can't go now. It'll be pitch dark.
It's your day off, right?
Technically.
We're good. I don't have to listen to her.
Don't just ignore me after I helped you.
Oh my god. Eve holds up the map. It's only after it's in her back pocket she does ask the relevant question.
Hey, Jessie, you don't mind if we borrow this, do you?
Only able to squeak out a series of helpless stutters, Jessie soothes her head. Looks like Eve inspires migraines into more beings in the world than just me.
Fine. Just make sure to bring it back. There's supposed to be more red tape involved in this, but
Eve stops her mid-panic with a hug.
Thanks. I'll never let anything bad happen under your watch again. I promise.
Jessie's face goes blank, then her lip quivers.
You can't just say stuff like that and not expect me to.
Wait, is Jessie the same voice actor as Marina and Yellowstone? Hold on, I gotta see this. IMDb National Park Girls. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta know. Oh no. She sounds similar, but it's Daisy Guevara, who is Jessie. And she also plays in Twofold, which is good. She plays Armand in Please Be Happy. What else? What else is she in? Genshin Impact, just a ring dancer. Jessie. Hold on. She's gotta be in something good here that you guys know. Okay, not very much actually. Okay. Wait. Bandcamp Boyfriend? Oh my fucking god. I saw like a Yu-Gi-Oh game in here. Yeah, no. Shame that. She's good. She fights back a sniffle.
Just leave, okay? Get out of here, get!
Yeah. If only Jessie knew how wrong she is. She has a healthier relationship with Eve than I could possibly ever hope for. After all, they're both human. I'm not.
Come
Oh,
on,
bringing this
let's
up
go.
now. Eve breaks out of the hug and starts for the door.
Hold on! You can't just tell me what to do!
Just did. Now hurry up. Lake Mirror isn't that far, so it should only be a 10-minute drive.
I scramble out of the chair and catch up to her. We're almost at the door when Jessie calls out.
And Eve, please don't blame the people who visit this park for what's wrong with it.
Coming around to people, actually. It's the lazy institutions they build I have a problem with.
There's a short pause from Jessie as we exit the library. Her voice fades out as the door closes.
I'll take that as a win!
Switch!
Not to invalidate your feelings, because I know they're very important. But what part of life maybe being a dream makes you anxious? Green 5.
Oh my god.
Golly, what part about it doesn't scare me? If it's true, then there's just lots of little details that pile up. Green 9.
Like what? I need to draw. 1, 2, 3, 4. Aha! Yellow 9!
Well, it's like, does that mean everyone else is dreaming too? Or are we just some other fella's dream? Oh, or maybe it's all my dream. All those things are freaky in different ways.
They're so good.
Draw 4.
So evil! Fine. 4 cards. Blue 3. What makes each of those scary to you? If you don't mind me asking.
Good gravy. You don't gotta be all polite and cred when I'm spilling my guts to ya. But if I were to try to articulate it, if it's the first one, then who are we and why are we dreaming? If it's the second thing, then why the heck am I having dreams inside of dreams? And why do I feel so gosh darn real?
I've had dreams inside of dreams.
Oh, looks like I gotta draw. 1, 2, green 3.
What about the third one?
That one's the freakiest! Cause if I'm the one dreaming, that means nobody else is real. And I'm all by my lonesome.
What if you're the one that's dreaming, and all these people are real, and you'll wake up and they'll be there for you?
You're not alone. I promise that I'm real. I'm conscious. And I'm really consciously loving you.
Aw.
I wanna believe ya. But what if the dream is just telling me to dream you saying that?
Oh, I can see how that could be scary.
Oh my god.
Still, I hope you can believe me. One day. wild card!
No greens or threes, huh?
No. What makes the first reason scary?
Well, it definitely ain't this blue 2 I'm about to throw down. But I guess it's because if we're all dreaming, then that means we can't be who we are right now. We could be anything. Like little green men in a simulation.
Where did you see little green men in a simulation?
Ooh. Or maybe we're all just the same being living over and over and over. And this doesn't end until every piece of organic existence has been experienced?
Are we organic?
Oh, this is getting wacky.
I have leaves. And a yellow too.
Let me draw. What you're yakking about is pretty much what I said about all of us being some other fella's dream.
Well, isn't that close to what Yosemite believes?
You mean that complicated universal consciousness jibber-jabber that I always zone out during?
Uh-huh. Yosemite's theory is that we exist because humans are aware national parks exist, and that their awareness becomes matter. Cultural misconceptions and all.
Yeah, that they're primals.
Guess
Go
that
on.
explains my noggin.
What is it?
Red 2! And also, if humans made us, then who made humans?
You see the discard pile? Maybe it's like that.
Oh god. This is getting way too deep.
Like what?
Cards.
Cards?
All the way down.
Hold on. Take a drink. Because they did the thing.
All the way down?
Oh, take another drink.
Cards all the way down.
Is she... Dot dot dot.
The cards stop at the table, Zion.
If not for the explanation of the nature of her existence, exactly.
I think we're just about there. Make sure you keep up.
We're back to Yosemite.
How about you slow down?
Eve snorts out deep, heavy breaths as she drags her feet behind me. Perhaps I'm going at a faster pace than usual, but it's her fault for not being able to keep up with me. Meanwhile, I'm doing the important work of guiding us in the proper direction. This map isn't too difficult to follow, but finding this trail was a task, to put it lightly. We had to park at a hotel, stumble around till we found a bike path, and then finally found the proper path, only after missing it 3 times. By the time we had been through the whole ordeal, the night and all of its blackness had crept up on us. Now the moon hangs high in the center of the sky, glowing and full, so bright it blots out the stars. A cold wind blows, rattling the leaves. If it were visible to the naked eye, I suspect it would look like a musical staff. The clefs and notes swirling through the branches. That's an interesting comparison. There's a darkness in the air tonight. Ominous thickness that I can't place. Me, the ominous thickness. As we get closer to the caves, the feeling only gets heavier. The butterflies and excitement I feel in my stomach when we left the library are slithered straight to my head, morphing into the throbbing anxiety. There are only 2 options before me now. I'll find truth or I will find none. The possible implications both scare me. Was it Arthur C. Clarke that wrote? I slow my pace until I stop. Eve catches up only to continue past me. When she realizes I'm not moving, she pauses and glances back.
Something up? You had all the piss and vinegar in the world in you a few minutes ago.
I purse my lips, but talk anyway. Fear has never kept me quiet before.
Should we turn back?
She continues on, but I don't follow. Her shoulders heave down in a sigh. She turns around.
No, because you'd regret it.
How are you so sure?
Because I'd never let you hear the end of it.
Even if the moon wasn't bright, I'd be able to see her expression clearly. Just one of the many small differences that makes me inhuman. But when I see her serious deadpan face spotlighted by the moonlight, I know that, maybe even more so than the information I'll receive tonight, is truth. Eve lies to herself, but I know she doesn't lie to me. So now I follow her. Deeper into the dark woods we go, away from the Yosemite that I am in now. Night has never seemed so still before. Not a single animal is rustling about in the bushes. No night birds in the trees, just silent dark, daring us to go further. I look at the map and let my dread do the guessing as to how far away we are. How many more steps will it take until the unknown becomes known? 10? 100? Will we wander these woods forever? Maybe evil, but I think I will. That is my fate, after all, to haunt this place. I've always thought that I exist to speak for the park, but perhaps I'm only here to be its ghost. Wailing and moaning until enough people have returned to the dirt that their descendants will forget this place. Is that foreshadowing to the exact same thing that I said a few minutes ago? Or is that just her being dramatic? Oh, some wailing and moaning, yeah. Well, after you, fucking kiss her already. Jesus Christ. If that's my purpose, then I am destined to cycle through it over and over, like a cog. Except I won't stop spinning until the whole machine breaks down.
Think this is the place?
Gotta take a quick yawn real quick. Eve stops. We've reached our destination whether I like it or not.
Why ask questions you already know the answer to?
Because I know you'll give me one, regardless of whether I want it.
Eve shines the flashlight on the cave. It isn't much of a cave at all. Nothing as romantic as being carved into the side of the mountain or hill, as if you're entering the jaws of fate. Instead, it's merely boulders stacked on top of boulders. How they got there is a mystery unknown to time itself, but they have been there long enough to have grown moss, to have merged with the ancestral ground. Openings big enough for a person to slide into reveal themselves between the rock's jagged shapes. Thin trees guard the various entrances, their wilted and solemn forms extending far into the night sky.
You ready?
No. Let's get on with it.
I march onwards past Eve. She draws in a deep breath. Whether it's supposed to be studying or just her usual exasperation getting the worst of her, I can't tell. Twigs snap between her boots as she follows me. The entrance is half blocked off by a rock the size of a bear you would expect to sleep in this cave. Big enough to slip through with some persistence, but not comfortable. I signal Eve in its direction. She points the flashlight down into the cave. It illuminates a small space with warm light, only getting more narrow the further along it goes. Peering in, it looks like a dim, cozy chapel.
Unless you're in the mood to get stuck, there's no way that'll fit both of us.
I glance over into the cave. The light wobbles and secret corners get darker as the flashlight shakes in Eve's hand. A deep frown stains her cheeks. And I secretly hope it's pity. It would be nice to be pitied.
Well, here goes everything.
I take the first step through the mouth of the cave, listening to the sweet lullaby of the crickets. The warmth of Eve's breaths brushes against the nape of my neck. I wanted to read that. Also, if Yosemite goes in first, she can teleport out, and then teleport out to the front of the cave if she wanted to.
Please don't leave.
Switch into Eve. Eve, no leave. Not that I could with how stunned I am, but she doesn't even give me time to answer before she wiggles and drops down to the cave. Idiot. You can go anywhere within the park in a blink of an eye. It wouldn't matter if I did. But even then, I've already spent 5 years at this job. 5 years with you. I can't just get up and leave, not yet. If somebody dusts herself off, if she inspects the inside of the cave, she placed her hand against the rock and traces it over the walls, as if absorbing some unsaid knowledge it possesses. Oh god. You want even Yellowstone? Not Yosemite? Freezing spike drills through my heart. My vision goes dead black, flickering like a bad signal. I clutch my chest, squeezing until the pain fades. When it's gone, my vision returns. Yosemite gasps. She yanks away her hand.
It's just like earlier. Yosemite! What did you see?
I could really go for the comfort of a smart-ass answer about now, but I don't get that luxury. Instead, she turns to me, at her stern eyes swimming with fear, breath heavy.
I'm going deeper.
You love how cringe Yellowstone is, so do I. I love her cringiness. Of course I stop on this line right here.
You're what?
She walks further in.
Yosemite?
Slipping past the wall, she disappears into the darkness beyond the warm comfort of the flashlight.
Yosemite!
No answer.
You're such a pain.
Just how out of my depth am I? I don't understand any of this. Every part of me wants to go in after her, and yet, I don't know. Feels like there's something inside me. Something that's not me. It's not talking, it's not speaking, it's not echoing through my head, but it wants me staying put. It doesn't want me messing with things that aren't intended for me to leave the secrets and seekers. Like Yosemite, I guess. Maybe that's what's communicating all this to me is Yosemite. It feels like her scolding, talking down to. God help me if she can spread the will of her ego without even saying a word.
Fine! I'll wait! You hear that? I'll wait!
My voice bounces through the cave. Man, she needs some padding in her room, doesn't she? Again, no answer. This time I feel like one wasn't intended. I wonder if I'm in some asylum somewhere, hallucinating all of this. Yosemite, Yellowstone, Zion, maybe cracking that guy in the skull is what finally broke my mind. Or better yet, this is just a dream. All of it. Oh no. Wait, you can't see this. Hold on. Let me move this. Let me move my model. Where's my VTube studio? The spirit of Ralph got into her. Look at that. I was also not centered on the bottom. Heh. It would be a pretty wonderful dream then. Crouched on this rock, like some kind of woodland goblin, I glance up at the guardian trees circling the cave. I click the flashlight off. Just me, the night, and the wind. Eventually my eyes adjust and I can see the top of the trees. A bird is perched on a branch, sleeping. A silhouetted cloud drifting through the sky. My heart is beating, my chest is breathing, my head is spinning, and I'm aware of all of it. It makes me uneasy. But sometimes it feels nice to be uneasy. Thank you for the jump scare. A scream bellows out of the caverns of the cave. First dull and tinny, then sharp and resonant, where the sound escapes the entrance and stabs my ears.
Yosa!
Why, I hear something in the background there. Only a few precious syllables spill out of my mouth before I'm silenced. The sharp pain is back. Gunshots to my chest. Oh my god, now the trees are drawn. Yosemite's scream hasn't stopped. It keeps going, breathlessly, into eternity. Black, static vision. I'm outside the cabin. I can see Yellowstone and Zion sitting at a table through the window.
Guys!
My vision is stolen from me again. The pain shoots back up with a vengeance. Hold on. You stopping at that? Static, endless static. Sight. Now I'm in the middle of a clearing. I recognize this place. It's where the fire happened. With those campers, cigarettes, Yosemite.
What is this?
Darkness, static, and pain, screaming right into my eardrum. I stand in the middle of a replica village, right outside the Sweat Lodge. The museum looms over it, its peering windows and wide doors form together to look like a violent face. Location cycles, Yosemite screams, all this happens again and again and again and again and again and again and again. All I want is for it to end. It doesn't. I clap my hands over my ears, shut my eyes tight. Everything is out of control. Everything is out of my control. This is all I can do. And I'll do it forever if I have to. Forever. Oh God, please end. This pain can't be forever. Please don't trap me like this forever. My feet stumble. I catch myself with my left foot. My right knee crashes into a rock. I am kneeling. I wait for another cycle to happen, but it doesn't. Is it over? I lower my hands from my ears. Open my eyes, I realize I'm back at the entrance of the cave, sitting on the rock like I've been there the entire time. The screaming has stopped. Now all I feel is a tangible pain in my knee, not the one in my heart.
What the hell?
My chest heaves in and out. I could sit here forever and catch my breath, probably cry too, but my throat is too dry. Oh shoot, what about—
Yosemite?
I'm ready to dive into the cave and a hand clutches the sleeve of my pants.
Eve?
You okay there, bud? You alright there? You're not looking so great right now. Her voice is raw, shaking between deep sobs. She's lying down next to me, her free arms slung over her face. Her sleeve is soaked with tears.
What happened?
I lean in and grab her shoulder. All it takes is one attempt to drag her up to know she's not moving anytime soon. Her mouth moves, but the words don't even come out as a whisper. They may not even be words.
What?
I forgot.
You forgot? That's not gonna cut it. I need some answers.
No! I forgot. Just like Zion. Who I was. What I knew. Everything.
Just like Zion.
That would mean you used to be different.
Someone else. Now I'm not.
She chokes between heavy sobs.
And it's just going to keep happening.
I try to stutter out a response, but nothing comes.
It's just going to keep happening.
The wind picks up, tossing my hair and any leaves that have fallen off the trees. It's a silent night, so in its place, Yosemite wails.
Reverse! 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 Reverse!
Hold on, hit some reverse cards in chat for me.
Seriously, Petus, why does this always end up happening?
No offense, Yellowstone, but you were the one who combined 4 decks together.
Jesus Christ.
Or quadruple the fun!
This is still fun to you? All it's doing now is making me stressed.
How do you think I feel? All that turtle jibber jabber you were going on about is still zipping over my head. I'm out for lunch. By the way, you only have 1 card left, and since I pointed it out, you gotta draw 2 more. Sorry, cutie. Them's the rules.
Jeez. You really know how to push my buttons when we play games. You know that?
The turtles, Zion! The turtles!
I'm going to try and explain this one more time. Are you ready?
Let's rattle.
So it's like how I explained it with the cards in the discard pile. Cards all the way down.
Okie dokie.
Now, with that in mind, let's assume the entire world is on the back of a turtle.
Okay.
Far out. Does he have a name?
No. The turtle is just an example. It could be any animal.
Ooh, could it be a buffalo then? They're so fluffy and
Oh my
huggable.
fucking
I
God.
just want to squeeze them.
Okay. It's a buffalo.
That pause.
Yes.
The buffalo can't stand on its own in space, so naturally there would have to be something beneath it. In this case, another buffalo.
But wouldn't that mean that other buffalo would have to start standing on something too?
Can you guess what it is?
Another buffalo? Red 3.
That's right! And it just keeps going and going.
There can't be that many buffalo. They almost went extinct.
It's just a special way to think about things, Yellowstone. You asked what made humans if humans made us. And I guess that's my answer. It could be something else, on top of something, on top of something else. Or it could be a dream. Or maybe it's nothing at all. I don't really know.
Then what does that mean for us? It doesn't make any sense. And it scares me, you know?
I like how this conversation has been going on for like 6 hours in game.
Ooh, I have an Uno! Blue 3! Blue 7! I win! It just doesn't make a lick of sense to me. What's the point of living if you don't know nothing while you're doing it? It just seems hopeless. ...
Does there need to be a point?
Good question.
Huh? Of course there does. Every camper that cruises through here has one. They got hobbies or nice families. Even Evo has her job. You think it'd be easier for us being parks and all. All we gotta do is help folks get back to nature and look pretty while doing it. We should be jam-packed with purpose. I just sure don't feel like it. Ain't there a reason we're here?
There might be. But why should it be up to us to figure it out?
A good question again.
Well, Yosemite's always trying to do it.
Yosemite is Yosemite. Let her do what she needs to do to make herself happy. Does dwelling on this make you happy?
No. Feels pretty crummy, actually. That don't mean I can't think about it, though.
I know.
Oh my god.
It's not that easy. But what about the things that do make you happy? Can you think about those?
The tilting from the side.
Oh, sure. I can do that till the cows go moo.
Can you tell me some of them?
Being here with my precious Oith Angel
Oith
is one
Angel.
of them. I can tell you that.
Being with you makes me happy too. And I think just being here now is a lot more important than worrying about all that other stuff. Because here isn't forever. Not even for us.
Zion! I don't know if I can change what scares me lickety-split or anything sudden like that. It's all so whack.
I do agree with Ty though. The cringeness is great.
It is whack.
It's so whack.
If vibing here with me is good enough for you, then by golly, I'm gonna try and make it good enough for me.
It might take a long time.
Well, as long as the thing on top of my head don't explode, I think I'll be okay. It's a good excuse to dilly-dally at least.
And if you want, we can have more talks like this. We can play more Uno too.
That'd be swell!
That'd be
Can
swell.
we play another round now?
Sure. Let's take out some of the reverse cards though.
Oh, such a stick in the mud. But okay.
Phew.
Why did they grow larger? Eve, I can't hear you. Can you turn up the gain on your microphone? She said guys.
Say, did you hear something?
No? I felt something though.
Probably just the sting of defeat.
That's very rude. You'll eat those words slowly to prevent indigestion.
You're on. Oh, but before that, I have another question.
Or just take some Prilosec.
By all means.
So, what's the deal with eternity?
What's the deal with eternity? Back to Eve. Dear Teddy, not much has changed on my front since I hastily jotted down last night's events. I just wanted to get it all on paper in case I needed to remember anything. It was a moot point. Wait a second. I'll get back to that. It was a moot point, though. I still remember everything vividly. Yosemite cried for a long time. I didn't think she'd ever stop crying. All I could was sit there and watch like some kind of idiot. Maybe I'm even more callous than I thought I was. Or maybe I don't know how to handle other people having emotions. She's comforted me before, with a hug even. Why wasn't I able to do the same for her? I wonder. When she finally calmed down a little, she explained to me some of the things that she saw. It was exactly like she said. She's just like Zion. Right down to living an entire existence she had completely forgotten about. The deeper she went into the cave, the more the past would enter her. Is that why she got stuck in that cycle? It felt like whenever they teleport me somewhere, except worse. I must be getting too close. Could be why their visions are sticking with me. Maybe Yosemite just got too close to the truth. Regardless, they're out of their league. She knew people. Tribes of them. She could speak their language. They knew her. I think she kind of said here what I was gonna say is that what if Eve is becoming one of them? And she's accidentally foreshadowing and saying something along the lines of, like, I gotta jot this down so I don't forget. One of them was a girl. If somebody smiled when she said that she reminded her of me. I haven't seen her in a while. I haven't seen her smile since. The girl had a name. Awane. She told me about how they would often go to the same cave we went to last night. To hide and visit and argue with each other. Guess she was an argumentative brat before she ever met Zion. Before a lot of those things. What am I doing here, Teddy? I'm so out of my depth that I might as well be drowning in the ocean. It's not like the other girls know that much more than I do. They exist, but they're just along for the ride. I'm scared because I don't know what's going to happen next. If somebody hasn't left the couch since we got home last night. As I'm writing this, she's still there, a blanket pulled over her head. Research untouched. This is the first morning where that table seat opposite of me has been empty. Where I've been unopposed. About as good of a human as I am a ranger. I mean, it could still be true that, like, Yosemite was somebody at one point, died in that cave, and now is this eternal reincarnating being. Yes. I dusted off my phone to look up what Awane means. It's Miwok for Big Mouth. If that was her name, I can't think of anything more fitting. Jesus Christ. I flipped Teddy shut and tapped my fingers on his cover. If somebody's completely submerged by her blanket, if it weren't for her feet dangling over the armrest, I wouldn't have been able to tell she was there. I wish I could say something. I know that I can't. I just hope she bounces back. I don't want to face these things alone either.
Miss Eve?
You wanted to be a lesbian ranger when you grew up? Well, go become a ranger. Actually, you know what? You know what, Kimmy? Let's play some D&D. You can go play a ranger in that. And you can live your childhood dreams. Zion's squeak drags me out of the depths of my thoughts. We haven't told her of Yellowstone, about her Yellowstone what went down last night. So for them it's business as usual. I don't know if it's moral to hide it from them, but I think they're better off not knowing.
What is it?
My voice is dry gravel on account of the sleep I didn't get last night.
Do you happen to know where Pup is? I can't find him anywhere. He'll miss his breakfast.
All your dreams are dead. Why? Because if you become a lesbian ranger, then it's gonna be big pain and suffering. And you're gonna meet horribly depressed national park spirits. Hate to say it, but she had completely just slipped my mind. It's a pressing matter, but yesterday was filled with those.
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since I got off work yesterday. I'll go out and look for him in a bit. He doesn't wander too far.
Thank you. I'm just worried is all.
When are you not?
When everything is perfect.
Ain't nothing ever perfect. Dollface here knows that better than anybody.
Dollface, yeah. Yellowstone comes bobbing over from the stove, carrying a platter of pancakes in her hand.
Is there a criticism of me you'd like to share, Yellowstone?
Darn tootin'! You're nothing but stick and bones! Now have a stack of flapjacks. They go all the way down.
Yellowstone winks at Zion. Zion responds with an uncomfortable smile like the embarrassed kid whose parents just complimented them in front of their friends. What a couple of weirdos.
Thanks, but I'm not hungry.
Huh? You've gotta be yanking my chain. You've never turned down my flapjacks before.
Yeah. Yanking my chain. Jork, never mind. I'm not gonna say it.
Feel like crap. Sorry.
Well, somebody's gotta eat these flapjacks. Yosemite turned her nose up to him, too.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm. She didn't even look at us when we asked.
The moping blanket pile on the couch rattles around.
Let me give it a shot.
Hand feed her. Do it. Feed her pancakes. With a fork. By hand. I climb to my feet and slide the platter from Yellowstone. Her and Zion shoot each other concerned glances.
Hey, Tree.
Hey, Tree. I go to the front of the sofa and couch where I think Yosemite's face might be hidden.
You want food?
She tugs the blanket further overhead and rolls onto her other side.
Don't you know it's rude to be a pain in the ass when someone's trying to keep you from starving?
At first, I'm certain I'm not going to get an answer. Then I get something.
I don't need food. It's fine.
Well, I'll take that over silence at least. Knock, 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 knock.
Eve, it's me. Open up.
The familiar sound of Jessie calling out from my porch breaks through the cabin. Not nearly as cheerful as usual, though. What's she doing here? She always radios me if we're dropping by. Yo, get the squirt out of here. I sigh and set the platter down on the coffee table.
Just let me know when you're ready to sort through all this.
I whisper to Yosemite, then rise to a slightly higher whisper for the rest of them.
You guys should split for a while. Looks like duty is calling.
Aye! Come on, girls. Let's make like a bee and buzz off.
Make like a bee and buzz off. Yellowstone grabs Zion's hand. The two of them rush over to the couch and force Yosemite's hand out of the blanket long enough to hold it. They disappear from the room before I can blink.
Adams, I know you're in there. You open this goddamn door right now.
Uh-oh. What's her damage? She was as bubbly as usual last night.
Coming!
I sprint over and grab the doorknob. The door busts open. Jessie comes charging through it. She clutches my shoulders and pins me against the kitchen counter. Oh my god. The fanfiction I didn't know I needed. Her fingernails dig through my shirt.
Ah! What the hell, Jessie?
Shut up. I should be the one asking you that, okay?
Grip gets looser and her voice shakes. She turns her head and looks up at me. Her eyes are wet, cheeks are puffy. My heart drops like an anchor.
What happened?
That coyote puppy of yours? The one I told you not to feed. You remember that, Eve?
The words don't come out as at first, but when they do, they're mostly broken.
Jessie, what happened? What happened to Pup?
Oh, God. You named it, too?
Oh
For
no.
Christ's sake, Eve.
She chuckles a fake laugh to herself and takes a breath.
Listen to me. It wandered into camp yesterday. There was a girl. 6 years old, Eve. 6 years old. She got a little too close.
No!
I'm almost blubbering at this point. Thar, please don't let it get worse.
3 fingers.
No! No!
Listen to me. 3 fingers. It was too late by the time they got to Fresno. They had to amputate.
Cabin door swings in the wind. There aren't any campers in the forest across the clearings. As far as I know, the trees could go on forever. Dear Teddy, what have I done? I just got an achievement. You're screwed. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, team. Yeah, thanks, Scion. Jeez Christ. There's no music. Oh, Adarosa did the scripting. It wasn't Adarosa who did the pictures. Well, give a salute to Pop. Pop's getting put down. Oh no. Everybody pour one out for Pop. Horrible trauma, dead animals, hurt kids. Jesus Christ. I kill the ignition. The engine hums until it dies. The metal on the truck pops and squeaks and crackles until that goes silent too. Then all I hear are the muffled tweets from birds from outside. For a while I stay in the truck until it gets warm, till I start to roast. We're finally in springtime. I'm pretty sure Eve is getting fired. And that means she's gonna need to find a way back into the park. Drove the truck through Tioga Pass for a bit. Eventually swerved left and went off-roading. We're technically not supposed to. I technically don't give a shit. Despite knowing this park like the back of my hand, I wouldn't be able to point out at where I am, or I'm at, given a map. Don't much care about that either. Probably nowhere too high up. If I had come across a cliff, I would have driven off it. Yo, Eve can be an Elden Ring voice actor too. I slammed my head on the steering wheel, holding it there for a long, never-ending beep, or as a long, never-ending beep echoes through the woods. A flock of words scatter from their tree branches and escape into the sky. I lift my head and bust it against the wheel again. My head throbs. A dull pain shakes through and stops at the back of my wisdom teeth. Vision is blurry, getting dark. Yeah, it's getting darker. Fucking Eve. Yeah, this is getting darker. You're over here smashing your head into a steering wheel. Like, what the fuck was that movie? And like, oh god. I swing the door open and stumble out. The air isn't so fresh. There's a fire nearby. The smell of burning bush makes my self-induced headache even worse. Fires like this aren't uncommon up here nowadays. It's that movie about like the like plant, not plant pheromone. It's like a plant pollen thing that like drives people insane. I don't remember what the movie is called. And they like kill each other or like themselves in like these terrible ways. It's horrible. That's what I'm thinking of. It's not The Quiet Place. The Quiet Place is about like an alien that comes down. I think. No, this one's like from like the early 2000s. It's not a newer horror movie. I wonder how she's holding up right now. The others are probably pampering her like a queen, the queen she thinks she is. No, stop it. If you forfeited that life, how dare you think you have the right to wake up every day and feel the comfort they gave you? Outdoors, nature, whatever pretentious way I choose to identify being outside and not closed in with my thoughts and building, it's just a mask. A facade of identity to convince myself that it's possible to have moments in my day-to-day life where I'm not so miserable. But when reality comes crumbling down on top of you and that's all that's left are Polaroid photos of a toddler with a mutilated hand, the entire charade goes with it. All that's left is the burning image of 3 fingers dangling from a tiny fist and the guilt that comes with it. There was never a way out of this, no second lease or new perspective that was ever truly possible. All that was ever there was a rebelling ego of a desperate woman shaking her fist at the boot of what exactly? Bureaucracy, society, culture. But it's just it, isn't it? It was actually nothing all along, just an indefinable sense of wrongness, a lack of place or purpose, disenchantment to be sure, but everyone is disenchanted. So I turn my blame and hate towards anything and everything. I shouldn't be surprised when there's a casualty. Yet here I am, shocked when my poison ends up killing. I come around to the bed of the trunk and unlatch it. Pups rings towards me, the rope tied to his neck tugs him back. Is she gonna kill him? She's just gonna let him out, right? In the middle of fuck off nowhere? He's hopping. I'm surprised he's not already dead. At this rate. I'm surprised that animal control wasn't called and he didn't somehow already end up killed. He's hopping from side to side. He's panting hard. He's breathing. I watch unblinking, keep my eyes open and glued to him until they burn and he mellows out.
Yeah. I guess I'm just about ready too.
I say like he knows what's going on. Like a mutual understanding will redeem me for what I'm about to do. So animal control wouldn't be responsible for it. Yeah, it's also assuming that they caught the animal after the fact, right? Which the family might not have actually been able to catch it, and it probably ran away. The shotgun slides out of the back. Oh, yep, she's responsible. Okay, shotgun slides out of the back easily. It's heavy, but the weight doesn't even register. Feels like an extra limb I've always had. When I was driving, I kept hoping that I'd hear it get set off, that I'd get lucky and that an unseen pothole would do it for me. Didn't even keep the safety on. It didn't go off. Well, that was fine too. And if it didn't go off, well, that was fine too. You would get to see it, maybe understand it, accept it. But as I look into his blank expression, whites of his eyes showing as he turns his head to look at the stray bird, I learn an obvious insight. It's a coyote, and it doesn't understand a fucking thing. Wow, duh. Scion is brutal in this so far. If they don't know, obviously, they probably wouldn't know, but like, if Jessie had a suspicion, which she seemed to already have a suspicion, yeah. So, and now, obviously, Eve's got to do the job. It's her responsibility, so. Yeah, I think it's obvious it was Pup because of its proximity to humans and also its age, I think. So it's easy to implicate Eve. Yeah. It's Eve problem. Scion is beating the shit out of us at the start of episode 5. He's taking no fucking prisoners. When the end of the rope is untied, he bounces out and runs in circles in the soil. I don't stop it. It's a way of her to cope. Yeah. She's trying to cope with it and doing things. Yeah, well, she didn't really tame it on purpose. It was also Zion who did. I actually think it's more Zion's fault than it is Eve's fault. Because Eve was content to keep it outside, but Zion, kept it inside and did more to try to tame it. Yeah, I mean it's both their faults, but I think Zion is a little bit more responsible than Eve is. And Eve's just caught up on all this. He howls and barks. I don't try to stop that either. Eventually he starts sniffing at a tree and I figure it's as good a place as any. Pup's either a good boy or a dumb boy because he doesn't resist when I grab the rope and start tying it to the tree's mighty trunk. It's over 100 feet, towering in the sky. It and its cousins shade the whole clearing. It's probably over 300 years old. Wonder how many things it's outlived. How much life has completely disintegrated into dust from the time this thing was a sapling until now. How much more it will outlive. When the knot's been tied, I pick the gun off the ground and take 10 steps back. Pup tries to follow, but like in the truck, gets yanked back. Only this time he takes issue with it. Isn't it Scion doing the voice for Pup, right? God, why now?
Shut up! Shut up!
It takes until the second time that I hate myself for saying it. Man, just look at me. Can't even show a dying animal some basic pity. Some ranger.
I'm not going anywhere.
And look at the pity I have for myself. I'll be lugging this job complex until the bitter end, I guess. After all, the ritualistic killing about to occur is all about me. As is everything. It's all about It's about Eve Adams. It's always been about Eve Adams. Pup's head clicks aside as I raise the gun. I remember Jesse showing it to me the first time I entered the cabin. Not even half a day later, I was pointing it at Yosemite, Zion, and Yellowstone. Safety is off. All I have to do is pull the trigger. All I have to do is steel myself, commit to the action, commit, and everything changes. My environment changes. I could change. Finger curls around the trigger, and the only real mechanism that matters when it comes to the revolution, down to revolution or murder. Pup stares at me with its blank, trusting eyes. Why did you have to draw this? Every organ in my body feels like it's shutting down, going cold. Stomach's doing somersaults, heart in a radial spin, hands shaking. I'm sorry, Jesse. Zion, Yellowstone, I'm so sorry. Even you, Yosemite, especially you. The only other person who ever really got it. I wish I could have let you know how much those dumb morning arguments meant to me. If I realized it sooner, when I wasn't the one looking down the barrel of shotgun, I would have told you. I learned so much from all of you, but I just couldn't apply it right. You should have put your faith in someone better, someone kinder, who wasn't bitter just because their expectations failed them. I wasn't able to be the ranger I wanted to be. I wasn't able to be the person you thought I could be. The world is a blur, watercolors painted in tears. The background is really disorienting in a good way. I'm sorry. Puff lifts his head towards the sky. An unbroken, sorrowful howl escapes into the air. His jowls drooping the longer it goes on.
I'm so sorry.
I pull it. Why you gotta do this to me, Zion? 1 month later. Why you gotta do this to us?
Alrighty, gals. Out of the car. Stretch those legs so you can stay limber and timber.
Are we in Highway Blossoms again? Was that the prequel to Highway Blossom?
Please don't forget your hat this time, Yellowstone.
Oh my fucking god, the hat.
You nearly gave that man in Tehachapi a heart attack.
Look at that.
It ain't my fault my head is this way. Besides, Zion gets to go strutting around with her wings out.
Because Zion looks like a tiny child costuming as a fairy princess. You look like the Herald of Tribulation.
I look like a tiny child?
My name's not Harold, Yosemite.
I know, right? I'm just silent right now. I'm like, I don't know what just happened, how I should feel.
Just put on the hat. Look, even Zion and I have to wear one.
I tipped my ranger hat. She left it at the cabin before she ran off, along with nearly everything else. In truth, it causes my scalp to itch like it's a nest of insects, but I don't quite feel like taking it off. Even the car. And for Pup. Oh, it was bad. It's bad, man. I feel pretty shitty for Eve. Obviously for Pup, but you know, Pup was the Chekhov's gun. Remember, you know, I said, oh look, it's a literal Chekhov's gun. That was like 3 minutes into the gameplay. Yeah, but it turns out it was actually the dog in a strange roundabout way. Or it was also the dog in a strange roundabout way. Oh, it was brutal. It was brutal. Zion leans in from the back seat and plants a kiss on Yellowstone's puffed out cheeks, then rests a baseball cap on top of Yellowstone's volcano.
It'll keep the sun out of your eyes. Come on.
She has a shirt on that says "Make love, not oil." What does that say? Bun Guy Hotel? Is that the same thermometer from fucking Highway Blossoms? I think this is straight back into the last bit of Highway Blossoms. Yellowstone sighs and hops out of the driver's seat, Zion following closely behind. I stay in the sweltering car for a moment, staring out the window at the giant thermometer outside. The Colossus of a roadside attraction, currently peaking at a dry 102. Deserts are just as intense as the books they say they are. I bet they took this straight from Highway Blossoms and just changed it to daytime. Exiting the vehicle is further proof. Not that that's low effort, because it's a really fun reference. If you played the other game. Exiting the vehicle is further proof of this. The water dries from my hair in seconds. Whatever. AC is a hedonistic sham. I've existed without it for who knows how long and will continue to exist without it for the next 15 minutes. The number on the thermometer raises to 103. I will continue to exist without it for the next 10 minutes.
Golly, it's hotter than HE double hockey sticks out here.
And it will only get worse the lower in elevation we go.
It's not so bad. Utah can get rather hot as well.
How much longer till we get there anyhow? I'm beat from all this driving.
How did she get
We
a
would
car?
have been there by now if you hadn't choked and taken us onto the I-14 instead of the 15.
So I zigged when I should have zagged. At least I actually know how to drive, Miss Start and Stop.
I'm a defensive driver.
What's the N on the shift stand for?
N. N. Never mind.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I know we're all cranky from the drive, but please, let's not fight. Remember who we're doing this for.
Are they coming to find Eve? Who's been fired? Also, again, how did they get a car? It's my question. Yellowstone and I go from glaring at each other to both of us shifting our gaze down to the film of dust layered on top of the parking lot. Zion always manages to find a way to be right. Always.
Sorry. I suppose I'm just getting impatient.
And it's also 103 in here in my little sweatshop. My thigh sweatshop. I remember what you said, Fi. This is the thigh sweatshop. Give it this, yeah, give it to Studio Elon for beating us again. Exactly. There's a long silence as the three of us stand there, simmering in the sun. The only relief is the cool breeze from the cars passing on the I-15.
I'm sorry too, Yosemite.
Yellowstone steps forward to hug me. I don't stop her.
It's been hard. The last month has knocked us all on our high knees, but soon we're all gonna be together again, like before.
Yeah, the lesbian moms and their 2 children.
Not all of us.
Oh no, no, Zion, no. Zion sniffs. All the tears have dried up. But as we know all too well by now, there are some things we can never get back. That won't ever get easier.
You're right.
I pull Zion into mine and Yellowstone's embrace, and the three of us huddle together in an awkward hug.
But we can be grateful for what we still have. And what we're going to get back.
Yosemite.
Look at you. Get me all misty-eyed and junk.
Yellowstone wipes away a tear from the corner of her eye. Water from her volcano begins to seep through her hat.
Save it for later. We still have a ways to go.
You know, in my head I was thinking about the Studio Elon Games tier list, and obviously we have, like, Please Be Happy in the S tier. We had Highway Blossoms and Heart of the Woods in the A tier. I thought for a while it was gonna be national park goes in the B tier, but I think the A tier might be filling up here. I don't know what you guys are thinking right now. I think it's been pulling steadily up. And we might have a rather chunky A tier very soon.
Right.
Yellowstone and Zion start for the convenience store. Zion already fretting over whether or not they'll have fresh produce as Yellowstone nearly walks into a light post while staring at the thermometer. I stay behind, staring across the street at the sign that designates the road will soon be going down. Gateway to Death Valley.
Just you wait, Ranger. You won't get away from me a second time.
Sunderay fucking queen over here.
I'm coming for you, Eve.
Oh, you're gonna say that again. Eternal Evergreen Part 2. Yep. Oh, this is starting out well. Oh, I got the achievement for I did what had to be done. Great. I have no control. No special wisdom into the hearts and minds of other people that occupy the same space as me. I hold no power over the world. There's no sweeping action I can take to enact chance, change, or significance. To dwell on the normalized callousness and indifference people display on their lives while in the very same day kissing their children goodnight is to dwell on some pretty intense contradictions. I could try to separate the two, focus on one aspect of the person over the other. Maybe they're wonderful. Maybe they're everything wrong with society today. But sooner or later I'll drive myself to the brink thinking about it. That, or the reality I'm living in, will become so warped that I'll wind up spending my whole life in rabbit holes of subjectivity. Either way, it's a recipe for hate, fear, sadness, suffering. All this external garbage just tears me apart. And so, I have no control. Damn, your braid's gone, buddy. I think you need to get a new shirt. The wind picks up. It's dry and hot, like the breeze from an open sauna. Coarse sand whips against my face, stinging my cheeks. Crunchy grains fly in my mouth. I hack my guts out, then sit up and fish my flask out of my pocket. Sand runs down the inside of my shirt and all into the cracks and crevices a human body has to walk. There's no getting away from it out here. It's coarse, rough, and it gets everywhere. Every day I can feel sand rub and gnash against my skin. When I walk, all I can focus on are these rashes on my thighs. It sucks, but you get used to it. What's left of the tequila sloshes around my flask, the parting gift from Ranger Smith I found stashed under the couch back in Yosemite. Probably only enough in here for one last swig. At least look at the taste of sand out of my mouth. But it's at times like this that I wish I were a park girl. One that has the power to refill bottles just by looking at them. Something mundanely useful like that. I guess it kind of comes full circle to what I said about Eve becoming one. But also, this is a very Eve thing to do.
Well, down the hatch it goes.
Despite collecting dust on the bottom shelf of the store and being aged in plastic, it doesn't get burned going down quite as much as it used to. See, I figured out this trick. Breathe in before shooting it back, then sigh after swallowing. It's like magic. Okay. Breathe in before it goes down, sigh after swallowing. I got it. I hiccup. My agave-scented breath smacks me in the face. Haven't bought a toothbrush or mouthwash since I've been out here, so hopefully this will kill any bacteria that's crawled up in my mouth. Now that this is gone, all I have left is, what? Half a handle of evergreen? Hardly enough for a nightcap. Guess I'll have to hit up the general store tomorrow. Hopefully she doesn't bellyache too much about having to take me.
Hey, dumbass! You trying to follow through on that death wish of yours?
My head throbs as her far-off yell still manages to crack through my skull. Speaking of the she-devil, I want to say this is the same voice actor as Jesse. But we'll see. I don't see anybody else in the cast, except for apparently Ernie has a voice. But I think we heard that at the very start.
Yeah! And I like to enjoy the process without your screeching, if you don't mind!
The lungs on her. Phew. She fires off her gun from between the plywood boards covering the shack's windows. I feel the sharp breeze as the bullet whizzes past me.
Great aim! Bet you're real proud of that one!
Jeez, it's not a fucking toy, loser.
Wasn't aiming for you this time. Now move your ass, pendeja!
Uh-oh. It's gonna be one of those nights. I look towards the horizon. Beneath the hazy sunset, a collective of round, misshapen silhouettes mop and roll over the hill. Ah, crap, not again. This is the fourth wave today.
Where do these things even come from?
She fires off another round. One of the shells explodes, splintering into dozens of pieces. Rock shards fly into the air, landing at my feet and tossing up sand. What the fuck is happening? The other silhouette, well, it has paused in the aftermath of the fatality. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why are we being attacked by rock What the fuck is wrong with this game? Screeching out their battle cry, they topple and roll down the hill, making a dash directly towards me.
Oh, she's really done it now.
I stumble to my feet, and the tequila shoots up my throat before I swallow it back down. Usually I end up crawling back to our shack, but this time I'll try my hand at walking. One of the monsters leap at me, its black hole eyes and granite teeth closing in on my face. Pew. It splits into two. Okay, maybe a light jog. I sway from side to side, my sense of direction guided by the hailstorm of bullets swishing past me. The stampede of rocks rushes behind me while the earth shakes beneath me.
You little demons! I'll blast you all back to hell! Each and every one of you!
While I miss Dizzy and Slosh, it's hard to make out anything other than her clenched teeth, twisted into a grin as she fires off her revolver. At least someone's having a good time. I don't look back as the creatures screech and holler. Whenever it feels like one is gaining on me, a bullet flies by, followed by a withering death yowl. What the fuck? There's a familiar chirp. It's similar to the animalistic yodeling from the things rushing towards the shack, except dopier and slower. She told me that before I got here, one of them planted themselves in front of the shack and never left. Its half-lidded eyes follow me as I stagger by.
Try to hold down the fort, wino!
What was that? I need to look at the replay. Oh my god. I think they've got a fucking, like, military-grade helmet on. A black and purple blur kicks open the door and bolts past me. Her coat flows behind her as she sprints away from the cabin and shoots me the bird before shooting more of the rocks. Wait, I want to see her. Is this Death Valley? I hope it's Death Valley. The mass of stones and boulders curve towards her and give chase, taking the bait with zero complications. If only they knew it made her job easier. All she has to do now is turn around and unload every so often. For as many of them as there are, they can't seem to put their heads together long enough to create a single brain cell. God, just like me in my chat. The circus disappears over the horizon along with a dipping sun. By the time the sound of gunshots and cursing fades away on the other end of the sky is a dusty blue. I kneel, but mostly trip down one knee and inspect the boarded up window. It's completely torn up, singed with bullet holes. From that hothead blasting the shots through it, no doubt. Now where's that hammer? Right there. Huh? And now there's two hammers! I glance at a piece of 2x4 I was going to use. There's two of that, too. And now they're spinning. That's fun. Spinning that only exists to signal me that I am, in fact, nauseous. Finally where I want to be. Pretty rad. Great excuse for not giving a shit. She can screech at me for not fixing it later. I crawl to my corner and flop onto the sleeping bag. It's thin and I can feel the texture of the concrete, so it's not much of a comfort. I'm just wondering to myself, when did this fucking game go from fucking Warships Girls, Tsundere Romance, to Highway Blossoms, and then to, like, Black Mesa, but trippier. I peel my face off the bag and stare at the diorama display of the few possessions I still own. A stack of notebooks I haven't touched since arriving, and the tiny animal skulls on top of— what the fuck? Just some rodents and birds I put a special request in for my new roommate here. Only if she found them lying around. Hold on. Some of them are mostly just broken shards and might not even be skulls for all I know. But I've assessed that they are, and that's all that matters. The perception of it all. I guess that's one way of putting it. Other than that, I'm sure I have a few bottles and receipts for those bottles stuffed away somewhere. I prop my body up and sit down, staring at it. I stare at this a lot. A lot. What kind of death do these little critters have? Considering the shape a lot of these are in, it must have been grisly. Maybe there's one. Hell, let's say that it was a mouse that curled up, went to sleep, and didn't wake up. But I doubt it. Did they have enough self-awareness to feel a lack of control when the end came? If a bird gets plucked out of the air by a cat, does it keep fighting until it physically can't, or does it eventually accept what's coming? Jesus Christ. Let's hope it's I hope it's the latter. Swimming up against the inevitable when the current is so powerful and overwhelming only serves to override the flame of life that existed. It gets defined by its demise. Jesus Christ. Okay, fucking and a singer over here. I feel like I'm having, like, Final Fantasy XIV flashbacks right now. Let the memory stand as a monument to what it had been, the futility of life, nature, planets, universe. It's the only sacred star guiding everything. Conclusion is the only certainty, and decay is its great reward. What is she on? How did she become a Final Fantasy XIV villain? What is she on? Dignity. That's what these creatures died with. How everything should go. It could be possible. I think it is.
I have no control.
I shut my eyes and take a deep cleansing breath through my nose.
No wisdom, no power.
All my belly aching about caring and not caring, the environment, my job, my role, none of it has objective meaning because it's all headed towards the same place.
I have no control. No wisdom, no power.
It makes me think of Yosemite, her fear of obliteration of personality, nothing to mark that a person or thing was ever there. It makes me think of how wrong she was. Keep a fucking journal. Because if that's the end result of everything that matters, then obliteration is the key. It's destiny. It's liberation. This is like word for word in Endwalker. But also, I think this came out before Endwalker too. I think Yoshi P copied Scion Santaria. Ishikawa copied his homework. But it's great. So
I have no control.
Anyway, back to Yosemite.
Can't you drive this thing any faster?
There's a soft little bass line back there.
Of course I can, but then I'd be going over the speed limit.
Yellowstone, I admire your dedication to traffic laws, but I think the situation warrants it.
We're in the middle of the desert! It doesn't even apply!
But I don't want to be irresponsible. If I am, you'll go and yell at me again.
That one is a little bit more Sela. I could hear it a little bit there.
I love you, so please don't take offense to me saying this or anything. But if you don't pick up the speed, I'm going to yell at you. Okay. Hang on tight.
What the devil is the matter? No!
Just Endwalker worst expansion. Agreed. Terrible expansion. Scion wrote Endwalker before Endwalker. Well, did. Hold on. When was this released? I need to. 2019. 2019. Endwalker released at the end of 2020, right? So, Endwalker worst expansion. Scion is the new Ishikawa. Just as Yellowstone accelerates the car, one of those boulder vermin jumps— Wait, the boulder vermin are real? One of the boulder vermin jumps in front of us. Too slow to react, Yellowstone rams it down. It scrapes against one of the cars, we run over it.
What was that? One of those things from before?
Just how many of them are there?
I look in the rearview mirror. Behind us, a rampaging pack of living, moving rocks are stampeding after it. Right, because you know how in Death Valley there's the thing about the moving rocks? Hold on, I gotta look this up. Death Valley moving rocks. The Sailing Stones of Death Valley. So, quite literally, they have personified the Sailing Stones of Death Valley, and they're actually creatures. But I think Death Valley, the national park girl, is shooting them down, and that's why they stop. They're comprised of dolomite and syenite, same materials that make up the surrounding mountains. They tumble down to the forests of erosion, coming to rest in parched ground. Once they reach the level surface, the rocks somehow move horizontally, leaving perfect tracks behind them to record their path. One of the largest tracks to have left behind, or one of the largest rocks have left behind trails as long as 1,500 feet, suggesting that they have moved a long way from their original location. Rocks with a rough bottom surface leave straight tracks, while smooth bottom rocks tend to wander. The Sailing Stones have, scientists were able to capture the movement of the stones for the first time using time-lapse technology. The Sailing Stones are the result of a perfect balance of ice, water, and wind. In the winter of 2014, rain formed a small pond that froze overnight and thawed the next day, creating a vast sheet of ice that was reduced by midday only to a few millimeters thick. Driven by a light wind, the sheet broke up and accumulated behind the stones, slowly pushing them forward. No, it's by like flash freezing of ice overnight that slowly pushes them forward.
I don't think you want to know!
The sun is already set and it's starting to get dark. If this keeps up for too much longer, we won't be able to see them until they're right on top of one. Or they're on top of us. Oh my god. Crash. One cannons through the windshield and crushes the center console. Yellowstone goes pale. I can only think of how close it would have been to my head if it were just a few inches off.
Throw it out! Throw it out!
I'm driving!
Which is why you should be the one to do something!
Yosemite, don't make me unbuckle my seatbelt!
The thing shrieks a gurgling shark shriek. It propels itself at my arm. I lean back in the seat and grab it out of the air. It bites my finger. The granite teeth stop at the bone.
You awful little pebble!
Toss it!
Yellowstone pushes a button on the side of a car and my window rolls down. I heave it out the window and pray that it doesn't crash into the side door. The wind rips it away, tumbling into the other rocks.
Girls, I'm scared!
They bite? What the fuck is going on in this game anymore?
It'll be okay, Yellowstone. Those rocks are so heavy that if we get hit by one, the blunt force trauma will knock us out immediately!
Oh, thank goodness. A quick plunge into nothingness.
No, perfect. A quick plunge into instant death. Just what I needed.
I'd rather avoid experiencing nothingness.
Well, if it's nothingness, then technically you wouldn't be able to experience anything.
Non-existence is funny that way.
Golly, that's bleak.
Despite the direness of our current situation, I'd be lying if I didn't say I was amused at having a conversation like this at 80, 85, now 90 miles per hour. Sweat could be streaming down my cheeks and the wind could be blasting through my hair, but as long as I'm surrounded by the individuals I've deemed worthy, perhaps any scenario can be enjoyable in a certain light. Friendship, y'all. With no guarantee of a future, or in the case of 3 of us in this vehicle, a past. What else is there existing in the present we'll share with those we love? Having weird, biting rocks like these and getting living personifications in parks and other things. Well, you know, at least it's internally consistent with itself, you know? Because I do love them. Zion and Yellowstone. And her, too. I love her. There's a fierce tug. At first I think it's Yellowstone's mishandling of the vehicle, but when I glance over, her arms are stick straight and her hands are gripped around the steering wheel. Another tug. My body remains in place, but my essence is being yanked forward. It's calling, and it's an urge. It's knowledge screaming out inside me, telling me where it is I must go.
Are you girls feeling that too?
You betcha.
It's very... strong.
The grim shadow casts itself across Yellowstone's face. She squeezes the wheel tighter. Zion winces at the pressure, as if resisting gravity itself.
We're getting close.
Do we have enough gas left? What if we get stuck out here?
I look in the side mirror. The stampeding rocks are kicking up enough dust to blot out the stars.
She has a point. It's not going to end well if we run out of fuel now, of all times.
Well, you're probably gonna have to make some oil. Beads of sweat trickle down the side of Yellowstone's face. She tries to reassure us with a shaky grin, a trembling thumbs up. Tries.
Don't give it another hoot, holler, or heckle. Well, Yellowstone ain't gonna let that happen.
Wait, I know what to do. You take Yellowstone, you point her head out the back of the car, and then you allow her to just spray and use the water as like a jet. I hear the metal clang as she stomps down the gas pedal. Tires screech. Zion is sent flying back into her seat. The speedometer goes from 90 to 120. We're going so fast when I look outside, it's like we're stopped in place and the rest of the world is zipping by. 15 miles to empty.
Let's burn rubber!
If only she said this in Highway Blossoms.
Yellowstone, maybe not this fast.
We're coming, Evo!
Her eyes are shut. Steering wheel spins against the grip.
Not if you crash, we aren't. Do you even know what you're doing? Yellowstone! Yellowstone!
Back to Eve. An entire drumline goes off my head. Snares, quads, bass, and cymbals. It's all there pounding against my skull and yanking me into wakefulness. A wet groan drips from my mouth along with a string of saliva and a clump of vomit that was clogging my throat. I cough. My cheeks ripple and I feel the wetness my face is laying in. A puddle of thick yellow and unidentifiable
Talk about no control.
Wash up, you idiot. Every limb and appendage is sore, like they were all yanked out of their sockets, then shoved back into place. My legs wobble and fold in on themselves the first few times before I finally make it to my feet. It's dark outside. The shack is darker. How long was I out? Could have been minutes, hours. The way time works out here, maybe even days. Decades can melt into millennia, and that melt into eternity, that melt back into seconds. Big bang, big crunch. Rinse and dry until I'm in the ground. Well, at least I know it doesn't matter. I bend over to fish what's left of the bottle of gin off the ground. A stern force shoves me. Huh? Freeze, and it happens again. Like a pair of hands pushing me towards the door. Except my body stays anchored in place and it's my mind that's being pushed away. It's a familiar feeling. Warm but opposing. Uncompromising.
Yosemite?
God, what have I been saying? It must be the desert. A hellish white canvas to paint whatever meaning I want onto. Or the lack of grub. Or no other booze. Drink enough tequila and a beautiful garden of blue agaves will start sprouting in your liver. Messes with your head. Yeah, that must be it. Except it happens again. Stronger now, less of a push, more of a drag.
It can't be.
It's impossible. She's more than 400 miles away from here. They all are. She would never, not for me. I'm a moody terror. She's an egotistical pain with something to prove. The idea of her doing something like this is totally plausible. Oh god. I break down and follow the urge to the door, and with all the grace and bounce of a cabin boy with amputated seed legs. Jesus Christ. I swing open the door and look to the horizon line. The Milky Way hangs in the sky, glimmering above the cracked ground. The remnants of what used to be a lake. God, it's starting to really feel like fucking Death Valley in here. Oh god. Now all that's left is the grandstand, a sawtooth monolith of a rock that watches over this place like it's the guard tower of hell. Heh, nothing. What else did you expect? Before I can turn around to go back inside, an engine roars in the distance. 2 headlights peek over the bend.
No way.
Oh, back to... Here we go. Back to Yosemite.
Determined little boogers, ain't ya?
Through some miracle, Yellowstone has managed not to crash. For some additional miracle, she's also managed to throw off most of those awful rock creatures.
Not to interrupt, because I'm aware of the seriousness of the situation we currently find ourselves in, and I certainly don't want to speak out of turn and distract either of you from the important task at hand, or keep us from
Sweetie, I love you, and I'm not upset. But get on with it!
Yellowstone glares daggers at me, swords and butcher knives too.
With a please and thank you. Go ahead, cutie pie.
Oh my god. Bang bang. The 2 rocks that have kept up with us pound into the vehicle. My back stiffens with each impact. Come on, we're so close now.
Look! Right there!
I point at the shambles of a building in the distance, illuminated by our headlights. Alone in the middle of the desert. Of course she is.
In that hunk of junk? Well, I guess it does kinda suit her.
Bang bang. They crash into us again. There's a rattle, then a clank. The back bumper falls off and kicks up a plume of sand. How is this thing still moving? With a wheezing cough, the engine sputters. Yellowstone and I exchange looks of terror as the speedometer drops and the vehicle slows to an unceremonious stop.
Nuh-uh. Nope. Not good.
Ladies, it was a pleasure. Goodbye.
Jesus Christ. Bang. 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 Like insects, the creatures chatter as they propel themselves at us.
Okay, out of the car!
What? You yanking our chain or something?
It's either in here or out there. Take your pick. But I'm not giving up until I give her a piece of my mind.
I swing the door open, slamming it into one of the rocks. It tumbles back.
I, for one, welcome Oblivion.
Zion opens her door, it smacks the other rock and sends it flying several feet. With any luck, that should keep those chunks of earth and discard busy for a few minutes. Yellowstone groans and tepidly steps out, careful to skirt around the stunned rock.
Yeesh, talk about agitating the gravel. These things sure are giving us a run for our money.
She looks down at the rock's dizzy face and smiles.
They're sorta cute, though.
It rolls to its center of balance and screeches.
Oh, look at the little teethies.
Time to go, Yellowstone! You're gonna get eaten and digested!
Zion zips on by and nabs Yellowstone's wrist.
But, they have the neato cute fangs.
Will you just run?
The speed of Zion's flying gives Yellowstone no choice but to sprint. Once I'm sure they've gotten a move on, I break into a jog. I swing my arms back and forth, take medium-sized steps, and make sure to land on the soles of my feet, just like all the books said. Want to see your cute neato fang? I don't believe that you have fangs. Something tells me you don't. Zion and Yellowstone catch up to me in under 5 seconds.
How's it hanging, Slowcimity?
Precious polite, perfect Zion giggles, holding it with a delicate hand.
Please do try and keep up, Slowsemity.
Even you!
They pass me. I can't let this happen. I am Triumph. I am nature. I am terrified.
You can't just leave me behind like this!
Everything I read about running gets shot through my mind's discard pile. My steps are now bounding strides, my arms dangle at my side like a scarecrow. A swallow giant scoops up the air, saliva sticking to my lips. I swallow giant scoops of air, oh my god. I swallow giant scoops of- I can't read. Saliva sticking to my lips. When I catch up, I'm sweating through my clothes. I'm so thankful I didn't wear my jacket to this wretched place.
Exercise is stupid. Running is stupid.
Just like
I
me.
despise this.
Yosemite and I are basically the same person.
Move those muscles, you Poindexter!
Poindexter.
We're in the home stretch!
With all the enthusiasm of a personal trainer, Yellowstone cheers me on with applause. Though considering the smug grin on her face, I get the impression she finds my predicament more entertaining than anything.
Is this amusing to you?
Man, you've got no idea.
You should know by now that whatever you put into the world always comes back to you.
Back to Eve. It has to be the liquor. Must have drank enough for it to finally reach my eyes. It's gonna drown my pupils and give me one last hallucination before I finally go blind. But as the headlights get closer, it only feels more and more real. It's a beefy SUV, the kind I used to drive back in Yosemite. Please tell me they didn't steal one. It comes to a slow, painful stop. Two stones emerge from the darkness and throw themselves at the car before both get whacked in the face with doors. Yosemite steps out of the passenger's seat. Oh my god, they actually did. Zion floats out of the car next, Yellowstone follows. It's hard to make out their faces, but they're all wearing clothes more suited for the desert than their usual get-ups. But it's them. I know it's them. The stones wake up from their short nap and give chase. Zion glides, Yellowstone runs behind her. Yosemite lags behind. She briefly jogs before entirely giving up on such stupid notions, like pacing herself, or form. Instead, she sprints like a drunken ragdoll. My heart stops. Even though they're running, they're going so slow. They're all yelling at each other, screaming and laughing. Guess things haven't changed much, huh, guys? How are things? Jesse doing well? Does Yosemite still sit at the table every morning and read? Is Yellowstone's food still a heart attack on a platter? Hopefully Zion's not too lonely without Pup. Oh yeah, thank you for pulling up the socials there. My YouTube's a little bit behind, and the TikTok only gets to see like good clips. Essentially, it's not. I don't really put too much on TikTok, but we do use the Twitter though all the time. But I do have to update the YouTube because I have like a backlog of like a week. Hopefully Zion's not too lonely without Pup to play with anymore. I can't believe you. No, not at all. With all your grace, power, and knowledge, I can't believe that you morons would bring these stupid rocks directly to me. I catch my first glimpse of her. Standing outside a tumble-down oh god. Go back. Go back. Standing outside a tumble-down shack that looks like it could collapse on her if she so much as breathed wrong. Jaw loose, mouth open as she gawks at us, as if she's seeing us for the first time. Come to think of it, it was that night when we first met. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh god, we got a barrage. We crack open another water bottle. She tried to shoot me. Twice. But more than the attempted bullet to the skull, what I remember most about that night is how sad she looked. Hiding in a corner, on the verge of tears. Now, I'm sure we were partially to blame for that, but there was a hopelessness there. A hopelessness I noticed then and every day after. And looking at her now, her hair done in a sloppy ponytail, dirt caked to her skin, stains painting her clothes, I can still see a hopelessness there. I see it more vividly than I ever have before. Eve Adams, I'm going to fix what the world has done to you. Yosemite just literally said, I can fix her. And the three of us are only a yard from the shack now. I run ahead of the others, and then I'm within touching distance. So are those doofy rock muppets. I'm afraid they might take a slightly bigger priority at the moment. There's even one sitting not too far from the shack just staring at us. Is it sleeping? Dead? Doesn't even matter as long as it's not chasing us?
Don't just stand there, do something!
Eve wakes up from whatever walking coma she's in and stumbles into action. What on earth happened to her coordination?
Ah, crap. All right, hurry up and get inside.
Yellowstone and Zion are the first ones in.
Howdy-o, Evo! Hello, Miss Eve.
Shut the door, shut the door, shut the door!
She slams it just in time for me to slip through. The rocks pound at the door, plowing it hard enough for chunks of the wood to come off with each impact.
Wood, hammer, nails. In that order. Stat!
Similar to how an ant can carry 10 times its weight, Zion drags over a stiff board of plywood from the other side of the room. Yellowstone, always one to be prepared, digs a hammer and nails out of her head. Eve stares at Yellowstone's open hand for a second too long, and I take it instead. I swear you think she would be used to it at this point. Yeah, what the fuck? When did this become a zombie movie? Bang, bang, bang. The rocks continue to throw themselves at the door, splintering it into pieces. Eve takes the wood and presses it against the door.
Yosemite!
On it!
The rocks are heavy and their damage is significant, but Eve's strong enough to resist their force as I hammer the wood into place. One of the monsters screeches as it realizes brute force alone isn't going to do the trick this time. Need rest, now. Eve and I collapse and side against the door, side to side. Our breath, heavy and tattered, heaves in and out in unison. We're close enough for me to feel her clammy skin against mine, which is fine. I'm just as sweaty. Even at night, it appears as if the desert heat just doesn't let up.
Idiot.
The word can hardly squeeze out of my dry throat. Aw. Hold on, what did she just say I was?
What? Me? You're the idiot!
How dare she steal my words? I've been planning calling her an idiot the moment I saw her since we left the park. This is theft.
Explain to me how I'm the idiot in this situation.
You brought those things straight to my shelter! Straight to me!
A shelter? Honey, I hate to break it to you, but this structure is barely standing. It may as well be your tomb. Furthermore, I wasn't even aware that these things existed until half an hour ago. My conscience is clear. It's so clean. It sparkles, glimmers.
My fucking god.
You are so full of it! Even if you didn't know, I would have thought that the personification of a national park was aware of the fact that, imagine this, the wilderness could be dangerous!
VAs are insane. They're
And
so
I would have
good.
thought that an angsting, bureaucratic goon so tied up in paperwork and her own indulgent journaling would have been self-absorbed enough to at least write a note or a letter for those she was leaving behind.
Oh, she's tearing up. No kiss. No, actually, give her some mouthwash before you kiss her. I mean for there to be more bite, more venom. But not even halfway through, my voice breaks apart and my words lose any power they may have contained. I don't try to fight the tears.
You just left. When I needed you.
She opens her mouth to speak, but nothing comes out. Her expression is loose and her eyes are unfocused and glossy. Is this version of her equipped to process this?
Not even a catch you later, alligator. You just up and poofed.
I wanted to talk, about Pup.
Brave little Zion. She and that furball were stuck together like glue. Her loss has been completely overshadowed by the rest of our drama. Yet she's cutting straight to the core of her pain. No phony, half-hearted arguments there. Maybe it's Zion's earnestness, willingness to be honest, that finally connects. Or perhaps it's just the mention of the coyote. Whatever it is, it's enough to break through Eve's fog.
Don't talk to me about that. I already know it was my fault.
You're right. It was. You were careless. You thought you were special enough to disregard common sense. People ended up hurt because of what you did.
Yeah, but you're one to talk, fucking Zion. You made it worse.
And you killed my friend because of it.
Zion steps forward. Her tiny body looms over us both. The dim lighting of the room shines against her back, casting a large shadow over Eve.
So I want you to make up for it.
Zion smiles. The shadow seems less stark. She extends both hands, one to me, one to Eve.
And come home.
I grab hold of her and lift myself up with no hesitation.
Yeah, it's been a total downer without ya.
I recollect myself with a single sniff.
I expect you to make the right choice.
Eve only stares, first at Zion's hand, then at Zion herself. She brushes her hand away.
Thanks for coming to see me.
She slumps over onto one knee and balances herself out by climbing to her other foot. Watching her trying to stand is embarrassing.
I'm not much for the gushy stuff, but...
She drifts over to the three of us and swings her arms around me and Yellowstone. A shiver sizzles down my spine when her fingertips touch my skin. Just, okay, get her the mouthwash and then kiss already, okay? I know they didn't have enough space in the script for Barbossa to say that, but since the guy is 3 hours late, I think he can make it up to me. Zion floats up to Yellowstone's shoulder to get in on that rare moment of affection.
I really have missed you guys.
Her voice shakes when she says it. So she really means it. Well, she always tried to hide her feelings, although she was never any good at it. Her being open like this is a victory. I'll relish it for now. I lean my head against her. My eyes water. Not because of any swelling of emotion, no, that would be nice. Because I'm pressed against her. It's becoming excruciatingly obvious to me.
P.U., Eve, you reek! What's the last time you showered, girl?
Zion pinches her nose.
I apologize, Miss Eve, but it's true. You're quite stinky.
I'm going to gag.
Stinky.
You're a bunch of drama queens.
He lifts her collar and smells inside of it.
See? Don't smell a thing.
Of course you don't. You live in this filth.
Bang. Bang.
What are we going to do?
Any ideas, Evo?
Die, I guess.
Bang. The door is torn off its hinges and the two rocks stand at the entrance, snarling and slobbering. The four of us huddle together in the darkness of the room. I shield Zion and Yellowstone. They will have to tear through me first. Torn. They launch themselves through the air and I shut my eyes tight. Oh, here we go. 2 shots ring out. There's a kerplunk. 2 rots hitting the ground. Open my eyes. They've both been split open vertically, now lifeless on the dirt.
Took you long enough.
How about you show a little gratitude? I could have let them bludgeon you to death. I've seen it happen.
A pair of boots walk over to the collapsed door, spurs jingling with every step. Here we go. Show me. Give me this.
Should have told me you were gonna have company, Freckles. Could have boarded the place up all nice and good. Could have hunkered down and get to know each other a little. The works.
This is an incredible cowboy intro. So they told me you had company, Freckles. Yeah. Do you want me to talk to you like that now, Ralph?
It was a surprise to me, too. Didn't know they were coming until I felt it.
Uh-huh.
She says it matter-of-factly, as if knowing the reason before Eve even needed to give it. Between words, she chews on something in the corner of her mouth. Can't be tobacco, because whatever it is this barbarian is nomming on, I can hear it crunching between her teeth. Oh my good golly. Fuck. Why the fishnets? Holy hell. Why not fishnets? I know, right? There's yet another character who's been stuck in the the early 1900s. With a flourish, she reloads her gun, still smoking from the firefight. She spits into the 6 pebbles into the holes into the chamber. There's a tingling across my entire being the very moment I set eyes on this woman. Her platinum hair twirls into bouncing drills. A brooding cowboy hat and a cloak just reinforce what I instinctively know. She's not made of the same stuff as Eve. Entire essence, every speck of stardust in her atoms was unconsciously manufactured into her. She's like me.
Gunslinger.
Rootin' tootin'.
Yellowstone up. Ari-san, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Ari-san. How you guys doing? Gumio raid. We fucking love our Gumios around here. We're currently playing National Park Girls, and I think we're like halfway through the final episode. So if you don't want spoilers to National Park Girls, it's too late. You've already seen the spoilers. But welcome on in, Ari-san. How you guys doing today? Thanks so much for the raid. Let me get a shout out here for you. It was a fucking command for it. Was it a slash? Yeah, slash shout out. Oh. There we go. Ari-san. Another fan, clearly, of Studio Elon VMs. Yeah. Studio Elon's been getting a lot of representation on this channel lately, but for good reason. They've been killing it. What were you guys playing today? Were you guys also playing something that they were like one of their VNs? You're playing Twofold earlier. Okay. So how's National Park Girls going? So National Park Girls definitely starts slower than Heart of the Woods and slower than like Please Be Happy and Highway Blossoms, but it's like ramping up fast. And it is wild. It's absolutely wild. Like, yeah, through the PPH stream. Aw. You've been watching the VODs. Well, I'm so glad to hear that. I think I saw you on Ratsukari's channel. And do I follow you? I thought I followed you. Do I not follow you? Let me go make sure I do. Because I'm pretty sure... Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, well now, there you go. Make sure you guys go and check out Ari's song when you can. I remember this opening tune, so I definitely watched some of your VODs too. A while ago. I saw you in Ratsukari's stream, and I was like, oh... More people who experience this stuff. And Twofold, we're actually going to be playing First Snow rather soon, maybe a couple of weeks from now. And then after that, Twofold, when I can. So that's definitely on the menu. I don't know when we're going to do it, but we're going to play it sometime. We've been like working through like every other day or like a couple of days a week. We've been working through Studio Elon's VNs. We've gone through Please Be Happy first, Highway Blossoms, Heart of the Woods, now National Park Girls. This one's insane. This is a wild game. This shit's crazy. But also so is Heart of the Woods too. But we have loved all of them so far. I was just talking about like a tier list earlier, and I was saying how like basically nothing's below A tier in Studio Elon so far. There might be games that I like less, but there's not been a single game I dislike. They've done a great job with it. And this has been crazy. This stream has gone from like Doki Doki to emotional turmoil to like now it's a zombie apocalypse. Like, I don't know what's going on. But it's great. It's perfect. They are. Yeah, there's all bangers. They're just, and they all destroy me in certain ways. It's been great though. But thank you so much for stopping by, and I hope you enjoy as we work our way towards the end of the game. I think we're finishing today. Because I think it'll only be like another hour and a half to finish the final episode, so we're definitely going to try to finish today. And National Park Bros has been a very interesting experience. The last couple of streams have been, like, awesome. And, it's definitely one of the strangest VNs I've ever read. But I also like strange around here. Now, we're also playing, like, Final Fantasy IX right now, and Final Fantasy IX is, like, weird as shit compared to the other Final Fantasy games. So, we like strange. So, Eve got fired, and now we are catching up with her, and we found this person here, who I can only assume is Death Valley. Yellowstone and Zion step aside and gawk as the woman walks closer.
Eve, would you care to explain to me who this is?
Who am I?
She holsters her gun and gets in close enough for the brim of her stupidly large hat to graze my forehead.
I'm the demigod of this park, Cupcake.
Cupcake?
Now who the hell are you?
Oh, I hate her. God, look at her. Oh my god. And like the fucking fang on the neck, the bloody fang on the necklace. Oh, she's perfect. Can't go wrong with her, can you? I have that leather jacket. Of course. You love this character, so do I. I have that fucking leather jacket. I might as well have that hat. Because I know somebody would absolutely fall for that hat. Oh, I hate her. But she did save us. And if she is who I think she is, then knowing her is important. Knowing her is something I need. Vina with a leather jacket. I've got 2 leather jackets. I've got a leather jacket that's like longer and I can actually close all the way, and it looks like I'm about to go and like... Looks like I'm about to be like a member of the Jets in, what's it fucking called? West Side Story? Or... I've got a short, like, crop leather jacket that is, like, a little bit sleeker. A little bit like that. And it's got a lot of dangly, like, zippers and shit on it. So, I love both of them. Obviously, one you wear and you close it. The other one you don't close. But she did save us. And if she is who she thinks she is, then knowing her is important. Knowing her is something I need. Hitting all the serotonin buttons. I present a stiff hand for her to shake.
You mean spirit, not demigod. Death Valley, I presume. It's exciting to meet you. I'm Yosa...
Yeah, I know who you are. Other than grateful.
She slaps my hand and squats down to Zion's level.
I could feel it the second you entered my land. You too, Shrimpy.
Shrimpy. Bite her, Zion, bite her. But alas, Zion bashfully glances away and flutters her wings, something she's always done when nervous, as far back as I can remember and probably before.
Hello.
Howdy, cowboy.
Shrimpy.
What about me?
Yellowstone pokes her on the back and waits for a patient fan, waits like a patient fan in line for an autograph.
Wow!
Death Valley tumbles onto her backside in shock and gazes up at Yellowstone.
Jesus Maria, Jose y Mateo y Marcos y Lucas y Juan.
We get it!
What the hell is that?
She points at Yellowstone's volcano. Her hat must have fallen off in a scuffle. Yellowstone blinks, an innocent reaction to an overstated sentiment. Then, the realization sets in. The grief of knowing her newfound hero is repulsed by her entire existence. You need her. I knew you were about to speak up and say that. I felt it coming. I saw that line and I was like, pie is sold. pie's done. But also, I think we're all sold.
Rude? I know it ain't normal, but you don't gotta be a jerkwad about it.
Cece, that's great. But what is it?
It's a geyser volcano head, duh.
All it took was 5 episodes. What, now you're in? It took 5 episodes to get you, but now you're hook, line, and sinker. Zion rushes over to comfort her sobbing friend. Eve glares at me with quiet spite. She tries to glance away and hide it, but I can feel it searing into me.
Oh, get that look off your face. We'll talk about it later. No, we won't. There's nothing to talk about. We'll see about that.
Death Valley watches an experiential terror as a geyser umbrellas over Yellowstone's head.
You keep weird company.
Look, I know you do. You keep weird company.
No kidding.
Met Death Valley for the first time. Nice. Got a new achievement. Switch.
I have no control.
I hope she's a switch. Control isn't wisdom.
No wisdom, no power.
Wisdom isn't power. Power isn't control.
I have no control. No wisdom, no power. I have no control. No wisdom, no power. I have no control. No wisdom, no power.
Don't keep saying this to yourself.
I have no control. No wisdom, no power.
This is the worst mantra I've ever heard. Have you ever been introduced to the... It's a little weird. Eve's close friends are all personifications of Parks, aside from one. Yeah, aside from Jesse. I was gonna say, have you ever been introduced to Thich Nhat Hanh? He has some good mantras for you, so you should listen to him. I had a walking meditation instructor in college who would give us the specifically teachings from a a known meditation performer around the world named Thich Nhat Hanh. And I took her class twice because I wanted to. I got my credit and then I took it again. Because she was so good. And the stuff I could tell you from that meditation course is so helpful. If only I could take my own goddamn advice. That, and maybe if I actually got out of here and did some walking meditation, I'd be a healthier person, but I don't have a lake next to my house. But I did in college. These things feed into each other, and delusion, true delusion, is spending years trying to chase them. Only to lie to yourself and believe that you aren't because you have the superpower to acknowledge their inherent harm. But I still had authority, goofy hat, shiny badge, a desire to assert myself as the arbiter of moral land management and recreation, as if there's a proper way to exist in nature, a proper way to feel it.
The arrogance of it all. Quite telling, don't you think, Miss Ranger?
She's losing it. I open my eyes. The corpse of the Raven is still lying on the rolled-out cloth alongside his other deceased friends, looking a little mushier than he did yesterday. He's decaying, but I give him a voice anyway. Oh my god. I gotta clap for that. I love it. This is fucking best. Now we're turning into well, earlier I was pulling out the Pirates of the Caribbean references. Now we're in the part where Jack Sparrow's in the desert with the ship and he's licking the rock and shit like that. Yeah, clap, clap. I think this game is just a retelling of Pirates of the Caribbean mixed with Final Fantasy XIV.
Former. Goes through at the end of the week. And when it does, Miss Ranger will be just like you, Mr. Raven. Dead. Deceased. Rotting.
fighting off the dance of Rigor and his mistress, Mortis.
Terrific way to hop around the question, Ranger ma'am. Obfuscation is the sincerest form of cowardice, after all. Tippity-toppity, hippity-hoppity.
Oh, fucking hell.
Ha! Here, here. Ha!
Cottontail, whose tail and back feet were missing when I got her, decided it was time for her to chime in too. I give her a high, squeaky voice because that's what she sounds like. Mr. Raven, that brown-nosing scavenger, decides he needs to agree.
What else do you want me to do? This place not good enough for you? Should I go sit at the bottom of the ocean? Is that what penance looks like?
She's got a dead raven and half a rabbit. Gone down the rabbit hole. I'm pretty sure the rabbit's hole is off of its body. I mean, I guess there is one big hole in that rabbit now, so I guess you could say that.
The aesthetics of penance. Definitely, maybe, perhaps I'm just an insecure and chronically unsatisfied mousy lad. Speak, speak.
Oh, so now the rat decides to stop. The fuck?
Caw! Here, here. Caw! Tippity-hoppity, toppity-hippity. Your insights are unmouse-stakeable, mousy lad.
And I remember, Lana, a few minutes ago, fucking Yosemite said I can fix her.
Will you all just shut up? You're not telling me anything special. This is not the guidance I come to this council for.
Something blots out the sun. With any luck, it's another asteroid. I look up and only to be disappointed by Death Valley's flat judgment.
What the hell is wrong with you?
A dead Chuckwalla lizard dangles from her hand by the tail. She's like a metal detector, except for dead things. Must be one of her weird park girl things. I cut my hands together and lift them up. She sighs and drops the lizard on top of the other corpses I have lined out. Great, now they're all crooked.
You did that on purpose.
She kicks over the nearly empty bottle of Everclear I have sitting next to me. Gin starts to trickle out. I pick it up before I lose any more. Oh. She's got the same fang that fucking Evelyn does in Heart of the Woods. You see that? I'm not blocking it out.
Was planning on going into town anyway. Don't get grumpy when it's time.
Got manners or what? You shouldn't be so flippantly flappable about expecting favors from an honest-to-me demigod.
Does that mean yes?
Her stocks are going up. Yeah, exactly.
It means I'm the protector of this realm, and I'll toss you a bone whenever I damn well please. You even know how much junk I gotta... Ay, Dios. Gotta be kidding me.
She stops and draws her gun. Pew pew pew. My ears ring as she fires 3 shots at the hill. A stone crumbles into dust.
Yes, my culo, hellspawn! Anyway, I forgot what wisdom I was delivering a couple seconds ago. But I'm sure it was valuable.
Was worth its weight in lead.
She bonks me on the head with her revolver. Not hard, but the metal makes sure a bump will be there later.
Ay, why'd I even bother saving your ass if all you could do is mouth off? Can't you do something more interesting?
Like die?
Claro, it'd be something. You should go out in a blaze of glory, though. More interesting way to reach Valhalla than boozing.
To reach Valhalla. Holy shit. Oh god, I love Death Valley. Death Valley is the best fucking character we've had since Miho. I just don't know what to say.
You're a real pal.
This is like one of the best characters I've ever seen in this from this studio.
Don't mention it.
Death Valley squats down. Her cloak drags on the ground as she wraps an arm around me.
Might want to say buenos dias to your besties over there, though. Been gawking at you for the last 20 minutes.
Jesus Christ. She sticks her thumb out behind us. Yellowstone and Zion are poking their heads at the shack, either failing to be sneaky or wanting to get caught.
If they want to talk, they'll come.
Hey, I get it. Initiative's hard.
So, Tina, princess, gunslinger, believes in Norse afterlife, and collects dead things. And, she's got a personality and a half. Sorry, taking a drink. I need drink. This is incredible. With all the suaveness that I'm sure she believes she has, Death Valley fires off finger guns at Yellowstone and Zion.
Just tell the amateurs to stay out of trouble. I got a weird feeling about today.
She exchanges her gun for a pair of binoculars from inside her cloak, staring into them as she walks in the direction of the hill. Does she even know where she's going?
Keep those ojos peeled.
She reminds me of the kind of cranks Dad used to swing around. Always camo and prepping for the end times. They own lots of equipment, but I'm not sure I ever saw any of them use it. With enough bluster, anyone can be an action hero, I guess. I don't know what Sion did in this final episode, but Sion just went off the deep end. Sion has gone like full Yoko Taro on us and being a mixture of a madman and a genius. When she's far enough for me not to be worried about being judged, I straighten out my dead buddies and set Lizzie the Chuckwalla lizard down at the very end.
Enjoying the company, Lizzie?
I wait for her response. Nothing. Oh yeah, lizards don't make noises. Of course she wouldn't say anything. Zion's meek voice stutters behind me. My shoulders slump and suddenly I don't feel like giving voices to the rotting animals anymore. Go figure. I glance over my shoulder. Zion is hiding behind Yellowstone flags. Yellowstone is hiding behind a grimace.
Howdy-o, Eve. This place sure don't waste any time getting hot, huh? It ain't even noon yet, and I'm already a puddle.
Yeah, don't remind me how hot it is in this room. Yeah, I've heard the saying, but Yoko Taro is nuts. But he's an absolute genius, and Sion is doing the same thing right now. Maybe not quite to the same degree, I don't think Sion is going around in a meal helmet to every every public appearance he can. I don't think that Sion is putting 2B in Nikkei and saying that it's canon. But, glad to see Yellowstone hasn't changed. Really, I am. She's nothing if not reliably herself. Always the first to check up on someone else. I'm not sure if the others even realize she's the one holding the cabin together. Still, she's as obvious as ever.
What did I tell you 3 this morning? I'm not going back. Sorry.
Oh, don't say that.
Yeah, we kind of figured you'd say that, since you're so set on always being so stubborn and all.
And unreasonably bullheaded.
I also think that they kind of glossed past the point that Death Valley's superpower is that she can spit out bullets into her own gun. She has endless bullets.
Oh, that's a good one. I'm gonna steal it.
Thanks. I call her that in my head all the time.
It's nothing that isn't true.
I hit what's left of the bottle. Hardly even half an ounce. Yellowstone and Zion go silent and as I wash the taste of bile and finish with a burp. Tremors spasm through my hand. I grip the bottle until the knuckles go pale and I'm steady once more. It was only a matter of time. Despite doing my best to ration it these last few days, it hasn't been nearly enough to keep the beast tamed. Not with how much I usually throw back. If I don't get properly wasted sometime in the next couple of hours, I'm going to start feeling those withdrawal symptoms. Yikes. Let's see if I finally let it go long enough to kill me this time.
Oh. Done.
I spin my pitching arm and toss the bottle. It shatters into a thousand glimmering shards on impact.
Better clean that up, borracha!
I've got it!
Yeah, whatever, Shrimpy.
Zion flaps her wings and glides over to the mess I've made. She drops to her knees and begins the process of picking every piece up, and one by one she counts them aloud to herself.
Probably shouldn't have done that. I need the recycling money.
Yellowstone answers with a frown.
What?
I would have picked it up. I'm not an animal. God.
After years of screeching at college kids for not picking up their junk, I wouldn't just give myself a pass, even if I am only a few days away from not being a ranger anymore.
Mind if I pop a squat?
I don't mind
Pop a
anything.
squat.
Too much stress for the inevitable result.
Oh, I can dig it. As they say, too much thinking is a thunk too much.
Did they say that?
It's the first turning of the wheel.
She hunkers down next to me, rests for a second, then scoots in closer to me. Her hands are wrapped around her knees, locked in a chain. Despite being surrounded on all sides by brown, sloping hills and jagged mountains, sitting here is like sitting in emptiness. The ground is weathered and white, mud dried up by the sun until cracks formed, splintering everything into a polygon-shaped checkerboard. Sometimes I try to count all the cracks. I never get too far. My brain always sizzles under the heat of the sun until counting becomes too much effort. The heat doesn't seem to deter Zion, though. Yellowstone and I watch her in the distance, listening as she counts the 36 glass shards she's picked up, then the 37. A warm breeze whispers past us and kisses my cheek. I breathe out in relief and notice a wheeze that wasn't there before.
Eve?
Hmm?
What's with the dead critters?
They're friends, duh.
I saw the bones inside, too. You ain't...
Her voice takes an uncertain turn. The path of implication.
Of course not. You should know me better than that.
Phew, thank goodness. Had me worried there for a sec.
Didn't somebody say earlier, like in chapter 3, didn't somebody say something to the effect of like, I'm surprised. Oh no, that was in Class of '09. It was a line in Class of '09 where they're saying something to the effect like, I'm surprised that you don't have dead animals in your fucking drawer too, or whatever like that. They said that, I think Ari said that to Nicole after Nicole manipulates her into an abusive relationship. Right. I think that was from Class of '09. I was gonna say, I thought that was in this. It's all jumbled together now.
I have Death Valley bring them to me.
Oh, and does she?
Nah, they're already dead when she finds them.
And do you think they just look neato, or what?
Neato, huh? I guess they do look neat, all stiff and empty. But that's not the reason, not entirely.
I wonder...
Come on, Eve. You can blab to me about it.
Concern lurks under the peppy smile she tries to force. I guess I can tell her, it's just Yellowstone.
It's because dead things have power.
Huh?
She keeps smiling, like she's expecting you to follow up with a punchline. Alright, time for the Eve Necromancer arc.
I mean, you're not even human, so you probably feel it more than us. Hell, maybe you girls can even see it, I don't know. It's energy. No doubt about it. It just radiates off it, you know?
Yellowstone's smile begins to droop. Maybe it's because she gets it too. Maybe he knows that I know what she knows. What we all should know. Zion is still counting the pieces of glass. 64, 65, 66. I make sure to quiet my voice for the next part.
I first noticed it when I had to put Pup down. For a while, I just sort of looked at him. And I realized
Jesus.
I had never felt anything so conclusive up until that point.
Now it's getting very dark again.
In a way, it was like seeing liberation was possible. So, when I came here, I started looking for that feeling again. It feels the strongest when they're bones. So, that's why I keep these guys out in the sun. After a while, it's easy to peel them. For the skeleton.
Go on. Oh god, where's her voice? I don't have control over most of the terrible things that happen. To me, to others, or the land. No power to change it. But I can bring on that feeling of conclusion. This is inevitable. And in a way, that's power.
So maybe I can absorb some of it for myself. Then I won't just bring about conclusion. I can be conclusion.
I've been staring into Lizzie the Chuckwalla Lizard's dull, lifeless eye. I'm not sure if it was staring at her beautiful leather skin, or if it was just getting all of this off my chest, but I'm smiling. Jesus Christ. This... Whatever change she has gone through in like a month's time, it's insane. And, Scion is very wacky. But also, I find it interesting from a writing perspective. The way this is kind of a familiar scene. We see this sort of scene structure before in other situations where somebody is stuck in isolation and makes, you know, fake friends to talk to kind of thing. We see that a lot. You know, Castaway. There's examples of like this kind of thing, like in particular. Scion gave it a different twist in this situation, a really dark twist, but one that takes somebody going through the thick of it to understand, which is like how like coping with pain can manifest, and coping with the feeling of death and hopelessness can manifest. And I don't know, I find it very interesting how Scion's taken this sort of trope kind of thing and really like flesh it out in a way that's both more disgusting in ways, but also more emotionally concerning. You know? Yellowstone is not smiling. She's staring, eyes wide and pale. Her mouth is open, but she's not saying anything. Weird. Yellowstone and I turn away from each other, and I look ahead to Scion. Also, this is not something I could have dreamed of happening even an hour ago. Like, this is not something I could have dreamed of happening even at the start of this episode. 81, 82.
Eve, you need to come home.
I don't really need anything.
No, you do. And it ain't here. I know it ain't.
I thought something could happen to Pup. I didn't think what happened might have happened, but I could have seen that. I could see how you can make that prediction very early on, especially when I called Pup a Chekhov's gun earlier. And when we called the actual gun the Chekhov's gun. But I can see where you'd come to that conclusion. But also, like everything after that, I don't think you could have guessed it was going to happen. And it's really like subverted expectations in a very good way. She sniffles. Most people dab their eyes when they cry. Yellowstone dabs her head.
This place is good for me, Yellowstone.
I smile. It's not something I can do consciously, but I've been trying to force myself more, and I think she needs it.
I can rest here.
93, 94. All done.
Scion, finish picking up the pieces, waves at us.
It ain't rest you're looking for, and you know it.
Smoke starts to pilfer out of her volcano. I feel bad for getting all worked up, but everything I've said is the truth. As close to it as I've ever come. Our resident guardian angel takes notice, and if we're talking about the inevitable conclusions, Zion zipping over to comfort Yellowstone will always be one of them.
Try to calm down, Yellowstone.
She dumps the shards of glass in Yellowstone's head, then floats down to hug her from behind.
I know it's hard, but if anyone is going to get her to come back, it's not going to be us.
Yellowstone goes limp. The smoke peters out and all that's left of the flare-up is Zion clinging on tightly.
I know. We just gotta trust Yosemite.
That's right.
Zion looks me in the eye. Very cheeky kid.
It has to be her.
She's going to give it a shot at least. Even if I tell her no, she'll still try. The second she entered this park, it was destined to end in a standoff to see who can assert themselves as the most correct. Have you noticed that the trees on the side of this are less green than they usually are? They're like more grayed out.
Where is the princess anyway? Still getting her beauty sleep?
She doesn't need beauty sleep, because Yosemite is naturally beautiful, Eve.
Zion blows me a raspberry. What is with this 2-on-1 combativeness today? I made a choice. They need to respect it.
Your snotty friend went for a walk. Had me blast a few stones for her so she could do it in peace. Told her there'd be more of them, but did she listen?
No, of course not.
She'd never do that.
She's more of a talker than a listener.
Ah, so I've learned. Pretty irritating for a demigod.
I'm sure she'll come running back here once those things realize she's out and about.
Smoke puffing out of Yellowstone's head dissipates, turning to a light gray before stopping entirely.
You mean those boulder buddies, right?
Boulder buddies? Boulder buddies?
The chat is covering it up, but you can kind of see her mouth right now. Death Valley's eyes look like they're going to roll into the back of her head from rage.
Now you've done it.
Listen here, Craterhead!
She stomps over to Yellowstone, hunching over like a dead, crooked tree. Zion must sense her bloodlust because she scoots away.
Those things ain't your buddies! Or did you forget your encounter from last night?
No siree. Last night I had even more frightmares and nightmares than usual.
Good. Let it be a lesson.
But I gotta be real with you, Sheriff. The more I look at them, the less scared I am. They're just so gosh darn cute!
I can understand Yellowstone's perspective. If they weren't so murderous, I think I'd want to play with one.
What happens to stuff in Yellowstone's head? I don't know. I think it just gets melted down.
You're kidding!
I don't know. They've got those frozen faces. It's terrifying enough to wrap back around to being cute. Like a cat with no hair.
So the boulders are like Sphinx cats. Okay.
Ay, cállate! I don't want to hear it out of you too. Those stones are ravenous little beasties who bash your brains out the second they lay their eyes on you.
What if the clothes that she has laundry? I guess she has to propel water up so that they don't burn, you know? So like I guess I don't know how it works, because it can either be lava or it can be fire in there. But I imagine she's using the fire as a garbage disposal just to burn everything up. Maybe it can be dormant too.
I remember this one hiker. Poor bastard was unlucky enough to be caught up in their annual migration to the basin.
Death Valley continues on her horrific story. Every time she tells it, which has been at least once every day since I've gotten here, she revels in the gory details. She must have 1,000 ways to describe gray matter. Yellowstone ignores her, instead glancing around until she finds out what she's looking for.
And I told him to stay where he was, but the panic must have gotten...
What about that fella?
She points at the stone positioned in front of the cabin about 100 yards away. I was wondering when they'd finally notice him.
Transcended garden gnome.
It's not! Don't you dare refer to Cerberus that way!
Cerberus.
Cerberus? Like the guard dog?
A crescent moon grin spreads across Death Valley's thin face.
That's right, Shrimpy.
Here we go again.
The guardian of my hellish realm! All who wish to enter this space must pass through him or die in the process.
Jesus Christ.
His ferocity? Unmatched! His compassion, you may ask.
This is straight out of an anime, but this is an anime I want to watch.
You fool! He knows not the first thing about it! And yet, I've somehow managed to tame this here beast. It answers at my call, heeds my every command!
Those were two statements, by the way. It is an anime, and it is an anime I want to watch. It is not me saying I don't want to watch most of it. She coughs. A sheet of plywood falls off the cabin.
Cerberus!
Cerberus sleepily turns himself towards us. His beady eyes are half closed. This is the most he's moved in weeks.
Roar!
There's a delay. I count to 10 in my head. He unleashes his roar. A faint meep barely audible from this distance. Most of it is obscured by the wind.
There's no better duo than a demigod and her beast!
Death Valley gives a proud cackle. I'm used to it at this point, but Zion wrinkles her nose at the spectacle. If there's anything Death Valley likes, it's the spectacle. Even if it only exists whatever reality she's occupying. What if Death Valley also calls herself Hades or something? I don't know.
So what you're saying is that his name is Cerberus.
Death Valley might have her theatrics, but Yellowstone has priorities.
How about you take the wax out of your ears and actually listen to what I say?
You're not saying anything. He's never done anything but sit there and get pushed around by other stones.
Shut your trap or I sick him on you! Cerberus is a monster fueled by the screams of the damned!
Cerberus is a pretty goofy name if you ask
Jesus
me.
Christ.
I didn't!
He should have a name that suits him. Something a little groovier.
The inside of Yellowstone's head glows red with inspiration. That's a first.
By gum, I've got it! We'll call him Dwayne!
Hell no!
Zion puts his finger to her chin.
Dwayne the Rock. I like it.
Death Valley's rage spasms through her muscles.
How dare you! You can't just enter a demigod's realm and start renaming her minions!
Aw, don't be like that, cuz.
Don't
Guys,
call me that.
Besides, I think Dwayne's way spiffier than Cerberus.
she's crying.
It ain't spiffy! It's just downright unethical! My minion!
Oh my god.
My Cerberus!
For what it's worth, I actually agree with Death. Cerberus is dark, it's moody, it's metal. Yellowstone of all people should know it's dope AF.
Well, why don't we go ask him and see how he feels?
Yellowstone hops up, does a little twirl because everything is a performance, and skips over to Cerberus.
Oh yeah! What are you up to?
I'm gonna ask him!
Don't you dare! He's a savage and dangerous beast too!
And I'm gonna pet him!
No!
She stops in front of the docile rock, her hands planted against her waist.
Hiya!
Cerberus has raised himself up and slowly blinks at her.
Name's Yellowstone. I'm like your prickly pal over there, but you probably already knew that, huh?
Don't let that freak patronize you, Cerberus!
Death yells across the empty clearing of the desert. Cerberus turns himself to look at her, yawns, and then turns back to look at Yellowstone. The whole process takes about 45 seconds. Yellowstone hunches over and smiles at him.
She keeps calling you that, but you don't seem like a Cerberus to me.
I'm pretty sure Death just choked on her spit.
Oh,
He responded.
Right? It don't suit you one bit. You're a lover, not a fighter. Like me. Except
Gosh.
when I'm steamed.
Her voice darkens.
When I'm angry, I destroy.
She pats him on the head. I think it's his head.
Say, you're a pretty good listener.
He's happy.
Would you mind if I start calling you Dwayne?
Oh god, he's turned to Dwayne in the fucking voice box. Or the chat box. Cerberus, a sleepy stone with moss growing on him, gives a delighted chirp. Resembling more of a spring than a petrified rock, he springs up and down. He bounces up and down. Each time he hits the ground, a cloud of dirt puffs up beneath him. Goodbye, Cerberus. I hardly knew you.
Yo! He says
think you can understand him?
You don't need to know what they're saying to understand someone. Sometimes you just feel it.
Zion floats away to join Yellowstone and bestowing many pets and praises upon Dwayne.
Dwayne, I just want to let you know, I would die for you. I would keel over and kick the bucket 1,000,000 times.
Goodness, Yellowstone. You mustn't say things like that. It's too sad. That said, I would kill for Dwayne.
Jeez, Lizzie. Can you believe these two? Making friends with a literal rock.
Death twists her head around and gazes down upon me. Veins press against her forehead. Her mouth purses into a grimace that digs so deep in her cheekbones that I wouldn't be surprised if the imprint remained there for centuries.
What?
She kicks sand in my face. We're going to Yosemite.
Wait! Time out!
I gasp, exhale, I gasp, exhale, I gasp, hold the breath in. It numbs the sting in my lungs, but once again I am forced to exhale. Physical exertion is awful. The dispersion of energy is truly the fatal flaw of all life. And if I am real, and I am here, and I am in pain, then the unfortunate conclusion to all of this is that I, too, am flawed. Jesus Christ. Yet despite my internal admission of imperfection, a bitter lesson that I have been repeatedly forced to learn, and my external pleas for mercy, these dreadful rock golems continue to pursue me.
Leave me alone!
I flee across the desert. The mobile boulder flows, an endless expanse of rock and sand blend together, devouring all sense of time. For all I know, I may have been running for hours. Between wheezing, I glance at the position of the sun. It's hardly moved since I left. I'm just pathetic. All I want was to go for a simple walk. Eve made her position on going home quite clear. Not entirely unexpected, but a big enough of a setback for me to strategize further. A walk somewhere unfamiliar and exciting seemed like a great opportunity to clean my head. Not just so I could figure out what exactly was going on in that impulse-driven brain of hers, but so I could determine how to help her move forward. How we could do it together. But as I was wandering up and down the dunes and inspecting ancient rock formations with only my scattered thoughts for company, I realized Eve doesn't want to be together. Oh, no. She doesn't want to be with anyone. All she wants is to be alone, to not be forced to engage and confront these issues. A stipulation I'm sure a brute like her new roommate is more than happy to abide by. Death Valley is at the lowest elevation in the entire country, with the highest temperatures of the whole continent. Short of banishing herself to the wilderness of Alaska, this is as isolated from society as she can get. And if isolation is what she wants, that's fine. I'll make sure she gets it by creating an opportunity to drag her off alone somewhere. Then, and only then, will that girl talk. Otherwise, it's too easy for her to ignore, except when I anger her. She has plenty to say when I do that. This is all, of course, assuming I actually make it back. The rock takes 3 leaps and cuts the distance between us in half.
You can do that?
At the tip of the horizon, I can see the cracked ground of the racetrack, the ancient and dried-out lake bed that Eve and Death Valley have claimed as their own.
Oh, thank goodness!
The barbarian will take care of this. One shot from a revolver and these things explode into dozens of fragments. What are those bullets even made of anyway? I propel my fragile body forward until the cabin and 4 familiar blips appear in the distance, their bodies blurring between the lines of a heat wave.
Hey! I would greatly appreciate some assist!
Who did the voice for this? This is Scion, right? Because Scion did Pop's voice. It nips at my heels.
Oh god! Okay, alright! Help!
The closer I get, the clearer they all become. Death Valley shields the sun with her hand and zeroes in on me. It's hardly audible, but I see her tilt her head back and cackle.
What'd I tell you would happen, Bendeja? Oh, serves you right!
Rot in the cavernous salt mines of Hades, you LARPing degenerate. Holy shit. Rot in the cavernous salt mines of Hades, you LARPing degenerate. God.
You can make it, Yosemite! Ditto!
Have I not taken a single break today, by the way?
Girls, please!
Why are they like this? All of them need to fix their priorities before my feet fall off.
Someone help her! That thing's getting close!
Hydrate. Okay, I'm hydrating. I just took a drink. Oh, God. I'm hydrating.
Hold on. I want to see it play out.
Not happening!
Eve staggers to her feet. I'm gonna stretch my neck. Okay. She tosses herself at Death Valley and shoves her out of the way, stealing her revolver out of the holster.
You wanna die? Quiet! I need to focus.
Oh, don't give the gun to the drunk girl. Struggling to balance on her feet, Eve extends an arm and points the gun at me. What is she even... Oh, no.
Might wanna duck! Or something!
You better not miss!
Almost in clear. Almost in the clear. Almost as the clear. Wait. Almost in the clear. Almost in the clear. Almost in the clear. I dive. The last thing I see before skidding across the ground is Eve flinching from the recoil. A loud blast cracks through the air. There's a yelp, then silence. The ground cuts and tears my skin, a thin layer of pebbles scattered across my body, offering only the slightest of protection. I skid to a stop. I peeled my face off the dirt, and I'm face to face with another rock. Please, no, not another one.
Howdy-o, Yosemite! Don't mind Dwayne. He ain't gonna hurt ya.
He's a friend.
Hi.
Death Valley saunters over. She looks stupid while doing it. Then she takes a knee and smirks. She looks even stupider doing that.
Have a nice stroll, Cupcake.
Cupcake.
Do you ever shut up?
Yeesh, talk about the pot and the kettle.
Lay off. She's mine to criticize. Besides,
She's mine to criticize. Eve shoves her revolver into Death Valley's chest. She turns up her nose despite offering me her hand.
she can dish it out, but she can't take it.
How gross. You're trying to look cool, towering over me like you're pretending that you're actually tall, acting all annoyed. Well, you aren't cool. You're objectively a tryhard, because I know that I will offer the extremely ironic gesture of accepting your hand. It will be a laugh riot to me, personally. Because only I will understand how awkward you look. It'll be one of my thousands of little inside jokes about you, the ultimate revenge. I take her hand, the single-handedly creating post-irony.
I don't dish out anything that isn't true.
And criticism of you isn't?
I didn't say that.
She stares.
But I also didn't imply that it wasn't. Don't go thinking they're all valid.
Please don't go thinking I'm not aware of them either.
You act like such a princess.
Eve stops herself. The sentence might die right there on her tongue.
You know what? I'm not doing this. Glad you're okay. Be more careful.
Did she just fold? She isn't fold. She wouldn't dare.
Excuse me. What exactly do you mean by this?
What we were just doing. What we always do. Don't need it.
Doesn't need it. I don't want to hear that. The time we spent together was never damaging, was it? Was that part of why she left? I thought it was helpful. I thought it was us helping each other. Oh, no.
Hey, Death. I'm going into town. Have it ready by the time I'm back.
Maybe I won't. Maybe you don't tell me what to do.
Thanks.
She turns around and starts for the cabin. No, I know what it all meant. It wasn't always easy, but it wasn't bad. I will not let her delude herself into thinking everything until now was a mistake. She doesn't get the privilege.
Hold it! If you're going into town, then I'm coming with you. You can finally tell me what these rocks are.
Eve glances over her shoulder and scoffs. Without saying another word, she walks away. Stubborn to her core,
If that's all you want to know, I can teach you.
Death Valley slithers over to my side and tries to wrap an arm around my shoulder. I dodge.
Teach me what?
About the sailing stones? You know, the things you keep pissing off?
Sailing stones.
Mm-hmm.
I read an article about them once.
Yeah, we just looked them up a bit ago. Eve is my top priority, but I must admit I'm more than a little intrigued by the things they're trying to murder us since we've gotten here.
A pond forms in the lake bed that freezes overnight. When it starts to melt, the ice pushes any rocks or boulders in its way. It's a phenomenon that only occurs here in this park.
I didn't even need to look it up. She just told us anyway.
Freckles did say you know little about a lot.
Eve said that about me. I wonder what else they talked about.
Well, what does this have to do with the goblins chasing us around? I mean, real sailing stones aren't actually alive.
Who knows? The Hellspawn version of them used to be scattered around. But a couple of years ago, some eggheads caught the real stones moving on camera. Flash forward a few weeks, and it was like the whole damn park had been overrun.
It was a fucking scientist that took the time lapse in the article that we read.
That would align with what I read in the article.
You and all the fleshy meatbags walking around out there, living their lives, reading, doing meatbag stuff.
Meatbag. Hold on.
That means they're correlated?
Probably. People got thoughts about you and me. That's why we're here. People got thoughts about them too. You, me, Shrimpy, and Freak Show over there? We're like a beacon for those things. Freckles too, on account of who she chooses to spend her time with.
Thinking about it for a moment, it does all piece together. The stones obviously aren't natural, so they most likely come from the same place as us. Before she left us, you'd been starting to feel things, experience things that she shouldn't. Here I was chalking it up to synchronicity.
Of course, I'm more like a book zapper than a beacon. Sacred duty, you know.
Is this what isolation causes? Delusion? Would I have been like this if I never met Zion? Probably. Death Valley points her gun at the horizon and mouths gun noises to herself. No, I would never. Although it is impressive that she realized all this herself. It took me years of research to come to all these conclusions. As a park girl, she deserves a tiny bit of credit. Our existence is miraculous, after all.
How do you know all this?
'Cause I ain't brain dead.
I'd like a productive answer, please.
Then give me a productive question. You don't need to be a snobby bookworm to know the truth, if that's what you're thinking.
Hearing about the truth is painful. Not because it doesn't have value, but because I could live hundreds of thousands of years, learning and uncovering every secret, and in the end I will always forget it. Without documentation, truth becomes myth.
Truth is the reality you live every day. Sky is azul, grass is verde. If it ain't you either colorblind or being a dumbass on purpose.
You went off script a little bit, but it was the best way you could have gone off script.
You're one to talk about the truth. All I've seen you do is play pretend and call yourself a demigod.
Do you see anything around here that contradicts that?
She gestures around her. The high winds kick up the sand, stinging fresh road rash I got from skidding across the ground. Yellowstone Volcano Girl and Zion the Miniature Angel dance in the playground circles with Dwayne the Living Rock. I don't have an answer. What the heck, I always have an answer. She may as well be asking me to prove she's not a firefighting astronaut. I don't know without a shadow of a doubt that she isn't, but I don't have any evidence that proves otherwise.
Why are you here, huh?
For Eve's sake.
Death Valley grins, amused at how quickly I responded. My ears flatten under the weight of my embarrassment. Well, I mean, it's the truth. Why did I have to answer so fast? Now I look weak.
Kinda gathered that much already. You want to take her back to your park, right? Anything else, or is that it?
What do you mean, is that it? She needs to be somewhere familiar, with those who care about her.
She raises her hands in surrender and takes a cautious step back.
Whoa. Don't gotta get so uppity. I'm just asking.
Sounds more like insinuation to me.
Well, maybe just
Call
a
her out.
little.
Call her out, Death Valley.
But only 'cause I care. I've spent a month with Freckles. Hard not to get a tiny bit attached. Hell, you might
No.
even say I'm like her replacement Yosemite.
Is there a point you're getting at?
I'm not one for violence. I've given Eve many lectures about how it's an imperfect shortcut to resolution. However, Death Valley has a rather slappable face.
Sure, let me dumb it down for you.
Watch it.
She takes a step forward. Her breath smells like dust. She's close enough for me to see multiple tiny pebbles sliding around her mouth as she speaks.
Whatever's going on in what's left of her brain isn't going to get fixed by dragging her back to the place where shit hit the fan.
I shove her in the chest and force more space between us.
I already know that. You may call yourself a demigod, but you're not omnipresent. In fact, I suspect you of not possessing a single earthly clue. Not about me, and certainly not about Eve.
Her teeth squeak and pop as she grinds down on them. She clenches her fist and feigns composure.
Got a plan then, princessa?
Of course. Eve and I are going to do what we always do. Talk.
They're actually gonna kiss. That's code for kissing, guys. She snorts, then it devolves into a witch's cackle.
Damn, you're easy to read. Don't know if you noticed, but she ain't really in the mood to talk.
She doesn't have to be. I'll be going into town with her.
Eh? That's all you got? You know, she can just choose not to respond to all the crap you throw at her, right?
Someone with a regal white hair, she shows not an ounce of couth as she burps out one of the picked pebbles in her mouth into her hand. Meanwhile, I'm left to reckon with the fact that this walking disaster has poked a rather poignant hole in my plan.
Well, I'd like to see you try and come up with something better.
Knock, knock.
I sigh, heavily, deeply.
Who's there?
Ha! Screw you! I already did, you dumb bastard!
Was that the punchline?
She grabs my wrist and smacks the pebble she has burped out into the palm of my hand.
Ew! I can feel the slobber. Gross!
Death Valley forces my hand shut. Oh god, I can't toss it. I have to hold it. Someone help.
Quit your skirming. This thing is me.
That doesn't make me feel any better!
Well, it should. You don't think Freckles makes the trek into town on foot, do you?
What?
I dare to open my hand and look at the bullet-shaped pebble, still coated with a sheen of spit.
You know how when you hold someone's hand, it lets you take them anywhere in the park? Same concept. As long as you know where you're going, this right here will take you anywhere in my realm.
Oh, that's convenient. I shut my eyes and feel. An isolated ember of pure energy dances in my hand.
Incredible.
The fact that she possesses enough power to do something like this must mean the public perception of this park is intense, to say the least. It makes sense, with a stark name like Death Valley.
Yeah, it's a real showstopper.
But why give me this?
Don't think you're special. I pass it off to the other pain in the ass whenever she goes boozing. Just thought I might give you some leverage. You know, in case talking don't work.
She sniffs and turns away.
She has me out there cruising for dead things every once in a while. I can sniff them out, real easy.
With a nod, she gestures Ed to a rolled-up blanket. Lined up in a row, placed with great care and intention, are the mangled corpses of small animals. Limbs missing, eyes gone. The whole scene looks ritualistic.
You get a good sense for it if you're out here long enough. You see stuff. It ain't a place for living.
I know. Your park... Well, you are gorgeous. But I don't understand why Eve would even test her luck in this place.
I do.
The blanket is a raven. Its body is soft, squished, like it's more meat than bird. Its feathers blow in the wind. Eve Adams, what has the world done to you? Slam! Eve steps outside, the cabin door clamoring shut behind her. The entire building rumbles and sways. I'm certain it has never been up to code. I'm doubly certain that Death Valley built it herself. Great. Door slides off the hinges and falls to the ground.
Huh.
Yo, Death! Happened again.
Yeah, 'cause you're too rough with it, dumbass!
Nah, pretty sure it's just not built right.
With a backpack slung over her shoulder, Eve limps over. Whenever she takes a step, I can hear bottles and cans clang together in her bag.
I hope one day you slam it so hard the splinters stab you in the liver, and that all the recycled booze inside you leaks into your lungs, and you drown in a pool of piss and bottom cell vodka!
Love you too. Now hand over the pebble.
Eve puts out an unexpected hand. Death Valley punches it away.
Gave it to your girly friend. Now get lost.
Girly friend?
Oh, now she's getting red. I am a hopeless park. Someone please return me to Earth so I may be stripped of all sentience and be unable to embarrass myself further.
Whoa, 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 whoa! You can't just go doing that!
Now, where's that hammer? Oh yeah, Shrimpy, you seem kinda useful. Come help me with this.
Oh, okay. Just a moment. Bye, Dwayne.
Sweat sprays off Scion's wings like mist as she flaps by and joins Death Valley and heading towards the cabin. Eve, for once in her life, is not the center of attention and goes ignored.
Ooh, can I lend a hand too?
Nope, you creep me out.
Why, I oughta. Well, I'm helping anyway, whether you like it or not.
Yellowstone rushes to catch up, but not before checking in with us.
You cool cats don't have too much fun now, you hear?
Don't know what that is.
Sincerity isn't something Eve does well, or at all. Yellowstone turns to me instead.
What's the diagnosis, Doc?
Chronic case of attitude with an onset of despair. Without treatment, it could be terminal.
Yeah, that's quite the diagnosis there. Yellowstone springs with a hug on Eve. Her shoulders go tense, then limp as Yellowstone squeezes tighter. Eve doesn't return it. I don't think I'm gonna find Eve's name in DSM, sorry.
I'm rooting for you, Evo. Really.
The one-sided hug goes on until the silence breaks it apart.
Let me cook something for you again soon, okay?
Yellowstone gives Eve a weak smile. Eve looks to the ground. The hurt on Yellowstone's face is enough to make me want to scold Eve until the sun sets. But the more time we spend here, the less time we spend fixing this problem. I nod to the cabin. Yellowstone runs off towards the others, one arm wiping her arms, while the other wipes her head.
That was rather cruel of you, Ranger Adams.
Cruel is when you try to force someone not to forget.
Is that so? I consider it a kindness.
Whatever you're doing isn't gonna work.
I offer her my hand, though it's not a choice.
Then we better hurry up and fail, wouldn't you say?
I'm gonna take a quick BRB, I think. And oh my god, I'm fucking hot as hell in here. I need to run the air conditioner a second. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick BRB and we'll probably go on like another hour if I had to guess. So it'll be a longer stream today than usual. But yeah, I'll see you in just a second. Alright, we're back and you're gonna have to deal with the air conditioner because when it's so hot that walking out of the room in the middle of August feels cold. Like when it's so hot in this room that like it feels cold in the hallway and it's the end of August right now. That's how you know that you're fucking sweltering. My glasses were fogging up as I was reading this. Like, I'm trying so hard. The titties were out. The glasses were fogging up. Like, I'm very glad that I'm a VTuber. So I need the air conditioner on full blast. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to live with it. I've told you can take care of yourself first. Well, okay, I'm trying. Also, my tablet is not keeping up with chat. Hold on. Okay. I'm like fucking dying over here, man. It's not bad. You can't even. Well, I can hear it, but like, I can see it rather on the OBS. I can see it being very prominent. But if you guys can't hear it, then okay, perfect. Stovepipe Wells. That was the name Eve gave me, and that was the name I thought of as I clutched her calloused hand and squeezed a pebble in my pocket. A familiar static crackles around us, and the breeze of traversing through nothingness is a welcome relief from the numbing heat. But relief is fleeting and suffering is forever, because as soon as I'm used to being wrapped in the arms of my origin, we're sucked back to reality. My feet land on solid concrete, hot enough to feel through the soles of my shoes. Eve can't stick the landing and stumbles. I hoist her up before she can fall on her face, as entertaining as that would be. She yanks herself away from me. I try not to dwell on it. The time for reconciliation will surely come.
This is it? Mm-hmm.
She limply gestures around us. Across the parking lot is a building painted in a weathered and faded green. A wooden sign over the entrance reads General Store in kitschy old Western font. The barrels and dilapidated carriages decorating the gravel aren't any more tasteful either. 2 gas pumps are shaded by a portico. One is out of order. On the other side of the street is a motel that I'm sure has hourly rates.
It's close, and they'll recycle my bottles for me. Anywhere else would be a waste of time.
I'm slowly falling into the accent as we get more and more stereotypical. As if that explains anything, it does not. She exits the conversation and starts for the entrance.
What's the point, though?
I catch up and march behind her. Have her manners completely evaporated in the last month?
The point is the same reason anyone goes to a gas station. To refuel.
She wiggles her backpacks. Bottles inside rattle.
Cute. Very cute.
But still not the response I'm looking for. Come on, give me something to play off of. Something that will let this conversation snowball into something more important. A nearby monolith carved of steel and wood lists up all the attractions in the area. Gas station, motel, saloon.
Why not just answer your true calling and become the sad barfly of your dreams? There's a watering hole right over there. I'm sure they'll give you a discount if you buzz around long enough.
I wait for the smarmy back talk, but once again, I'm ignored. 2 children run out of the children's store and frolic in the parking lot. Their exhausted parents follow soon after. Father gags as he passes Eve. She doesn't care or pretends not to. Black dirt streams down her face along with sweat.
Oh, I get it now. You just don't want to be around the tourists. Eve, an island unto herself, even in the midst of self-destruction.
She's gonna punch you. Eve stops. She scratches her head and stares down. Dandruff flakes off her scalp.
Tourists are fine. They're living their lives and want to see interesting places while they still have the chance. Nothing wrong with that. I just don't want to spend the time I have left getting sloshed with them. That's all.
That was not the answer I expected. In fact, she gave it rather frightens me. I was gonna say, that's not like her at all. Maybe she was coming around before. Maybe she had been changing. But regardless of what's happening then, it's not the same Eve I knew a month ago.
So dramatic.
I demean it with an eye roll. Not out of actual sarcasm, because I want to ignore it. Nothing is permanent. No one stays the same. Yet the idea of her morphing and evolving this quickly shakes me. It's too much. Too quick. The ravages of time changing those I love is a mercy compared to watching them surrender to pain.
Hang tight. I'll be out in a few.
She says this over and over, but she doesn't treat her like somebody she loves. She's already halfway through the door as she says it. I follow, but she kicks the door shut on her way in. It's an inch away from slamming into my face.
I was planning on waiting out here anyway.
My hand falls limp.
Pathetic.
I can't even summon the energy and triumph to put her in her place. A sad turn of events indeed. Peering inside the tinted window, I watch Eve stop at a crooked landscape painting hanging on the wall. It's like it could be someplace in Death Valley, although I suppose it could be any desert. Her head cocks aside as she straightens out the painting. Her work done, she heads straight for the liquor shelves. One of the clerks at the counter nudges a co-worker and points at her. They whisper something and laugh. She must know exactly the impression she's giving, but knowing Eve, I'm sure she doesn't care. But I care. She looks like some kind of scavenger. Scanning the sword rest of the sword doesn't yield much insight. It's a small market. One last chance for Eagle to stock up before going out there. Pockets of this park have been tamed, made suitable for camping and sightseeing. But most of it is still wild and desolate. The desert is a transcendent place. It's also dangerous. That's what Eve likes about it. I'm sure of it. I collapse into one of the rocking chairs in the shade of the sword. The aged wood creaks under my tired body. If this is what she wants, truly wants, then why am I bothering with all this? She isn't even attempting to communicate. That's a question I've avoided, so I can gather up all the gusto and bravery I need to drag her back. Calling on anything else would have been a detriment to the task at hand up until this point. But now I'm faced with either answering it or leaving her here. I know how that would end.
What am I going to do?
The receipt blows across the parking lot like a tumbleweed. It lodges against the fence and gets stuck. I reach into my pocket. The Pebble Death Valley gaze me scrapes against my knuckles, but I ignore it and slip out a sheet of paper. The words at the top of the page become visible as I unfold it. Tell us how we're doing. As I read the fine cursive squeezed to the limited space. Oh, she's gonna bring back the thing that, like, the one person in the park who she saved the life of. A performance evaluation of Eve from a visitor at my park. Her supervisor dropped a stack of them off for her to read a while back. Now that I think about it, she probably didn't get a chance to read this one because I claimed it so quickly. Ever since, I've been carrying it with me wherever I go. In my darkest moments, when I was despairing about what will ultimately become of me, how one day the personality I am now will wither and mold, it was a sheet of paper that made me realize the truth. I have Eve to thank for that, for many things. So maybe that's why I'm here, because I'm indebted to do the same thing she did for me. What is it she's called me before? The Queen Bitch? Apologies, Miss Ranger. My desires outweigh yours in this instance, and the Queen will get what she wants. As soon as I figure out how to yank her into a state of vulnerability. Not easy. Till then, we're stuck in this cycle of me poking at her and her not taking the bait until we go back to Death Valley's cabin. I can't let that happen. She feels too safe there. I fold the paper and slide it back in my pocket. The pebble falls out and lands on the concrete.
Just perfect.
Bending out of my chair, I squat down and search for it. The ground is covered in a layer of sand and gravel blown in from the desert. I reach for what I assume is a pebble, then stop. Another pebble, maybe the real pebble, rests a few inches away. Same general shape, same general size, same general color.
Huh.
Swap them out. Not gonna lie, kinda pissed. I only got a lousy $8.35 for nothing I recycled today. For everything I recycled today. Damn near an entire liquor cabinet I turned in and not enough for a 6-pack. The state of California must have it out for me. My savings are depleting faster than I expected to. That's a problem. I'm already waking up in the middle of the night with shakes if I go to bed without a little something. It'll be a lot worse if I don't have any cash. To get angry over things outside my control never got me anywhere. Nowhere good, at least. The inevitability is I will eventually run out of money, and the inevitability is I'm still going to drink until that happens. Inevitability follows us all like a ghost. You can't stop it, and you may as well acknowledge the powerful force that it is. The clerk half chuckles as they yell out, "Stay safe out there." And I'm at the door already when the coworker starts cracking up, because I'm already making waves. If somebody's bending over tying her shoe or something when I step outside. I was fully expecting her to follow me in there. Figured the whole reason she tagged along was she could patronize me. I don't think that she'd let a door stop her.
All right, let's go.
She jolts up.
Oh, that was quick. Must be used to this, huh?
Oh, there it is. Always the critic. Mostly correct.
Take us back, Yosemite.
She isn't quick back.
No, I don't believe I will. I came here to talk to you. I came all this way just to talk to you. Please don't shut me down, Eve.
Where's all this sincerity coming from? I'm talking to Yosemite, right?
I mean it. You came all the way out here and refused to go back. I want to know why. But you can't even be bothered to tell me.
I'm not obligated to spell it out just so you can prove a point. You already know why I'm out here.
I don't need you to spell it out for me to prove my point.
Feel free.
You feel guilty. That's all it is. Pup shouldn't have been there to begin with, and a child gets crippled because of it. I'm not saying your reason is bad.
Interesting theory.
But your response, rather extreme, I would say. No one other than Jessie can tie you back to the incident, and she stayed quiet. You can feel guilty back with me in Yosemite.
So she didn't even get clapped for it. She just left on her own. Yeah, you can hear the desperation.
So, you're wrong. But I appreciate the attempt. We done now?
Not until you come back.
See, when you started staging this little intervention, you should have considered that maybe, just maybe, this was a choice I made. And that I don't go through life acting only on hysterics and impulse. Hard to believe, I know.
What? This isn't an intervention. We didn't even know what you were doing down here before last night. We just wanted to see you. Convince you to come. I missed you.
Missed you.
And I hope I didn't contribute to you leaving.
I accidentally missed the last word, but it's okay. She says all this without looking at me, trying to hide her earnest blush. I know she's being honest. There's somebody too much pride to grovel and lie. It's coming from someplace real. Someplace I didn't think would ever showed me if we hadn't gone through everything we had together. Makes me happy to know that she cares. That they all do. But it's also a depressing reminder of why it is I need to stay here. And what should be done with depressing thoughts. Numb contemplation. I reached into the brown paper bag I brought out to soar with me and unscrew the $11 bottle of Tito's. First I go for a swig, but stop myself before it reaches my lips.
You didn't do anything to make me leave. I can say that because I missed you too. A lot. And I don't think you'll ever really know how much you tracking me down means to me.
Yeah, blush for her.
I don't think you'll ever really know how much it pisses me off either.
She gives her first annoyed sigh of the day. Can't believe she held off this long. Must be a new record.
It's just like you to contradict yourself in the same breath.
Yeah, it is. And I don't care. Because I don't want the sentiment.
Look at the wide brim hat she's wearing. I'm more than familiar with it.
I don't want you to show up wearing my old hat. I don't want you to be anything less than the egotistical pain in the ass you have always been, for the sole purpose of exposing your vulnerability to me.
Somebody squishes the hat down to her scalp as if to confirm it's still there. Water absorbed from her hair streams out like a squeezed sponge.
What I want is to stay here. To reflect here. to sundown here. Get it?
No, I don't.
Then I guess you'll have to go through life with the knowledge that you can't understand everything. Dang!
Not true.
She wags a finger at me.
Not true.
Say it.
Because I don't have to take us back. Not as long as you don't give me a straight answer, and not as long as I have this.
Feeling like a supernova that's about to go lights out after I deck her in the face, Yosemite holds up one of Death Valley's pebble bullets between her finger and thumb.
You want to bet? I don't need to.
I chuck the paper bag at her, bottle included. She narrowly dodges. Vodka sprays everywhere. Mouth gapes open in offended defiance.
You meant for that to hit me!
I charge at her. She's not going to let it be easy. So I may as well resort to escalation, get this out of the way.
Hey! Let's be reasonable here!
I slap one hand on her shoulder and grip it. Good for leverage. She yelps, more in shock than pain. I stick my foot between her legs to throw her off balance.
This is me being reasonable. Now hand over the pebble.
I grab at it, but all she has to do is lift her arm up for it to be out of my reach. Stupid Yosemite, she's too damn tall.
Absolutely not! You can't seriously be serious!
God. It's happening.
As serious as you are, redundant!
Maybe it's the sobriety, maybe it's the adrenaline. Whatever it is, I'm going to use my short, porcupine stature to my advantage. I headbutt her in the chest.
Ugh.
She hunches over, and now's my chance. I snag at her hand, she moves it. I only grab her wrist.
I always knew. Your head was soft.
Give it!
Squirming my hand up to her palm, I wrestle her fingers open. Her
Do
pinky,
you know how stupid this looks?
her ring finger,
We're wrestling in a parking lot like a couple of crackheads!
her middle finger,
Are you joking? You already look like one!
her index finger. She stashes a pebble on her thumb.
Mind your own business, goddammit!
Sag envelops around us, crackles through my hair, in thick darkness. A rush of wind pushes up from beneath us. Darkness falls away. Around us, the world blinks into existence. My grip on Yosemite goes limp, and I look around. Mountains are in the distance. Instead of concrete, we're standing on the shrubs and dirt. No buildings, no gas pumps, no people. This isn't stovepipe wells. Yosemite breaks away from me. Why does she...
No! Don't!
I reach to stop her as soon as I realize what she's doing. Yosemite tosses a pebble into her mouth. She swallows. My hands catch my falling head as I begin to process her stunt. She couldn't. She wouldn't. She did. My mouth opens to a tiny scream. It's still in contact with her. She gives an embarrassed glance. An awkward laugh.
Why don't we just call this a draw?
A draw. She still thinks this is a game. Of course she doesn't have enough self-awareness, enough self-conception to realize that her selfish actions have consequences for other people. The sun sears my neck. It's up in the middle of the sky right now. More brown than yellow. Sweat drips from my nose. The only shade around is Yosemite's shadow. Thoughts. What are thoughts? Imagery, words. I've heard it's different from them for everyone. Wonder what it's like. To have thoughts instead of blind rage coursing through the very existence of your soul. Paint in all 7 chakras of your being. Imagine having thoughts. She finally did it. She finally killed me.
You crazy bitch! Do you have any idea what you just did?
Yes,
She doesn't. Not a clue.
but I would like to hear you say it for the satisfaction.
Mind gone, time to scream. We'll think again one day. Holy shit. The heat is killing me. It's like I'm having my own private summer. But I'm indoors, and I can't even remember what month it is anymore because of the stinking temperature. Not to mention the weird noise. I knew people were supposed to see kinds of funky things after they've been in the desert a bit. Shamans, a ghost of Jim Morrison, maybe even an oasis or two. But no one ever talks about weird noises. It ain't beeping or nothing, just a fridge buzzing, but really big and coming from everywhere.
Hey, cute blonde and useless. you're going to help, then quit with the daydreaming.
Huh? Sorry about that. Could have sworn I heard something.
It was probably just Dwayne. He makes noises.
Love Dwayne.
Love Dwayne.
Yeah, real cute girls. Don't care who it is, but somebody better get me that nail. And his name is Cerberus, not Dwayne.
Sorry, Miss Valley.
Miss Valley.
Uh-huh.
Zion passes her with a nail. She doesn't waste any time driving that sucker as hard as she can to the flimsy wood. Cute, blonde, and useless as you? Awesome. Pound.
Say, if cute little rocks are always causing such a ruckus, why don't you just go somewhere safer?
Park's named Death Valley, not pain in the ass Stone City.
Pound.
My place first.
Do you remember when they showed up?
Now scrunches her face, giving it a think.
Probably after me. Don't really care. Been raising hell for as long as I can remember.
If they're so stubborn, how come you don't build something sturdier?
You see any good building material out here?
Pound.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, but these old boards are so busted, they barely even look like boards anymore.
That's a good point. Miss Valley, are you sure they're even providing much cover now?
Doing a whole lot of talking about a whole lot of stuff I can't fix.
Go send them out to get some, metal. Pound.
There. Door's as good as new.
The nail falls off, but the last word leaves her lips. Guess that's it.
What do we do now?
When are Yosemite and Miss Eve supposed to be back?
It might be a minute. They've got some stuff to hash out, if you catch my drift.
Gonna be longer than un minuto. Don't hold your breath unless you want to suffocate. In fact, I'd say there's more of a chance that only the tall one comes back.
Do you think the stones could get her?
So could heat stroke, starvation, hypothermia, dehydration, and rattlesnakes. And if none of that does her in, then great. But if I were you, I'd get all my crying out of the way now.
Jesus Christ.
No way, Jose. I'm saving these tears for when we're all cozy and snug back home. Eve ain't the type to keel over that easily. If any two people can work together and survive this place, it's them.
I was expecting, it's not Jose.
Yeah, clearly your pointy-eared amigo is real level-headed. Why else would she drive all the way out here for some dumb mortal?
Oh, I hate this. How come she says stuff that's so awful? Yosemite's gotten so much better. She used to be super grumpy, and nowadays she's mostly just sad.
Just shut your pie hole and have a little faith.
Faith moves mustard seeds, not corpses, freak show.
Okay, that's it. If she gets any meaner, I'm gonna end Western civilization.
Now quit gawking. I'm trying to focus.
Calm down, Yellowstone. She doesn't know them like we do.
Darn Skippy. She was here for an entire month and this gunslinger didn't do zilch except help make Eve sadder.
The gunslinger doesn't say anything back. She seems distracted. I know my noggin gives people willies sometimes, but she seems the type to give back some fighting words. I can't.
Hold it.
Here it comes. Just gotta remember all the fancy stuff Yosemite used to scream at me and use it against her.
You ain't no sheriff in my book.
No, seriously, shut up.
And how about you put your dukes up and
Get down!
Death shoves her entire weight over me and we fall to the floor. I get the slightest peek of the ceiling before it falls on my face.
Yellowstone, are you okay?
Big rock!
I turn around to see one of the little rock fellas grabbing at me. Pew. Val takes her revolver and blasts the little guy 2 ways into Tuesday.
Rotten hell! I just fixed that window yesterday! Oh, stupid rock!
Holy smokes. I
Wait.
didn't even see it coming.
Do they think that Yellowstone is their leader?
Golly, you really saved my skin.
Yeah, you don't say! Damn it. Now I've got to get more boards and fix it. Never heard them this pissed before.
You said you don't remember everything about them, right? Well, maybe they remember you. Isn't that comforting?
Not really. The gunslinger stares at the hole in the little guy just made.
Shrimpy, do me a favor and peek out the other window. Things ain't looking too great on this side.
Cyan flaps over the other side of the cabin. I take my chance to be useful and follow her.
Huh. Yes, I see, Miss Valley. Is it normal for them to close in like this?
I scooch my way over and catch a glimpse of them. They're doing some kind of funky movements out there, like they're all trying to run over each other. Kind of scary, though.
You don't reckon that fella from earlier was talking to me, do ya?
Oh, Big Rock! Maybe. Miss Valley, have they ever said anything like that before?
No. They usually just gurgle nonsense before I send them to their last judgment. Maybe they just like freak show here.
You're getting way too big for your britches, Missy. I'll have you know that...
Wait, you're Yellowstone, yeah?
Don't wear it out, punk.
That head of yours just for show, or can it actually do something?
Oh no.
Oh, I'd like to show you exactly what it can do.
Calm down there, Hephaestus. I've got the plan.
The fist. Oh my god.
Half a what now? That was another mean insult, wasn't it?
I knew that they fucking... Yeah, Ishikawa copied Scion here. Stole Hephaestus, stole Endwalker.
Spit it out! Throw it up if you have to!
I refuse.
Eyeing her gut, I ball my hand to a fist and crack my knuckles.
Guess I've got no choice then.
You wouldn't punch me, Eve. That would be a bridge too far, even for you.
Remember what happened the last time you said that?
She spreads her arms out and waits, completely vulnerable, free shot. Fingers dig deeper into the palm of my hand. I swing back, bring my arm back, and damn it, I can't do it.
Ah! You're unbelievable!
I storm up and kick up a cloud of sand that flies back into my
It
face.
just means I have to be seen to be believed.
You're this close, Yosemite! This close!
Until what, exactly? Until you stop this tantrum and come home with me?
Well, that's not happening now!
Aww.
Ever! I'm going to die horribly because of you!
Ugh, don't be so dramatic.
Dramatic! You think this is dramatic? There's no way for us to get back to the others now. Maybe you can survive out here, but without
Well,
my supplies, I'm basically a walking corpse!
you have to realize that Yosemite is a source of water in herself.
You already were. The only reason you came to this place to begin with is because you're just waiting to die.
She's actually calling me out on it. I can't believe her. As if her words linger in the air, she seems to have some trouble believing that she even said it herself, too. What right does she have to even question the things I want to do to myself? None.
You know what? At least that's more graceful than dying of thirst. Or heat stroke. Or any of the things you just decided you're willing to subject me to.
I can die of thirst.
I mean, there is one option.
What?
Take my hand and come back to Yosemite National Park with me.
No. No! Don't even try bringing it up because I'm not going to!
Feed her from your hair.
It would be instantaneous.
No! I left for a reason, and you should respect it! Besides, what about Yellowstone and Zion? You're just willing to leave them here? I wouldn't put it past you!
They can get back there.
They could always teleport back to the cabin.
Yeah.
Although, they wouldn't know what happened to us unless we told them. I didn't think of that.
Oh, we do still have a stone inside of her. Yosemite frowns to herself as she realizes her brilliant plan has a few holes in it. She has fell through one of them.
Congratulations! You've stranded us both.
I stalk out space occupied by a few less shrubs than others. There's still a few scattered around, though, and I feel them snag against my skin as I plop on them. Back first. The sky is divided in two. One half of the sky is dusty brown while the other is sterile blue.
What are you doing?
What's it look like? I'm waiting. God!
What else is there to do? Test our luck and try to find help? Well, 20 years ago, there was this family of German tourists that went out missing here. Car got stuck in a ditch and they went out to look for help. The remains weren't found until 13 years later. Bleak stuff.
I have a question.
Well, I thought you only had answers. Shocking.
Death Valley. Does she have a portrait like Zion, Yellowstone, and I? Like the ones hanging up in the cabin back home?
Yeah, it's hanging up at the gas station at Stovepipe Wells for safekeeping. Why do you care?
I stood up and looked at her. She still hasn't found her face, and now she's squirming, too. You only have yourself to blame for this, sweetie.
Well, the only reason I'm able to go to Yellowstone and Zion from the cabin is because I'm within viewing distance of their portraits. That, or they take me themselves. So, if I'm able to see where the portrait is, I should be able to take us directly to Death Valley, wherever she happens to be.
Whole lot of good that does us. We're God knows where. How would we be able to...
See it. Wait.
What?
I spring to my feet and start spinning around.
Hold on. I think I've got it.
Come on, please let us be able to see it from here.
Yes! This is perfect! Woo-hoo!
Yosemite cowers, and head sinking to her shoulders like a turtle. But holy crap, it's too perfect. The prospect gets shot up dramatically. I couldn't quit laughing if I wanted to.
You're kind of freaking me out.
Look over there!
I point to a mountain about 20 clicks away.
That's Telescope Peak. It's the highest point in the entire park! Perfect 360 view of this whole section.
Somebody's eyes shoot wide open as she catches on.
So, if we get to the top, then we'll be able to see Stovepipe Well, including the store.
There we go! That's our ticket!
Yosemite, always a killjoy, tries to throw cold water on the radio.
That's awfully far away, though. Are you sure you would be okay?
Nope. But I really don't have much of a choice now, do I?
You do have a choice. She better not forget we're in a situation because of her.
You didn't give me a lot of options.
Yeah, that was on purpose.
I glare at her. There's real anger behind it, too. I always thought Yosemite had enough common with me to respect my choices, even if she didn't agree with them. I don't feel pissed off that she was willing to take it this far. I feel a little betrayed. Finally, she sighs.
All right, I'm sorry. No more tricks if we make it up the mountain. I'll take you to Death Valley, no questions asked. Happy now? Are those dopamine receptors activated?
Nope, but thanks for promising the bare minimum.
You're welcome. But in the meantime, I don't plan on just giving up and letting things stay as they are. And you better prepare yourself for... Where are you going?
I start up for the mountain. She's going to be like this for the rest of the day anyway, so might as well get a move on.
To safety, with any luck. Now quit burning daylight and hustle.
Her breathing gets harder as she hurries to catch up to me. Dunes of sand and hills of rock stand between us and the mountain, and thanks to Yosemite, looks like we'll be climbing over all of them. We're switching.
You want me to do what? Shoot your volcano at those hijo de putas. Don't tell me it's just for decoration.
I can make tea, but using it as a weapon feels kinda...
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have imagined them trying to bash your brains in since you've gotten here.
Well, yeah, they're bloodthirsty, but they're also kinda cute, right?
Bloodthirsty Yellowstone. Bloodthirsty.
Glad one of you has some sense.
Looky here, I need to be mad to do it in the first place. I can bring myself to a boil just fine, but someone has to make me real peeved to get a full-on lava shower.
And what does that?
I don't know, usually not feeling respected and stuff.
Well, I don't respect you. Does that help?
Oh, she makes me so mad.
Little bit, yeah. But even Yosemite are way better at it.
Why would you ever let a mortal talk down to you?
I don't know. That's just what everyone does. Including you, I might add.
Good. Means I'm doing something right.
Making me angry is doing something right.
Does not.
Is that how little my feelings matter here?
Does too. And you know what, you little freak? I want you to channel that.
I'm asking very nicely for you to not call me that.
Oh, come on, that's what you are. A little sideshow weirdo.
Oh
Miss
my
Valley,
god.
I really don't think this is.
Put it to good use, clown girl. Show me you ain't entirely useless and can direct that energy.
She like this? Why does she have to be so mean? I can feel my eyes getting all misty, my head getting all hot, like there's a fire burning up inside of me and rising.
Uh-oh. She's gonna flip her lid!
Perfect! Now, just make sure to do it out there.
The gunslinger kicks me in the keister. If it weren't for the fact that I stumbled right out the door, I'd pop my top right here and now. All I'm seeing is red and orange and red and orange and red and orange and red and orange. Smoke is pouring, shooting out of my head as quick as a train engine. I take a step forward, hard steps, violent steps. Those bratty little ones, they're gonna... Oh shucks, they're just little guys. No Yellowstone bloodthirsty, they're bad rocks, I need to... Oh, give us a... Yeah, give us a slideshow.
I can't.
Huh? Why'd you stop? Get out there and kill!
This isn't the way. It's not my way.
I'm not gonna do it.
Ay, give me a break.
Look, violence ain't the solution. I know you like shooting your problems away, but we have to try something else.
Try telling that to those things.
I know, but those stones, they remind me of people. Folks that were also like angry little rocks, doing angry little things. But violence and nastiness never did anything for them. What made them better was...
I swear to me I'm gonna puke if you finish that sentence.
I swear to me. The Val looks angry, like she's ready to run up and deck me in the face.
Zion!
I look to my little earth angel. If anyone's gonna get hit, I know it's her.
I know they're all bloodthirsty and angry and jagged, but I can't just blast them away like that. What if we did that to Miss Eve when she first showed up, huh?
That's a little different, Yellowstone.
But you get what I mean, right?
Oh, Yellowstone.
We just saw them talk, I think. Can't we at least try talking back? Establish some good old-fashioned communication?
I mean, she's been shooting every single one that pops by for the past, eternity. But good luck.
Are you crazy? They don't want to talk to you.
Maybe, but it's worth a shot.
Zion looks down, but when her eyes come back up, they seem uncertain. She floats over to my side.
I agree with Yellowstone. We at least have to try.
Zion!
Ah! You two are hopeless!
Just have some faith, Val.
Val glares at me like she's about to whip out that gun of hers.
I guess you're Val now. Good luck, Yellowstone.
Val steps forward and grabs my shoulder. I jump back
I
a
think
bit.
you mean good luck to us. It's about to get real bloody.
Static goes around us. We teleport outside. We get out. We're about 15 feet away from where we started. Not sure if I've teleported this shit for a distance before.
Hey! Hellspawn! Don't eat this! Just listen to it!
Val teleports away just as quickly as she brought me in. I'm totally alone now. Staring down a buttload of angry killer rocks. Oh boy. Zion scurries back into the cabin and peeks out from the hole.
You've got this, Yellowstone. Just make the first move.
Right.
I step forward and wave my arms towards them.
Hey, party people! What's the hippie haps?
Big rock!
Yeah, that's right! It's me, Big Rock!
Big rock! Big rock!
Fucking Christ. Oh my god.
Did you just call me dude?
Big rock!
No way!
They speak the lingo.
Why are you trying to hurt us?
Gob, gob, gob!
One stone starts sliding towards me, the rest stay behind.
Hey, Shell Gab. Gab!
Howdy, little fella. Can you tell me what the hippity haps are? We're just minding our own beeswax and you're trying to murder us and junk.
Yeah, this chapter's fucking wild. This is insane. What do you mean by 5 out of 7? This chapter's insane, man.
Why? Because your bud is acting up and bopping us. That's the big idea with this popping and bopping. It's not very hopping.
That's a Val thing. She's a bit terrible. What I want to do is figure out why you guys are fighting so we can not die.
Big Rock, you and the Reaper are buds?
Well,
The Reaper?
yeah, I guess so. She's kind of mean, but so are most of my friends.
The Galgo rocks gossip to each other in a funky rock language I can't understand.
Big Cheese wants to chat. You dig Big Rock?
Big Cheese? Like the president of rocks?
Totes.
Radical.
Radical. Talking to the big cheese. Again! Endwalker. The big cheese. Oh my god, Ishikawa. I look back to Zion and Val watching from the hole in the cabin. Val staring wide-eyed, completely speechless. Guess it's working better than she expected.
I want to bring my friend,
Reaper or small one?
Reaper. She's part of it.
I refuse. Cool nickname, though.
If things go wrong, just teleport away.
I'm gonna come with you.
Ugh, you're so dead.
Nuh-uh. Then why am I not dead now, smarty pants?
Yeah, plus I can fly. Rocks can't. I'll lift you up if they start being aggressive again.
Oh, you always lift me up, Zion.
That's because I love you, Yellowstone. Zion! Yellowstone?
Ugh. Ay, Dios. If it'll make you two shut up, then fine.
Val switches away next to me and Zion.
Ugh, this better work.
Wayne pokes out from behind Val's leg.
Hero! 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 Heretic Prince! Heretic Prince!
Jesus Christ, they have... Oh my god. What's going on here? They have a whole monarchy? The rocks go on high alert as soon as Dwayne shows off his adorable place. They close down the floor. I was circling like a pack of wolves.
Bring the Heretic Prince, you dig?
Dig!
Cerberus! Don't tell me you're a
prince?
Jesus Christ. Our marching goes on. Gravel got into my left through one of my holes. I don't wear socks anymore, so it's been ripping and tearing at the skin between my toes. At a certain point, it starts to develop a blister. Every step I take, the gravel rubs against a small open wound. Still, none of that is as painful as hearing Yosemite's groaning. Can't take a single step without her unleashing a pain moan.
You got something to say, Yosemite? Like an apology?
No, not particularly. It's just that this is excruciating.
I glance over my shoulder. She's 10 feet behind me at least. Her shoulders propel her forward as she walks, with her legs dragging behind her. As nimble and quick as a sledge.
And whose fault is that? Yours, clearly. You're the one I drove 500 miles for.
Every word's punctuated by heavy breathing. She's so dainty, like a wilting flower. It's kind of funny, actually. The personification of a national park is an out-of-shape nerd. She doesn't have to know that, though. As far as she could be concerned, she should think I think she's an irritating pile of misery that selfishly drags people into a vortex of garbage. But she's an irritating pile of misery that came looking for me. People like Jesse and now Yosemite are always trying to prove something about myself to me. Why would they do that? Why do they do it? I know what I am. They just seem to believe otherwise. It pisses me off.
Well, Yosemite, maybe next time you'll think twice before tossing someone into a life or death scenario to prove a point.
How was I supposed to know it would take us to the middle of nowhere? I don't think... Wait,
Ears wiggle.
next time? That means there will be more opportunities to teach valuable life lessons, whether you like it or not. And in order for that to happen, we would have to be in close proximity to each other. Which means that you've decided to come home. Oh, Eve! I always knew I would be able to topple those walls you've built.
Still not used to her calling me Eve. Before it was always Ranger with some kind of smooth-eyed nickname. Death Valley does the same thing, but I think I prefer Yosemite's nicknames more. Even if they do still suck.
You're delusional.
Incorrect. I am merely an optimist.
Liar. You used to tell me that you were a realist.
I changed my mind.
I was doing just fine without you.
Which one of us is the liar now?
We've been trotting through this desert for 2 hours now. My hand, already sunburnt from the last month, is starting to form a new layer of bright red. Yosemite doesn't know it, but we were lucky enough to have landed somewhere in the Panamint Ridge. I figure that with another hour of walking, we'll be able to find the trail that takes us to Telescope Peak. That's where the easy part ends, though. From there, we've got to hike up the whole damn mountain. Assuming we manage to make it that far. That's what the thing about these girls. They can get hurt or a little roughed up, but they're going to be fine when it's all said and done. As long as nothing happens to their parts, they can heal. I'm not strong enough to bounce back from this stuff. I'm tired of trying to. I'm so tired.
Are you just going to stew in silence this entire trip? You must have lost your edge out here. Can't even argue properly now.
She's so desperate.
I ever tell you how obvious you are?
Have you ever considered that perhaps I purposefully dumb myself down for your sake?
I snort. Not sure if it's because I'm already out of breath from hiking or if it's because somebody said something stupider than usual.
You have too much pride to dumb yourself down. So I think you're just naturally dumb. And you want to know how I know that, Yosemite? Because you pull out the same tactics as everyone else who has ever tried to get a rise out of me.
Slow, dragging footsteps behind me stop.
There is a difference.
Stop walking and wait.
Unlike them, I actually care about you. I'll keep letting you know that until you're sick of it.
Oh.
Then I'll still keep doing it. Why else would I be walking beside an idiot like you?
I turn around, she's pulled her hat down over her eyes. What the hell? Who says that kind of stuff and means it? Someone like Yosemite? What? No, cut. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. If I go down that road, I might actually start to believe she... By the time my dry throat forces me to gulp, the moment has passed. I can see the situation clearly again. If somebody caring does not make up for her going against what I want. Of course I already knew she cared. Lots of people care. I care. Caring doesn't change caring doesn't change a thing.
I'm only seeing one set of footprints here.
She needs to cut this crap out right now. I'm not going to be able to stand spending the next day with her if she keeps acting like this. I'll lose it.
Well, that's just because I'm carrying you, scrub.
I can't do this.
Didn't know your comebacks dealt in Hallmark cards now. You're so well read.
When did you notice the footprints?
Long time ago, when we were in Zion, and you ran off crying into the woods. You giant diva. Leave no trace. Kind of fitting for what you are, don't you think?
What is that supposed to mean?
Her tone is sharp.
Some of us would rather leave a mark than have it fade.
You know I didn't mean it like that.
She's not just trying to start something this time. I touched a nerve. It's not that hard to do when it's her we're talking about. There's a light drumming in the center of my head. A wave of heat ripples through my body, then a second later I get the chills from sweating. Need to refresh my tablet again, because it's been acting all slow today. Really wish I was thrashed right about now.
But now that you mention it, it wouldn't kill you to take a little comfort in how good you've got it.
She breathes in deeply and fixes her eyes on me. Guess the conversation is going there.
I would suggest you choose your next words very carefully.
You know what? No.
You were the one who wanted to talk, Yosemite. So let's talk.
I close the distance between us. If I wanted to, I could get in her face real quick. Might still do it too. Oh, you'd better do it. You'd better do it.
This doesn't surprise me anymore. But you've got a pretty warped view about people and how they work. Because you're so self-absorbed, you can't imagine anyone thinking any differently than you. But that's the thing. We couldn't be more different. You want to know why that is?
She crossed her arms. What an answer.
Nature is resilient. And guess what you are? Oh, sure. People do a bang-up job of mucking it up. We might even end up fracking our way straight into hell. But remove the sickness, and the foliage and dirt usually wind up bouncing back just fine. A fire can destroy an entire forest. But come back years later, it's a vibrant field. Get it? You've got rebirth on your side. But most of us happen to be born mortal. So a lot of times, we don't bounce. We fall flat on our face, eat shit, and don't get back up. You can't be beaten down by the way the world is and be broken for good. Your fingers can't get chewed off before your life even begins. Just like that.
So you're sad because it's unfair? Just can't take it anymore? Boo-hoo? There's a lot of things that aren't fair, Eve.
Of course, you can't grasp the concept. Why would you? The last time I saw you, you were a wreck. Now you're as good as new. That's why you should embrace it. You get renewal eventually. Embrace it. The rest of us get one catharsis.
I think Eve is trying to go against the idea that people are more resilient than she thinks that they are, because she's trying to give herself an out here, even if she's wrong and knows that she's wrong. Yosemite breathes violently, her chest heaves in and out. She balls her hands into fists. Here it comes. After all this time, she might finally take a swat at me.
I've already been renewed.
And she walks away towards the mountain.
Hey! Hold on! Don't just...
She keeps walking, ignoring me. No snarking off her flimsy attempt to get the last word in, she just walks.
What the hell? Don't just let me get away with all that.
Please try. Give me a good punch or something, right in the kisser. Come on, just do it. I've gotten away with so much already. Not once has she ever raised a hand or gotten physical. This might turn to a very different stream. All this time, even if the parking lot I was headbutting her, she must take pride in being a pacifist, huh? I hate it so much. She thinks she's enlightened now. Does she think she's made it? This has to be it. The altruism is a farce. So she can herself the authority to save me. For the gratification ego boost that comes with it. God damn it. This headache sucks. Yosemite sucks. It's all some game. It's all to prove a point. Or a lack of point. So fruitless. I know what she thinks. I know who she is. I thought I might have gotten to know her better than she knew herself, so why is she able to get past it? I thought we were miserable together, you know? So if that's not it, if we don't share that, we don't share anything. Then my feelings have been clear, crystal, from the very start. Suck in as much of the dry air as my pleasing body will allow. The breath I take in scrapes against my lungs.
I hate you!
70 stops. Now it's her turn. She gets to experience it now. How it feels to be stopped dead in your tracks. Every piece of progress you feel like you've made is called into question.
I hope you burn to the ground! You! Every tree, every bush, every animal! I hope there's nothing left!
Jesus Christ. Eve is playing the three fingers ending right now. That? Wait, no, I'm in Elden Ring. Wait, hold on. I mean the Elden Ring 3 fingers. I'm just... I'm gonna stop talking. It burns as I scream and my throat feels like I'm gargling nails, but I let the words be as loud as I need to be.
And you know what, Yosemite? I hope no one remembers. Not you, or the wretched park that spawned your useless life!
She rubs her eye. It may have been something that got stuck in there because she flicks it away.
Until you're sick of it and then some. Ass.
She keeps walking. Keeps walking. Why does she keep walking? I step one step forward, stumble, and try to catch up. On my fifth step, I stumble again.
Get out of my life! You think I want you and the rest of you freaks here? You're all pathetic! Hypocrites! Self-righteous hypocrites! Just die already!
The distance between us grows larger. I scream at her while closing the distance. Eventually, my voice gives out.
Oh boy, I'm nervous. Y'all ever met a king before?
You can't just juxtapose these things.
Every time I look in the mirror.
Oh my
Just your
god.
mush. Big cheese mouth Via's cruising on down.
The stone's cart letting one walk through. He has a crown of some kind on his head, slipping off because it doesn't quite fit right. It looks like it's made of cardboard. Did you get it from a burger shop? The king clears his rock throat.
What's up?
Oh my god. Now it's time for the scary movie ref. What the fuck?
What's up?
Let me kill them.
Miss Valley, no. What's up? What's up?
What's up? What's up?
What's up? What's up?
Silent.
You know the greeting of my people.
What's this voice actor? Who is this? There's a long silence. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Finally, the king speaks.
That's pretty groovy.
I think they like you, Yellowstone.
Aw, jeez, really? Glad someone does.
Welcome, Big Rock. You are now in the place to be. Party Central, baby. I am King Maivia, the big cheese round this popsicle stand.
Guys, am I asleep right now? Am I sleeping? Did I fall asleep by the time that Ari song raided me? I'm crying right now.
Howdy-o, Daddy-o. I'm Yellowstone, and these guys are Zion and Val.
Oh, I got the deets on the Reaper. The real dirty deets. Mighty kind of you to bring back my little buddy and deliver the kidnapper to our kingdom. The Heretic Prince.
Cerberus!
Heretic Prince, Heretic Prince, Heretic Prince.
How about we just call him the rock formerly known as the Heretic Prince?
Not cool. We gotta be on the same page here, small twig creature.
I don't know what's happening.
See, dudes, he prefers to be called a prince.
Dwayne hops around, probably the most I've ever seen him move so far. And he doesn't look too happy to be called a prince to me.
Silence!
All the stones chop the gibbet jabbering. Now quiet as, well run.
Listen up, dudes. The Heretic Prince and the Siren who's put the schmoves on him shall be met with a horrible death.
Moves?
Yay! Wait, no. That's bad. Why are you doing that?
It's our motto that you have to always be moving, always be grooving. The Heretic Prince rejects this, so he fled to live a life of sloth and hedonism. Pretty big sin there, man. Moving! And his partner in crime, the one who protects him from his groovy responsibility. Our tormentor for decades, the Reaper.
Dozens of stones around us stop booing and hissing in unison. A couple of them even throw themselves at Val.
That's right! And I do it all again too, you little devils!
Miss Valley, You're really not helping your case right now.
Is it so wrong for a father to miss his son? To hate that he chooses not to inherit the holy crown? To not move? To never groove?
I don't know what this
Bludgeoning
is.
Taurus to death is way worse!
Whoa, hang on, let's talk about this.
I don't know what there is to talk about, Big Rock Dude. The heretic prince has rejected the sacred commandment of continuous locomotion. He does not move, nor groove. He can't even go with the flow. Kind of a bummer, man.
But isn't he going with the flow by choosing his own way to go?
Dot, dot, dot. Everyone's
Drop
quiet.
them deets, Big Rock.
Well, if you guys are going with the flow, maybe the flow's not the same for everyone. Maybe people have different ways of going with the flow. The flow's not always the same way to go, you know?
In the distance of the desert, a yellowbird chirped.
Yes. You've got the flow, but you've got to show me a bit more, you know. I'm just a father who's been missing, reminiscing on his little John Doe.
I'm losing my mind.
He's a stone's throw away, as flies the crow, and if you want to see him, you could always come and go. But to execute him now, well, that's just low.
I hate this so much, just let me go.
Doing great, Yellowstone. Now hit him with the death blow.
Don't think your love is something he'd outgrow. Just need some room to move his elbow. There you go, Daddy-o.
The big chief stares down from his mighty rock pile. It's hard to tell what the stones are thinking most of the time. The little carved-out area on his face seems old and ancient. If he were human, I bet he'd have a beard.
Dwayne's just trying to live the way he wants to. He's happy with Val. He's happy being just a little guy. If you really love him, just be happy he's happy.
Is this true, my prince? Is this what you really want?
Well,
Ewo, Ewo! Ewow! Ewo, 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 Ewo!
well,
Ewo, Ewo! Ewo!
What are they saying?
Hell if I know.
Ewo! Ewo, Ewo!
well,
Ewo!
well. Dad.
My son!
Smoke bubbles slides down the stony cheeks of King Milo. I got no idea what they just said, but it's making me all emotional.
Very well. I vibe with these terms.
So you'll stop trying to kill us?
Temporary truce until you leave our realm. Word. On one condition.
Let's hear it.
The Reaper's exiled upon your departure. If the she-devil ever shows her ghastly mug to us
Ghastly
hopping and
mug.
bopping rocks, the deal will be void, bro.
Hold up! I object!
Works for me.
Very well. It
Oh
has
my
been
God, look at her.
decreed. Riley.
Yay!
Oh,
I knew you could do it.
I knew you knew I could do it.
And I knew you could do it.
I pick Zion and spin her around as the rocks surround us here.
this is bullshit! No way that's all it took! Just some awful kindergarten rap?
It's the freshest thing this side of the Colorado.
I can't believe it.
I am grateful to have met you, Big Rock Yellowstone. Perhaps we cannot shake hands, but I bid you the status of equal and a hearty howdy-o!
Howdy-o! Howdy-o! Howdy-o! Howdy-o! Howdy-o! Howdy-o!
Jesus fucking Christ. The stones all leave together, throwing and rolling in unison, to the horizon, to the sunset.
Goodbye. I'll never forget you. Unless I do. But goodbye anyway. Just look at him, frolicking through the harsh desert sands. Ain't it a thing of beauty?
It is. It really is.
Hey, sunshine. I got something for you.
Ooh, a present?
Whack.
Ow!
That's for exiling me from my ancestral homeland, you big idiot!
What? It was a good deal. I'm sorry.
Val gives a big sigh.
But I gotta hand it to you. You handled that cleaner than I would've.
You really think so?
Yeah. And don't make me say it again.
She looks down and shuffles her feet. For someone who's usually rowdy and loud, she almost looks delicate right now.
So, I think we might have gotten off on the wrong foot. And I ain't saying it's my fault. Just that demigods sometimes don't sweat the small stuff. And,
Yeah?
well, I guess what I'm saying is, I'm sorry for being a pain in the ass. And stuff.
Aw, Val. Ever since last night, I thought you were bad news. Bogus. That might be a teeny bit true, but you're actually pretty neat. So maybe you ain't no sheriff. But you know what? You're my favorite deputy.
We good then?
Yeah, we Gucci. Now
We
bring
Gucci.
it in, partner.
Nope, no hug, I don't hug.
Of course you hug.
It's okay. She can come with us back to Yosemite. She can join the harem.
Darn Skippy. If you're gonna be bunking with us, you gotta learn how to be a grade A hugger.
Wait, what?
I mean, where else you gonna go? Can't just stay here. That'll void the truce.
Do we have room in the cabin though?
She can sleep on the floor with you and me.
Dwayne hops on my shoulder. His weight crushes me and I almost fall to the ground. That's okay though. Might bruise later, but he just wants to join in on the love.
You come with us too, Dwayne.
Don't get used to it. I'm only sticking around until the mess you caused blows over. Then I'm out. You got that?
Yeah. Whatever you say, Miss Demigod.
We pull her into a hug and she groans away.
It's true. I am a demigod. I am.
We know you are, Miss Valley. We know you are.
Well, we got a replacement pet. Pet Rock. It doesn't move, not even a twitch.
The poor thing. Do you think it's...
Yosemite trails off and lets the silence imply the rest. I don't need to think about it though. One look is all I need. That thing's dead.
Find a stick. Try poking it or something.
Bend over. Stumbling as I do, my entire field of vision spins and splits into 4 hands, 20 fingers, 2 rabbit corpses, before finally merging into one image.
Can you drop the brooding for 5 seconds and say something?
It's been a quiet march since I shoot at Yosemite. We have a dynamic going on. She tries to make polite conversation with the sights, and I stay so silent. Why didn't we just do this from the start?
Look at the marks on its back.
Fur is warm. Not from a departing trace of life, but simply from baking out in the sun. Rolled over and traced a deep red and purple gash carved into his skin. Yosemite cringes and punctuates it with a groan for good measure.
I said to find a stick.
I've been touching dead things pretty much every day since I got here. It's not a big deal unless you're a germaphobe. Jesus Christ. Though I still get the same shock to my system whenever I see a carcass. I hope that doesn't go away. There is value in them.
These are from the talons of a hawk. Must have gotten attacked by another bird and dropped it.
Killed by the talons alone.
If it didn't bleed out, then the impact would have definitely finished the job.
Then it died for nothing. Not even for sustenance.
What an ignorant thing to say. Not surprising coming from the Empress of saying crap she can't back up, though.
Well, Yosemite, I guess that just depends on your perspective.
I lay the sarcasm on extra thick. She asks to know how wrong she is. Needs to know what I've gleaned this past month. I've woken up. I get it now.
Enlighten me with your perspective, then.
No, death is pointless. The grand majority of us are gonna kick it at some point. That tells me the point of living is to die. Hallelujah.
What a cheerful woman. The silence between us is carried by the desert wind, and I realize something. Played right into her hands. That cackling witch got me. This is what she wanted the whole time. To know me so she can criticize me.
Can you explain that further?
No. Go to hell.
Drop my backpack on the dirt, sift through the biggest pocket. Has to be around here somewhere.
I've been nothing but upfront with you about who I am and the things I feel. Why won't you do the same for me? Even if it's only for the sake of putting me in my place.
Oh, but you haven't said one thing, Yosemite. Where is it? Don't tell me I left it in the cabin of Skinny the other day.
The silent treatment again. I thought we moved past this. I would much prefer you screeching.
I unzip all the other pockets, pulling out journals and pens in case it slipped into a crevice. No luck.
Damn.
What is so important that it's worth ignoring me over?
My knife.
I always knew it would end this way.
Not today. I want its feet.
The rabbits?
Definitely not yours.
In my head, I measured its size. It's about half the length of my arm, so probably under a year old. A leveret.
I guess I could fit it into my backpack.
Yosemite shifts nervously. I can hear the fabric of her shorts rubbing together.
I don't understand. Why can't you just leave it alone?
Specifically to make you uncomfortable.
It does make me uncomfortable.
I stare into the hare's lifeless button eyes, wide open in shock. It looks like the kind you see on plush toys.
You were always a sentimentalist. Maybe you acted tough, but you were mush when it came to animals. How did you go from that to displaying their corpses?
Take it you don't appreciate it then?
Frankly, it sickens me.
It's because she does care. But it's a sick, roundabout way that she's, like, planted in her own head. Why can't she stop poking around my head? I told her to die in a fire and didn't even faze her. Is there anything I can do to get her to shut up? Maybe I've been overthinking it. I tell her the truth, maybe that will be enough so she'll finally get it. When the reality stares her in the face like this rabbit staring into the dirt, it'll make her sick. My hand shakes and I gag. I solve both problems by throwing my hand over my mouth and swallowing everything in my body has to purge. My arms feel like dead weight despite walking through the sand every damn day. My legs wobble. Yet I can still scrape up enough to strength the stand.
I'll tell you the same thing I told Yellowstone, since you girls are so curious. This dead rabbit, it has more power in its rotten carcass than I've ever had in 27 years.
She scoffs, almost laughs.
Power? The rodent is dead. There is no power there. It's empty. Perhaps there's some reverence for the life it lived in this place, and the cosmic miracle it even did to begin with. Perhaps that notion is even sacred. But it's still empty. There's no energy residing in it. Certainly not enough for there to be any power.
Quit thinking so linearly, Yosemite.
Her eyes narrow as I throw the tired quote she spewed at me dozens of times right back in her smug face.
There is power. Because I assign power to it. You're right. It's dead. But now that I've laid eyes on it, it has all the power over me it will ever need. Whether it's real or
Like I said.
symbolic, I don't care. It doesn't matter.
What symbolic power could a rotting mass of meat ever have over you? What does it offer you aside from the aesthetics of a serial murdering freak?
Resolution.
Again I gag, and again I swallow. My stomach is boiling.
Conclusion. Some courage. I can bottle it in me. Because I need it. All of it.
She takes a step forward. My reflexes are dull and hazed, and I don't dodge. She clasps my hands. I tear myself away. She does again and holds on even tighter.
Courage for what? I promise I'm not trying to hurt you this time. All I want is to understand so I can help. Why is it so significant for you?
It's noble. Like finishing a task. It's the ending of hurt and resistance. And I'm just tired of resisting, you know?
Just say it, Yosemite. Just say it. I've been thinking this for the past 30 minutes. Just say it. Just say it. Yosemite, for all her own theatrics and claims of caring, could only manage to stare at me with worried confusion.
No. Maybe you don't.
I yank my hand away and keep it locked at my side so she can't grab it again.
All you do is resist. You're scared that what happened to Zion will happen to you.
That's the only reason you ever did anything.
The nauseous feeling in my gut warms its way to my chest. The entire sickening feeling blooms throughout my entire body. Please let this be the end of the whole conversation.
I'll give you that.
She can't just stay quiet. Why can't she let me rest? Everything is a battle, and I'm not even trying to fight.
There was a long time, longer than your worldly 27 years, where I did resist. I pushed back as hard as I could, just like you. I would fight so hard I would hurt others, sabotage myself, just like you.
The dry heaves are coming on. I try to muffle them, but they wheeze out.
But I don't feel the need anymore. It still hurts, but it doesn't bite at me anymore. I'm not scared. I can be grateful for the now, while understanding that the change will come. Because there is change in you. Even now, I still see it. Regardless of whatever aesthetic attempt at redemption or punishment you're trying to pull, you can't disguise yourself.
You're too obvious. There's no holding it anymore. I have to let it go.
You hurt because you care. And I know you hurt. But I'm even more certain that you care. I see you, and I would be blind not to. Because you're the person that changed me.
Bile leaks out of my mouth. I spray liquid across the ground. Choke, gag, do it again. Somebody's tearful war face droops in shock. I collapse. Down on all fours, I purge my stomach with a slurry and morning cocktail. It mixes with the sand and makes pink mud. Wait, pink? I slide to my side and groan.
Oh my goodness! Eve, are you okay?
She rushes over and I feel her hovering over me.
If you needed to stop, you should have said something earlier.
Piss off.
This wasn't how it was supposed to go at all. Why is this happening?
Into a fucking hospital.
Figure out.
She has a mouth in her head, then glares at me. We're going on 6 hours since I threw that bottle at her. Almost 24 since I've had a proper drink.
Amazing how your impulses always end up having consequences, isn't it?
Does she think I haven't heard that one before? Not just from her, but from everyone who thinks I don't consider my actions. I know, I want to care. I don't. Leave me alone.
If you have a problem with it, then leave.
Get this idiot to a hospital now, like yesterday. SMHing my head.
Don't tempt me.
As the sweat trickles down my cheeks, I flash from cold to hot. If somebody doesn't know, she's giving me what I wanted all along. If I didn't feel like I was about to go off again and hurl on this rabbit's face, I'd laugh.
No, I mean it.
She brushes strands of hair out of my face. I grab her wrist.
Leave. I'm not asking.
Now somebody stares at me and breathes. She stands up.
And I'm not listening. Don't tell me what to do.
This is what I want. Deal with it.
Whenever I move, there's a rising feeling of dizziness, like the numb incoherence of the flu.
What you want sucks. Can you stand?
Not for you.
I can't. Not even if I wanted to. This isn't the first time I've hacked my guts out. Recently, when the nights have been bad, I would crawl into the corner of the shack and just let it all out before passing out. Death would scold me in the morning, but the mess would be cleaned up, and I would always be back in my sleeping bag. Now there's no corner to crawl into. That's some, It's very clever, using Death Valley as, like, the literal personification in the situation of her grappling with, the desire for her own death, and her toying with the idea of death. But, like, it's a really, like, really well done, even if it is on the nose. It's interesting how they managed to personify that and put another sort of perspective on it. And, I mean, we see what's happening now. Just the wide open desert, desert. Fuck me. Just the wide open desert and Yosemite peering down at me. It's more claustrophobic than the old broken down hut could ever be.
I suppose we don't have a choice then.
What's that supposed to mean?
Sick of having to stare at this dead rabbit directly in the face, I roll out of the fetal position and try to at least sit up.
We still have to get to the peak. If you can't walk, Then I'll just do what I've always done and carry you.
I can't carry the ring, Miss Sephiroth. But I can carry you.
What?
On my back.
You're more deluded than I thought if you think I'd actually let you.
She sighs.
I suppose we'll just keep doing things the hard way then.
We're barely halfway up this trail. If you think you're gonna halt...
Yosemite grabs my arms and yanks me onto my ass.
Ow! You're hurting me!
Boo-hoo. It's no worse than what you've already done to yourself.
Cut it out!
I squirm and buck as she wrestles me to my feet. Swat her in the face once or twice.
This is for your own good.
But for once she has more strength than me. The only time the overgrown tree's height advantage has made a difference. Like she's expending all the piss and vinegar she usually saves for arguing. Whenever I fail to tear myself away, I take a few more breaths. My hands flop wildly and I slap her nose and I gag. Puppeteering my limp noodle arms becomes exhausting. I can't stop resisting. Even if my body stops working and my voice goes hoarse, I can't let her do this to me. The idea of this, all of this, going on for another day makes me want to scream. And that's because that's all that's left I can control. I do.
I hate you! That cabin was the worst thing to ever happen to me!
And all we got is fucking Brokeback Mountain.
Stop it! No! No!
Semi takes slow, plodding steps up the trail, hunched over like a hermit. I refuse to hold on to her shoulders even if she keeps me hoisted on her back. Well, I mean, you know, I just had the Sam and Frodo scene, which is basically the same as Brokeback Mountain, as we know, so. I basically just referenced Brokeback Mountain twice.
6 miles. You know, you can't do this for 6 miles, right?
She doesn't dignify me with a response. Looks like I'm on the other end of this now.
Come on, Yosemite! We both know you don't have the stamina for this. Just put me down, alright? You're real virtuous, I get it!
I rise as she breathes in shovels of air and fall as she blows out like a steam engine. The rustic orange of the midday sky mixed with the grays of the rocky trail. My head spins, blurring the colors together. Green pine trees, the first I've ever seen in ages, guard the sides of the cliff. Their mangled branches twist and reach for the sky in prayer. Makes me dizzier. When I shut my eyes, I get a whiff of sweet mahogany. Makes me want to hurl all over again, but I don't think I have anything left to chuck up.
Yosemite!
Breathe in, breathe out, rise and fall.
Yosemite!
This time she answers. Kind of. She grunts.
I'm gonna puke again!
I try to imitate the sound of gagging by tightening my throat. My voice rasps. It's a pretty good impression of a choking dog.
Yosemite, I'm gonna do it! Yosemite!
She just growls and keeps trudging along, one wobbling step at a time. Can't she see I'm suffering? Why is she doing this? Why can't she set me down and then ignore me? I squeeze out a pained groan.
Yosemite! I'm in so much pain! Yosemite!
Now she's breaking down.
It hurts so much! I'm so scared!
Nothing. Does she not have a heart? What an arrogant tryhard. She pisses me off so much. I've known this for a while, but the lengths she'll go to make me more miserable than I already am. I hate it. I hate her. I hate Jessie. I hate anyone who's ever taken a chance on me. I hate... I'm not gonna sing it. I hate that I keep trying to convince myself that I actually believe that. I hate that I'm a screw-up. That I routinely ruin the lives of myself and anyone unfortunate to get caught in my crosshairs. Even when I piss off to go to the middle of nowhere surrounded by landscapes, I know will outlive me, and even then not by much. Because they're only places I feel safe, I still can't find peace. I hate that too. All I do is hate.
Let me go!
Time to struggle again. Struggle and toil. Summoning upon my empty reservoir of strength, I try for a second wind and knee her in the back. When she doesn't budge, I pound her on the shoulders.
Don't you hear me?
She elbows me in the gut. I blow chunks. My head rests on Yosemite's trembling shoulder. How many hours has she been at this now? With no watch or phone, I can only guess. The sun has dipped below the far-off mountain peaks. We lord over all of them, the highest of any living thing for miles. High up enough for me to shiver with every rustling of the wind, despite every uncovered inch of my body burning a hot salamander pink. Patches of snow under the shade of trees still linger, even heading into the dog days of May. Alpine vibes. Somebody's breathing has developed into steady, deflating hiss. Droplets from her waterfall hair intermingle with sweat in mine. She's shuffling heat determination. Just another thing I already knew about her, but I never knew that she could take it this far. What an amazing soul. These girls have something in them that makes them as human as me, and yet they have an endurance that can't be extinguished, unlike me. If they're more than human, then I must be less than. Maybe I'm not even one at all. Yosemite's wheeze breaks out to a gasp. It's the first change since the last one.
I think we're here.
She stops and twists her head around to confirm. Knocks my head off her shoulder.
Oh my god! We are here!
I expect her to drop me on my ass so she can run ahead into the promised land, but she powers through the exhaustion and keeps carrying me as we rush ahead. So I guess this is it then. The portrait is in her line of sight. If the pebble is still in her stomach, then we should be able to make it now. But back to no catharsis and fighting against everything. So crowded. Thoughts that petrify me are constantly assaulting every waking moment I experience. There's no space for anything except paranoia or fear. I want to be away from that.
I wonder if we can see the lights from the general store.
I can't stand it.
Eve?
I bite down my lip to trap in the sob and bury my face in her back.
I want to die.
Please don't say things like that.
Well, what the fuck else is there?
I scream it right in her ear, and I feel her finally buckling under my weight. When her shoulders slump, I slide down her back and stumble for balance.
All I am is miserable. And all I know is that I shouldn't be.
Then stop living in contradiction and do something!
She's still out of breath from the bank. All she can do after yelling is breathe. For a while we stare at each other and gasp for air.
I could throw myself over this cliff. That'd be something. I could lay in traffic. I could have swerved the bus I took down here into a ditch. Hell, I could have quit my stupid job years ago. But let's be realistic, because you and me both know I wouldn't be happy doing anything. There's an entire universe of things I could be doing, but I don't.
Why not?
She steps closer to me. Rocks fall off the face of the mountain.
Those are just choices, aren't they?
Another step closer. Her voice breaks. Confusion has ebbed so deeply into her face there are wrinkles.
Why can't you just choose one of them and commit?
Her face is up against mine, and seeing my distorted reflection in her eyes is enough to scare the shit out of me. My tears drip out faster. I back away.
It's not that easy.
My heels click against a rock.
And letting yourself rot while you're still alive is. That's as much of a choice as anything else.
It's not! It's my only choice!
Why do you think that? Tell me!
I inhale to respond. Then I can't stop inhaling. My chest clenches. My lungs want to burst. I gasp. Continuous gasping. No air. No release. No catharsis. All I can feel is decay. All I can see for myself is decay, never-ending, eternal. Not even the release of dying.
Can't breathe. Can't breathe.
Someone doesn't buy it at first, her nose scrunching with a sneer. And my next gasp rattles.
Oh, God. Okay. Just breathe, all right? It's okay. It's okay. Let's sit you down.
The panic in her voice tells me it's not okay. That I'm not okay. That none of this will ever in fact be okay. Always, it's the exact opposite of whatever anyone wants to see from me. There's no strength in me to fight back, no matter how much I want to. Just Yosemite's firm grip on my shoulders as she lowers me onto the rock.
Just breathe. Breathe.
The air whistles through her nostrils. She holds it. Finally, there's a release. Her breath brushes against my face.
Come on. Do it with me. In. Out. In. Out.
She repeats herself to the point of insanity, each time taking in that fresh mountain air and releasing it back to the world. In and out. In and out. My throat loosens, squeezing in my chest quickens to a pulse before releasing completely. In and out. This is me partway through stream right now, getting up. So cold air stabbed through my clogged nasal passages and filter through my body. Flows through every muscle, every organ, like a river rushing over and between every rock. In and out. Yes. That's my head. Even right now, I need to take a drink of water. I still wheeze as the air passes through me, but it's manageable now. There's no fear of suffocation. Somebody brushes her fingers through my clump hair. I don't know when it happened, but I'm leaning against her now.
I'm terrified. Why can't I choose? Because every time I make a choice, there's a consequence. Even back in the cabin. At a place where I was as removed as possible from causing trouble, the little things still added up.
All I can picture in my head is Pop, his smiling, panting face. Only now it's alongside those cursed Polaroids. Parents that are streaming and crying, blood on the trunk of a tree. But my mental image of that little coyote is now forever warped, and I will never get my old perspective back. That girl will never get her life back. No counting mouth problems on her fingers, no freedom of having the nagging anxiety of wondering whether or not someone is staring at her hand or not.
Consequences. All around. But if I just let go of all of it, offer up my control, and the dice can fall wherever they want. I won't be the one who casts them.
Consequences are your decisions following up, Eve. What you put in this world is what you get out of it. That's all there is to it.
Makes sense. I haven't put anything into the world except my own bullshit. All I've done is blame people for the bigger problems out there. Told them it wasn't my place to teach them, while insisting it was still their fault. What good did that do? Punching someone's lights out for graffiti isn't going to stop anything. It won't stop evil and powerful people. It's not going to do anything except making everyone involved more jaded. But there's lots of ways you can teach people if you're willing to expend the energy.
The idea itself is enticing, even. I look up at Yosemite, patiently listening with a soft smile. Not sure I have what it takes. She drove 500 miles just to see me and carried me up a mountain on her back. I wouldn't be able to do that.
Maybe I could have done that. But by the time I realized it, my own problems were slapping me in the face.
Yosemite doesn't answer. She doesn't snark off or come at me with a quippy argument. We sit there and look ahead. I'm still leaning against her, even with how worked up I am. Being like this at least calms me down a little. The brim of her hat is wide enough to shade us both if I squeeze in. Always look goofy on me, but she can pull it off. The last ring of orange has evaporated from the sky. Fake impressions of stars begin to peek out from the blue. Dull specks that only get higher, brighter. Further down the mountain my eyes descend. The smaller the hills become until they're simply dunes. Then it flattens into checkerboard sand. I can only see so far until the whole vista disappears into the oncoming night.
It's not too late if that's what you think.
I can't help but chuckle. It's not even cynical because I know she believes them.
Look at me. It's too late.
All I see is a stubborn woman who needs a shower.
Look at what I've done.
Held yourself accountable. Thought about your actions. Mistakes aren't an excuse for stasis. They're an incentive to be better, even if it takes the rest of your life. So why not be better? Why not take the opportunity to wheel yourself forward?
A wheel can spin in place.
Nonsense. If I can do it, so can you.
I'm not like you.
Hurts to say, because I so desperately want to tear down these walls between me and her and everyone. But instead I have the compulsion to build them. 6 sides, no door, buried 6 feet down.
Believe me, I wish I were. You're fearless. Always looking for answers. And when it's hard or inconvenient, you don't change the question. You just change yourself. Me? I'm a coward.
If I am truly any of those things, it's because of you.
Words are certain, but once they're out there, her face is anything but. All the confidence drains from her until she's pale.
Because of you.
She repeats it in a way, because Yosemite's everything I said she was and more. If there's ever anything she could say to get me close to smiling right now, that would be it.
You can tell me that, and you can even believe it. That's not the reality I'm living in.
You don't get it, do you?
There's the older Yosemite, harsh and ready to tell me why I'm wrong. Say it. Say it now.
Can you comprehend how many decades I spent spinning my own wheels? Maybe I was changing on the outside, but within myself I was rotting. The knowledge I was seeking wasn't so I could change. It was to soothe me. More and more, the things I felt precious were being forgotten. All I could do was cling to my desperation. Even today, there were moments where I felt I was facing down oblivion. But I held it in because I know I didn't need to feel that way anymore.
Tears split down her cheeks and drip onto her mouth. I don't know how she keeps it together long enough to get the words out.
Yosemite, it's okay. I get it. You don't have to.
No, you don't. I need to say this. You need to hear it. Because before you came into my life, that cabin was my purgatory. And it was you, Eve, who made it into a home.
Purgatory. A lump catches in my throat. I look around the mess that's been made. Streaks of water on the floor, tossed away gun, and the open cabinets. I take a look at the whole cabin, small and homey, but I still know what it's really for. It's a purgatory. A sanitarium to clean me of any lingering pride. This is my punishment, and if that's the case, then maybe it's not actually a purgatory. Maybe it's actually hell. That's not how it was supposed to be. Being sent there was my punishment. Before I banished myself here, that was what I was supposed to be, so I could think until I withered and went numb. How can she say it was her purgatory too?
No. No. You're not gonna get one over on me. I know what the truth is. And this isn't the truth.
When my ears shut, my eyes blocking all out, hope it's just some sort of fever dream in the last few fleeting moments of my life.
It's true to me.
I can still hear her, and if it goes away, every day it's facing me.
You're the realest truth I've ever known.
Don't say that.
What's so wrong about it? I want you to know.
Because I might actually start believing you.
God, what's happened to me? I never used to let myself get swept up by the sentiments of others like this. My feelings were always the deciding factor between right and wrong, truth and lies. Now I'm a crybaby, always snorting back my embarrassing tears and snot.
Leave me then.
He was all just amusing to her, but her smile is so gentle. Bright like a glowing crescent moon. I want to believe.
Believe me when I call you a cynical, posturing crank.
Crank. We both giggle, though you wouldn't know with all the wet sniffling going on.
So please, Believe me when I say I know you're only that way because you care. And I know how much it hurts to care. But caring is the first step, and you're already there.
Can't say that. You can't know what's actually inside my heart.
That's what it all comes down to. Actions can leave positive impressions, be glowing, but intention can be wicked, narcissistic, and cruel. Intention can be arrogance playing at a virtue.
No. Tell me what this is, then.
Yosemite digs into the pocket of her shorts and unfolds a wrinkled piece of paper.
Hold on. When did you...
When your supervisor brought over the report sheets. He scolded me for taking federal property.
Somebody scrambles to unfold the surveys. Her eyes scan across the paper, from side to side as she reads from top to bottom. When she's done, her ears twitch and perk up.
Eve, this is... positive. Glowing, even.
I'll take your word for it.
Once I've had to digest everything, I'll start going through all of them. Right now, the idea of reading them reminds me of hearing my voice come out of a phone or video. It forces a specific kind of objectivity I'm not ready for. Yes, objectivity! But Yosemite is ready for that. She laps that stuff up, flipping from page to page, devouring each one faster than I'm convinced she can actually read. She stops on one. A warm smile, untainted by her ego or usually sarcasm, spreads across her face. A flush red crosses her cheeks, and her pebble-like freckles glitter beneath the red. It reminds me of a vivid sunset.
I'm keeping this one.
Those are official files that are technically property of the federal government.
And now this one is an official document for my records. Ha ha ha!
It's just bright enough out for me to be able to see it. It's crude, drawn with a purple pen I had on me at the time. A map of Tulum Meadows I drew from memory. It was for a solo hiker who needed directions from Tioga Pass on the Pacific Coast Trail. I took the liberty of jotting down some spots worth checking out, from Lambert Dome to the Cathedral Lakes. I hadn't even given a second thought until now. It was just something I did on the back of one of those rate how we're doing sheets. Guess I must have turned it in. Just like the one Yellowstone jammed into Teddy.
It's just some crappy map I drew. What's so special about it?
It is crappy. You have no artistic skills whatsoever.
She hugs the paper like a child squeezing their prized stuffed animal.
But I love it. I haven't stopped carrying it with me since the day I first laid eyes on it. Do you know why?
I shake my head. My mouth's too dry to even to make noise. No sticks to my lips.
Because it shows me that you won't forget. That you'll remember.
She folds the map and puts it away.
So, when you say you're not like me, that's where you're wrong. You are me, in all the ways I know and feel.
Pressing on her knees for balance, she stands up with a stretch in the ground.
Maybe it's egotistical to say, but knowing was what gave me the courage to move forward. All your anger and sentiment made manifest in me.
Yosemine's a giant, and all this time I've been standing in her shadow, looking up. Her trademark sharp glare has faded, and all that's left is a gentle gaze.
That's how I know you care.
She bends down over and closes the height gap.
And that's why I love you.
Yosemite takes her hat and plants it on my head, then plants a kiss on my forehead. Kisses me on the forehead. It's a soft peck, but it hits with the impact of a paradigm shift. The longer she holds it, the more sensitive the center of my forehead becomes. I've never been so hyper-aware of it in my life. Like when one side of a pair of headphones break and all you can do is listen out of the other. She breaks away and I feel a wet mark. Somebody holds back a laugh and points.
It looks like a third eye.
Don't say something stupid like that after kissing me!
I wipe my forehead and hide underneath the brim of my hat. If I could, I would turtle inside it entirely.
Me? You weren't saying anything at all. Someone had to offer some levity.
You call that levity? Now I'm even more nervous.
Sounds like a you problem. Have you tried stealing your confidence?
Overgrown tree, you're the most entitled and selfish person I've ever met.
Is that the best you've got? You've called me worse. Today, even.
Well, I didn't mean any of that, but I mean it this time.
Ah, so you're feckless too. Not as if I didn't know, but perhaps you should try
So
committing
kiss
to
her fucking
something for
back.
once in your life, Ranger.
I'm burning. I'm sunburned and otherwise. If somebody can act all smug, but she's just as pink.
Perhaps you could commit to coming home.
Theatrics die. Following the pattern of last month I spent here, I'm left to think in the stillness of a cold desert night. Except this time I'm not doing it alone.
You're still on that? After everything, you still want me back?
Want is a very generous...
She stops herself and drops the shtick.
I do. Of course I do.
Such a stupid question. She said she loves me for God's sake. There's no denying it. Whatever we are, somebody and I go beyond simply being combative hens to each other. We see each other how we need to be seen. My hands tremble. The rancid taste of my stomach acid still lingers in my mouth. If we go through with this, I'm not sure either of us are prepared for the pain in store.
The next few days are gonna suck, you know?
I show her the tremors quaking through my hand.
It might not be much better than today.
We've already seen the worst of each other, haven't we? I have no doubt this will be just as exhausting, but we'll deal with it together.
She makes it sound so simple. It's not going to be. But if she'll be there.
Alright.
I try to smile without sobbing.
Let's go then.
I stand, and before I can do it to her myself, she scoops me into a hug.
Welcome home.
Clench my teeth, steel my face, and still manage to shed a few tears.
Good to be home.
My hat scruffs against her chin. I look up to get it out of her face, and so I can stare at her handsome features, squeezing just a little harder as I do.
What are we waiting for? We can leave from here, right?
About that.
She lets me know, her ears flatten guiltily.
The pebble was a decoy that I found in the parking lot. I did it to trick you. The real one is right here.
She holds one of Death's pebble bullets between her finger and thumb.
That means this entire time.
We could have gone back, yes. I fibbed. For a good cause, though.
I can't believe it.
You'll forgive me, right?
She did it so naturally, too.
You're such a bitch.
Realization strikes.
How the hell am I in love with you too?
There we go. There we go. Zion rests a bouquet of flowers on top of the plot of dirt. Lilies, lupines, dandelions, and larkspurs. She picked them all herself. It would make for a serene photo lying beneath the sturdy cross I tied together using fallen branches.
You were a good boy. Playing with you was always a lot of fun. I'm sorry I never gave you one of my veggie omelets. I don't think you would have liked it very much, though. Next time.
Voice squeaks, but the brave little angel manages to choke back the tears.
Next time, I hope you have a mama and that things are easier for you.
She spins around and runs into Yellowstone's embrace, who is decidedly not holding it together.
That was beautiful!
Geyser whips from her head and splashes down on all of us. Her wails scare away the birds from the tree above her.
Ah! Quit your crying! I can't even sense anything dead in that grave.
Put an egg in your shoe and beat it, Val! It ain't about that! It's about everyone's feelers!
You lot have a weird way of showing them, then.
Death goes back to fiddling with her gun as she leans against a distant tree. Dwayne, balancing on Yellowstone's shoulder like a parrot, snuggles against her cheek. They're both staying with us at the cabin now. Yellowstone's idea. Of course it was. Yosemite wasn't thrilled, but I'd already gotten used to her when I was in Death Valley, so it wasn't too much of an adjustment for me. It's getting a little cramped, and that try-hard cowboy can't keep herself from shooting at single thing that moves. But it's not much crazier than anything else that goes on in that cabin. Just one of those things we'll all have to get used to.
This was a nice thing you did here.
Really? I thought it was kind of selfish. Did it more for myself than anything.
Quit acting like you're tall enough to sell yourself short.
It's really easy to make Yosemite plush these days. Feels good to finally have one over on her.
Want to say a few words, Evo? You and Puppers were pretty tight.
Should I? It almost doesn't feel right. After all, I was the one who... Yosemite squeezed my hand.
Go ahead.
It's a small gesture, but it gives me the courage to continue. That's all she seems to be doing lately. When I was squirming in bed, sweating out all the junk, she never left my side once. She had plenty of criticism to offer with Station at the bedside, though. What else could I want? With a steadying breath, I stepped towards the memorial. Death's right. There's nothing buried here. I left him at the tree. It felt right at the time. Leave him to the elements so his decay could nourish the soil and other animals. The antithesis is to keep him cooked up in a cabin.
Hey, buddy.
Take a knee and stare at my handiwork. It doesn't really feel like I'm talking about him.
I hope you like the place I picked out.
It feels so weird to go through the emotions of grieving a grieving ritual like this. Only saying these things because they're expected of me.
Lots of rabbits come through this clearing, so it...
My voice trails on. Songbirds filled the silence. The deeper we get into spring, and the lusher it gets, the more of them seem to be fluttering around.
Girls, I don't think I can do this.
Oh no, you sit right there and get it off your chest.
That's right. You'll feel brand spanking new afterwards.
If I can do it, then so can you, Miss Eve.
When's the picnic happening? I was told I'd get grub if I tagged along.
Miss Valley, please show a little tact.
If somebody rests her hand on my shoulder and smiles, it's all the reassurance I need. The last time I start talking.
I'm sorry things turned out this way. Guess I already told you as much. Really, it was all my fault. In a world that's perfect, the same one where I'm perfect, I would have never let you in that cabin. Probably never would have even been there to begin with. That's not how things shook out. Maybe that's fine, or maybe I don't have the right to say that. It doesn't matter anymore. Because I'm gonna make 1,000, 10,000 more mistakes. Just as severe and hurtful as the ones I've made so far. That's okay, though. I'm gonna learn from each and every one of those mistakes. Because they're all just spokes on my wheel. Can't stop it. So may as well push forward. That way, when my time is up, and I'm rotting right alongside you, I won't have died perfect, but I'll have been a little better than I would have been otherwise.
I pat down on the soil and let it squeeze through my fingers.
It's a little purple, but I guess I'll accept it.
You're a little irritating, but I guess I'll accept you.
Ah, yes. I know you are, but what am I? A very mature and articulate classic.
Stand on to my tippy toes until I can match your height.
Learn from the best.
We cluck foreheads and snuggle them together. Her eyelashes brush against mine and tickle my face.
Quite the tree hugger, are we?
What can I say? I've always loved our parks.
She pulls the brim of my hat over my face. While I'm stunned, she takes my hand.
Your sweet nothings are just that. Nothing. Now don't look at me. Now then, how about that picnic?
Ugh, finally. We're starting to gag.
The sky is so clear. It really is the perfect day for one.
You said it. Best believe the spread I whipped up for today is gonna knock all your socks off.
Yosemite pulls me by the hands, leading me towards the picnic, towards more nonsense arguments, more mysteries and discoveries, beautiful sights and vistas, more sunsets. Gotta love Death Valley back there. I want to see them, because I do love these parts. That's my truth. I love Death Valley, Zion, Yellowstone, Yosemite. I love the diversity of colors and light. Mountains higher than I ever dare to climb. Small ravines just waiting to be discovered by those adventurous enough to veer off beaten paths. Hopefully not too far, though. Cold winters in the forest, blistering summers in the desert. I love all of it. And I'm here because I love it. There's still so much hate in me. I don't think all the growth in the world will ever truly suit me. There will always be encounters with uncaring ignorance that will infuriate me. I'm sure that for a time I'll believe that the anger is all there is. But for now, at least, I know it's not. There's more. Oh my god, there's so much more. My wish is for people just to appreciate the wonders they've been blessed with. Understand that it's not just a resource or a trendy vacation spot, or numbers on an ever-growing and insatiable bottom line, but that it's medicine. That if they take the time to come out here and listen to themselves and the things around them, they can tune into something much greater than themselves and their troubles. They can connect. They can heal. I don't know. Maybe I'm coping, and maybe people will always choose to suffer, to bathe in their hurt and drown others with them, till there's nobody and the sun burns itself out. Yeah, maybe. But as long as I'm here, I can be a gentle guide. I can help. I can show people there's another way. Anyone can. As long as they make the conscious choice to love. Eventually, though, the inevitable happens. Everything is forgotten. Nothing is remembered or protected forever. I'll learn to make peace with that. Somehow. Dwelling on it does nothing. Instead, I'll take one step forward and look around. See where I'm at. With little effort, I can cut through the fog and focus on what matters. People I'm with. The experiences, feelings we share. They're invisible, but they're tangible and real. I can smile at them, and somehow that will be enough. They'll know I care. Even on the days where all I want to do is die. Especially on those days. After all, why build hell when you already live in heaven? Broken wings are repaired. Again. Have fun in paradise. This is Zion singing, by the way. Thank you. Thank you, Tess. Kira. Speaking of, I can't even joke. I can't even joke about it. Man. Once you hit fucking episode 3, man, this shit is fucking wild. I did not think this was going to be better than Heart of the Woods or Highway Blossoms. I mean, I was okay with that. I didn't think this was going to be better. Captain Zero puns. I see you there. There we go. We raid Captain Zero puns. No, this is... Once you get to chapter 3, Scion takes no fucking prisoners. This was... As much as it has its rough edges, and there's a difficulty with suspension of disbelief in this one. Even though it has these really rough edges, That was brutal. That was brutal, man. And this whole last episode, I thought this last episode was going to be 2.5 hours. It was 4.5 hours. It never stops. I mean, yes, it has the levity in there. I think the levity has to be in there because if they didn't show me the rock shit at all, I would be broken by the end of this. I'm already crying, okay? I've been crying for the past 30 minutes, okay? If they didn't have the rock shit in there to break this up, like, I would be a sobbing mess. More than I am right now. Knock, 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 knock.
Yes.
Hi, Jesse.
Come on, open up. I brought some jerky for you. Okay. I'm letting myself in then. Don't get snippy with me now. Huh. Guess she isn't here right now. Well, looks like all her things have been moved back in, though. Oh well, that's fine. There will be plenty of other opportunities. Phew. It's a little stuffy in here. Guess spring has finally sprung, huh?
Death Valley's gonna show up.
Maybe I'll just go ahead and open up the window for her. If she gets cranky, she was already going to anyway. What are these? Eve, don't tell me you took a painting while you were away. Well, I guess she'll tell me about it eventually.
Got Death Valley in there. I think she removed Yosemite's portrait. A Pentagon fruit now. I think they removed Yosemite's portrait and instead put Death Valley's there because Yosemite's not leaving. I guess if that makes any sense. Man. I need to go tweet Scion now. I'm just trying to compose myself. Juliet was still worse. Juliet was still way harder on me. Please Be Happy, I think, is still my favorite because it doesn't stop. It constantly delivers. And it has some incredible highs. But National Park Girls, of course, it ramps up. And the 5th episode is just one of the best performances they've ever had in these games. Like, the past 4.5 hours were among the best moments that this entire studio has ever released. In terms of just how emotional they were. Oh yeah. It was brutal. It was brutal. And of course, I fault the first 2 chapters for kind of boring me a little bit. I was not, I was kind of there, kind of not for the first 2 chapters. By the time the 3rd one hit, I was in, and then the last 2 chapters were non-stop. Just non-stop. Chapter 4 kind of started off a little bit slow, but it got there. Man. That was good. That ending is... Well, less so the ending itself. Because I don't think the ending itself was, quite as powerful as, let's say, the ending of Juliet's ending, where we have you and Lyra and Juliet together, Miho, Lyra, and Juliet together. I think that Please Be Happy sticks the landing even better, but everything like leading up to it, that was like that whole section. Because I think it hits hard because I'm like intimately familiar with almost everything that they were talking about in that part. I'm intimately familiar with people struggling with addiction, intimately familiar with those sorts of struggles that Eve was having. And like it makes like it made me feel for her like even more than I feel like most people would, because I was like, I can't watch her be like this. I can't watch this. Like I've experienced this. I know what this is like. This is so difficult that they can't even put it into words. But I feel like Scion knows, and like they did a good job of at least bringing people into the fold on these issues. And I don't know, the way that Scion dealt with the mental health crisis in this was almost masterfully done. If nothing else, there's so much of this visual novel that's wacky, off the cuff, out of nowhere, reference to something else, memeing all the time. But when it comes down to the core issues, Scion is on the ball with it. He cuts real deep with it. And it's painful to watch. Because it's true. It's true. It's difficult, man. It's so difficult. God. It looks like Ishnai is just closing up her stream right now, so I'm not gonna raid Ishnai. I've already raided Axel like 3 times this week, so I feel like I should give somebody else a little bit of love. Let's send you guys back to Lily Blue. She's having her birthday stream right now, actually. Got a lot of people there, and I think if you haven't seen Lily Blue before, you'll appreciate her. Very positive, cute model. Very unique in a lot of ways, and she's just a joy to talk to. So, I'm gonna send you guys over to Lily Blue. I'll see you Saturday, Final Fantasy IX. And, I think Without a Voice is gonna happen on Monday. Yeah, we'll probably do a few endings of Without a Voice. Now, I better go before I am without a voice. So I'll see you soon. Have a good one.